Master modern web development with Next.js 15 and Strapi 5. In this course, you'll learn to build a fully functional summer camp website from start to finish. Through hands-on practice, you'll discover how to combine the power of Next.js's server components with Strapi's headless CMS capabilities, creating dynamic, content-rich websites that are both developer-friendly and client manageable. Paul Bratzlowski developed this course.
Hello, you wonderful people. In this video, we're going to create a cool project using Next.js 15 and Strapi 5, which is a headless CMS. This lesson is great for beginners or for anybody interested how to combine Next.js with a headless CMS like Strapi. So why should you watch this tutorial? So if you're starting out learning to code and you want to be able to easily build full stack applications that allow users to manage this data, that's one reason for you to do it. Or if you're interested in trying out freelancing and you wanted to create a tech stack that allows you to simplify your development process to take you from start to finish really quickly. By leveraging Next.js 15, you could build amazing front ends, and by using Strapi, you could create a backend area similar to other CMSs like WordPress that allow users to be able to manage their own content. The biggest difference between WordPress and Strapi is front-end agnostic. What that means is that you have the freedom to create your front-end with whatever technology that you like. You could use Astro, Remix, Vue.js. In our case, we're going to use Next.js. And why this is awesome, if you ever needed to migrate or build a different front end, because your front end and back end is decoupled, you're able to do it much more easily. But instead of me just talking about Strapi and Next.js, let me take you through the demo of the project we're going to build so you could see the examples of where Next.js and Strapi shines. In this tutorial, we're going to build a summer camp website, and we're going to cover all the necessary Next.js technologies that you need to know to allow you to build a website similar to this one. This means that you'll be able to build small business websites with the knowledge you gain from this course. If you either want to build your own personal project or looking to build projects for clients. And this is also a great introduction to any of you who are looking to see how to use Next.js and Strapi. Our website is going to consist of the following pages, and you will have a Figma file that shows all of the design. And I want to thank Nick that's going to talk about this design in a little bit with us, but you could find him on his YouTube channel. And Nick and I, we did a great episode talking about freelancing and the skills necessary if this is something that you wanted to do. But taking a look back at the design, because again, this is not a complete course on learning to code. There are some prerequisites like knowing basic HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, including a little bit of React. But this is not a complete design course, so we are going to help you along the way by providing these examples. But we wanted to show how when you're building projects, you could either start from a Figma file or you could buy a theme on websites like themeforest.com or other. But the general idea, as a developer, you're either going to have a design already, or you're going to be working with a designer who is going to share the Figma files with you. And so we're going to take a look at this from the standpoint of we have a Figma design. How do we represent this data in our Strapi application? And how do we convert this design to our Next.js front end? So we're going to have a couple of pages. We're going to have our homepage, which is going to consist of the hero section, our chapter section. We're going to also have a blog section. Then we have our experience page, which is going to be very similar to our homepage, but it's going to have dynamically different data. For instance, the location, the lodging, but you could notice that it's using similar components. And this is something that we're going to cover in our project. Finally, we're going to have our blog section, which is going to have our featured blog. I'll show you how to create this newsletter sign up. Of course, we're using all the new Next.js 15 features, server actions to submit our forms. We're going to have our featured articles, and we are going to add a bonus feature here where we're going to add a search bar and pagination. And finally, we're going to have a section for all of our events. Then we're going to have our single blog view, which is going to allow you to dynamically display your blog data, including some of the feature articles. And finally, when someone clicks on Book Now, we're going to have our events page, which will show the events that you have available, including the events card. And what's also, each event will have its own form where you can sign in to learn more about the event. And whenever someone signs in, each form entry is going to be stored in a database in relation to the event that the user signed up with. But with that being said, let's take a quick look at our application that we're building running. So here's the project running locally on my computer. Here you could see our homepage with our blog post. If we navigate to our Strapi application, and we'll learn more as we continue, just giving you a quick overview. If you look at content type builder, we have different collection types and content types that represent our data in our application. So if we click on this home page, notice that we have our blocks, and our page consists of the hero section, our info block, our feature articles, and our subscribe. And what we're able to do, we're dynamically able to store this content for our website using these blocks. So let's take a look at our homepage. If we take a look at our homepage, we have 3 blocks. We have our hero section. Notice that it has our logo, our image, our call to action, Book Now, including the color that we have. And we also have our info block, which is our block that represents our text with an image. And then we have our image. And all of this data is being stored in our Strapi admin panel right here, which is kind of cool. Scrolling back to the top, our next section is going to be our experience page. This is going to help us to better understand how we build our initial page, because we will follow a similar template where we have a hero section, including our info blocks for each section that we have here. And if we go to our Strapi application, we're going to learn about different component types. For instance, here we have our homepage, but we're also going to have a generic page component that allows user to add pages to your websites easily. Currently, we have our experience and our blog page. And if we click on experience, you're going to see that the experience page consists of our hero section and our 3 info blocks. And what's awesome, if you take a look here at the experience, we have all that information. And if somebody wanted to add or update content, they could easily do it. For instance, let's say I wanted to change this header and this call to action in my Strapi application on the hero section. Instead of Book Now, I will say sign up today. And then in our heading here, instead of discover your spirit, we're just going to say summer camps are really fun. And I'm going to go ahead and publish the changes. So now when we navigate back and refresh our application, notice that we updated our content, our sign up today button, and we could do that with any of our items that we have here. And don't worry if this still feels a little bit overwhelming. We will learn about this in this tutorial. This is why we're doing it. And finally, we have our blog page, which has our featured article, including our sign up form. And it has our article cards with pagination, which we'll learn how to do in Next.js, including search, where you're able to search by typing in the search box, which is really awesome. And again, this is all going to be done using Next.js 15, server, React components, and server actions. Pretty exciting. And if we take a look in our Strapi application, we go to our pages and we take a look at our blog page, we're using that pattern of where we have blocks to represent different parts of our data, which is pretty awesome. And finally, we have our events, which are all of the events that folks could sign up to. And again, we're using our blocks that we're going to learn a lot more about as we continue this project, which gives you flexibility to structure your content in the way that you want as a developer and allow non-technical users to be easily able to update it or change it, which is pretty cool. So finally, here we are. When we click Book Now, we're going to go to our events page and you will see all the different events. Again, we'll have our search, our pagination. Let's say we'll go to beginner bootcamp. Perfect. And if I wanted to sign up here, I could do it. I could say paul@email.com. And we're going to say phone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1. Click sign up. And we are going to learn about form validations. If we didn't provide valid phone number like I did here, it's going to complain. So let me do something that matches more of a real number that we would enter, and click sign up, and boom, successfully subscribed. And if we take a look at our Strapi application, if we look at event signups, we're going to see here beginner bootcamp. This is exactly the sign up that we just created, which is pretty awesome. And again, this whole design is going to be based on this amazing Figma file that we have. And to build this, we're going to more focus on how to integrate Next.js 15 with Strapi 5, but we are going to talk about how to build your components, how to style your application, and we are going to use vanilla CSS. Well, we're going to use Sass, which allows us to use nesting styling. But again, we're not going to rely on libraries like Tailwind or Shadcyan UI component, which are awesome because we want to keep it as basic as possible. So anyone who's either looking to find a good project to build as a beginner developer, or you're looking to find what technologies you could use as a freelancer to build things quickly, this tutorial will be for you. So without any ado, let's jump into our first part. Now, before getting started, I want to show you how to set up the completed project locally on your computer. The reason why you want to do that is because we are going to be referencing our notes, which you'll be able to find in your resources. Of course, you could look at everything here on GitHub, but you could also install the project locally and run it. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead, click on code. I already have GitHub CLI installed, so this is the option I'm going to go with, but you could just do git clone command using HTTPS here. So in my terminal, I'm going to go ahead and clone my repo. Once everything is cloned, I'm going to cd into my project. If we do cat package.json, here you could see that I have some helpful scripts for us to be able to get started with the project easily. So to get started, all we're going to do is just run yarn setup, which is going to set up our dependencies both for our client and our server, as well as add our dummy data for our post. And then you'll be able to start both your projects by running yarn dev. So let me clear my terminal. And so in the project, in the root folder, I'm going to run yarn setup. So this is going to go ahead and install our Strapi and Next.js 15 dependencies. And I remembered that I did disable the auto import feature just because I wanted to leave it up to the user to decide. So if you want to import the dummy data, you would have to run yarn seed command. That's going to go ahead and do that. Once everything is imported, you could run yarn dev, and this is going to start both your Strapi backend and your Next.js frontend. Once your project starts, you're going to be greeted with a Strapi admin window. Go ahead and create your first admin user. Make sure you set a very secure password like monkey1234, which is okay for now because you're running this project locally on your machine. Click Let's Get Started. And here you're going to see your Strapi dashboard. If you take a look at the content manager, you should see all the different items that we already have in our project. And if you navigate to host 3000, and once our application loads, you could see all the different sections that we have, including our pages and our book now section, which has all of our events that you could either search or paginate through or select individual events to be able to sign up to the event that you want to go or participate, including our blog section where you could search your blog posts, and our blog detail page where you could see all the blog content that we have here, including featured articles, which is pretty cool. So now that you have the project running locally, you also have the code examples. I'm going to stop my project and open everything in VS Code. And the most important part here is taking a look at the resources in the notes folder. And here you're going to see that we have our 10 sections. So when you follow the tutorial, I'll be referencing each and individual sections, which have that README file, which is going to show you the code snippets or the steps that we're taking to help you have a better experience. Now, this course, even though it's recorded, If there are any mistakes or any things that I need to fix, I will make sure to do the callouts in these sections that correspond to different video sections. So even though I might not be able to update the video, I'll make sure to do a call out in the GitHub repo on this working project. So this is going to be your source of truth for this project. Now that you have the project running locally and you have all the necessary notes, let's jump back into the lessons. By the way, while recording this video, notice that it's 6 hours long. There is going to be an addendum section with a little interview here that you could find with Nick, who helped with the parts of the course. You also will find Next.js crash course. If you're a complete beginner, it will be in the end section here. So definitely, if you're just starting out and want to jump into the project, you could just start following the project from start to finish. But please be mindful that there is a addendum section where you have a basic interview in explaining and working with Figma, as well as a Next.js crash course, and then explaining the Figma design file that's provided with this course in more detail. In the first step, we're going to start by installing Next.js. If you've never done Next.js before, this is a great starting tutorial for you, but if you're familiar with Next.js and wanted to take a look to see how Next.js works with Strapi, you're also at the right place. And the best part, you have the documentation to help you out. This is something we're going to reference as we continue to build this course. If you wanted to do a quick refresher for Next.js, you could always use their Next.js tutorial, which covers all the basic functionality by building this amazing dashboard, which is kind of cool. But we're going to start by installing our application by copying this command, npx create next app at latest. I already have my terminal ready with a empty directory. So I'm going to go ahead and copy in the command and click enter. And this is going to go ahead and ask us to go ahead and create our Next.15 project. So yes, okay to proceed. And we're going to call this client because this is going to be our front end. We are going to be using TypeScript. Would you like to use ESLint? Let's say yes. Tailwind, we are actually going to use vanilla CSS. So we're going to say no. And would we like to use the source directory? Yes to that. App router, of course, in 2024, moving to 2025, using app router makes sense. TurboPack, we're just going to skip it for now. And for import aliases, say no. And this is going to go ahead and create your project. Once a project is created, you could open it in VS Code. And here you could see that we have our client front end with our basic Next.js structure. We'll be mostly working inside the source folder, but we'll take a look at the other folders as we continue. One thing I'm going to do here in the root of the folder, I'm going to create a new folder that's going to be named resources. And anything that is helpful that you can use in this course will be found in this folder, including code snippets or examples or explanations, just to make the flow of this video much easier. Now that we have our Next.js application, let's navigate to strapi.io and we're going to set up our backend, which is going to be our Strapi application. If you're not familiar with Strapi, Strapi is a headless CMS, which allows you to build projects 10x faster with the most customizable CMS, and that's absolutely true, and this is why I love Strapi. You could learn more by going to getting started, but I'm also going to walk you through all the basics in this tutorial because that's why we have it. So once you copy the command, clearing my terminal, I'm going to run npx strapi app at latest, and I'm going to call my backend server because this is going to be our backend. Click enter. This is going to walk us through the process. Say yes. It's going to ask you if you want to sign up for a free trial of Strapi Cloud. We're going to skip this step for now. Do you want the default database? We're going to go with SQLite to make things easier. Start with the example structure. We're going to say no. And of course, we're going to use TypeScript. Install dependencies with npm. I'm just going to say yes. Initialize Git repository. We're going to say no. And we're going to let it do its magic. Once everything installed, we could test our Strapi application by cd into our server and run yarn develop. Once your Strapi application starts, you're going to be greeted with this welcome screen. Go ahead and create your first admin user. I'm going to say Paul Bratz, my email. Please don't spam me. And most importantly, the most secure password, monkey1234 exclamation point. And this is okay because we're running this on our local computer. Go ahead and click let's start. And you're going to be greeted with our admin area here, which is fantastic. As we continue working through this project, we'll go over through the most important parts of Strapi application that we need. But for now, we just want to make sure that it's running and ready to go. And I'm going to go ahead and stop the server here because we already have our project open in VS Code. And as you could see, we have our client folder for our Next.js. We're going to have a server folder for our project. You know what? I want the resources to be at the top, so I'm going to rename it. And I'm just going to put one of these perfectly. Nice. Now that we have our folder set up, we could, of course, test out our front end by going to cd client and run yarn dev. And we already tested Strapi, so we know it works. But you could see that when you navigate to your Next.js application, you're going to see the basic welcome screen as our starting point. And we know that Strapi works as well. Fantastic. Before connecting our Next.js project to our Strapi project, let's go ahead and create a repository. I'm going to call it freeCodeCamp serve camp final. And this is where you're going to be able to see final examples. I'm going to choose me as the owner, and I'm going to say create repository. Now let's go ahead and copy this command. And in your project, because we are going to have everything in one repo here, sometimes when you set up either your Next.js project or your Strapi project, unless you opt out, it automatically created a Git instance. So what I like to do is to cd into my client project and do rmrf.git to remove any previous instance. And we're going to do the same thing in the server. Otherwise, you might get an error. So rmrf.git. And now let's cd into the root of the project and clear. And we're going to paste in command. Fantastic. And if we run git status, we're going to see all the items that are changed. And because our resource folder is empty, it's not going to show up here, which is okay. And now let's do git add, git status. This is going to show all the items that were added. Now let's do git commit message. And we're going to say initial commit. And we're going to say git push upstream origin main. Perfect. And now when we go back to our GitHub repository and refresh, you're going to see that we have all of our changes pushed and updated. And this is the link you're going to see in the description of this video to see all the resources and code snippets that come along with this video as you're working through this. But with that being said, let's take a look how we could create our first content type in Strapi and return it to our Next.js application so we could see how both of these applications interact together. Taking a look at our Figma mockup, we know that we're going to have a landing page, which is going to have a hero section and some info blocks. So let's start setting up the basic steps to allow us to be able to, in the future, to get the data for this landing page. So all we want to do is create a single content type to represent this landing page data in our Strapi application, add some basic fields just for testing purposes, and see if we could display that data in our Next.js application. So let's navigate to Strapi. And let's do a quick tour here. Here on the main page, you're going to see your home screen. The next item here is your content manager. This is where we're going to add all of our collections and content types to represent our website data. Any images or media will go into the media library folder. And in the content type builder, this is where we're going to create all of our new collection types and items. You could learn about many ways to deploy your Strapi application. You could either deploy it on your own in any various places like DigitalOcean or Render, or you could use Strapi Cloud. We also have a marketplace which has free plugins that you can use in your application. But this is not something we're going to do in this particular tutorial. And then we have our settings page with a couple of different settings. The most important part here is we're going to use users' permissions under roles to be able to expose our endpoints for our Next.js application to use. And since our application is going to be public facing, we're just going to make all the items publicly available. But then I'll show you for form submissions how we only want to make sure that people are able to submit forms only from our Next.js application. So we'll touch a little bit on authenticated requests. But with that being said, let's navigate back to our content type builder. And we're going to start with a single type. A single type if you're going to have one page, like global settings page. You could have multiple pages, and I am going to show you as we continue this application. But right now, I just want to start by having a single type called home page. And this is going to be our main landing page. So I'm going to say home page, click continue. And for now, just so we could test how we could make a request from our Next.js application to Strapi, we're going to have two fields. Let's select text, and this is going to be a title. And let's click add another field. It's going to be text again. It's going to be long text. And we're going to say description. And once everything is finished, we're going to go ahead and click save. Great, our first home page is done. Now let's go ahead to Content Manager, and you see that your homepage single type is now available. Here, let's say hello world. And in the description, I'm just going to say you are all awesome. Perfect. And I'll click publish. Now we're going to navigate to our settings under users permissions, roles. We're going to go to public, and you're going to notice that we have a new entry for our homepage. This is our API. And on our single homepage, you're able to delete, update, or find. We're going to choose the find. And here is the endpoint that we want to hit in order to get our homepage data. So in my VS Code, I have a extension called Postman, and I'm going to say new HTTP request, and we're going to say HTTP localhost 1337, and we're going to go to API homepage, and let's remove this additional slash, and we're making a GET request, and when I click send, and if you didn't expose your endpoint, you're going to see this forbidden error. And most likely that happened because I forgot to click the save button. Once everything is saved, let's try that again. So I will make the follow-up request. And notice we are now able to get our data from our API. We get our title, hello world, and the description. So now let's see how we could fetch this data in our Next.js application. And I'm going to go ahead and save this. I'm going to say get home page. And we're going to create a new collection. I'm going to call it serve shop. And let's go ahead and click save. So now anytime we need to get the data for our homepage, we could easily do it with this endpoint. And now that we know that our API works, let's take a look how we could get this data in our Next.js application. So let's navigate to our client folder. Let's go to source, and we're going to go to our page.tsx file. And currently we have lots of different code here. We're going to just go ahead and nuke it, and we're just going to say div, and we're going to say hello world. And I'm going to go ahead and delete all the previous imports here. And what I like to do in my Next.js application, anything that's a page.tsx file, I take a look at it as it's being a route, because it is a route in our app folder. So I like to call it home route, just to be more specific for me. It just makes sense to me. So now that we have our hello world, let's go ahead and fetch our data from Strapi. Because we're using React Server components, we could actually fetch the data within this route. And don't ask me why, but functions that load the data, I like to call them loaders. And it's going to return our data. And let's say our data is a hello world string. And we are able to get our data from our loader above. And what we could do, we could console.log our data. Let's make sure that we see our terminal here. I'm going to go ahead and refresh our website. And here we could see our console log for hello world. So we know that our loader is working, but we don't just want to hardcode the data. We want to make a request. So we're just going to say const URL equals a new URL, and it's going to take our path and our base URL. And for now, our path is going to be API/homepage, because this is what we tested in our Postman when we made our request for Strapi, because that's the endpoint we created. And our base URL is going to be our HTTP local 1337 endpoint, because this is where our Strapi application is running from. And before we use this, because we're making a call to our endpoint, let's make our function async. And because we're making our loader async, our home route will have to be async as well, and we'll have to await our loader. Now we're going to get a request from our Strapi endpoint. We're going to await and return the data.json. And so now we should be getting our response from Strapi. So what I'm going to do is console log the data here. So notice that we're getting a response object that has our data. It has our title from Strapi and our description. And now that we know that we're getting our data, we can destructure it by doing the following, just for simplicity, and we'll refactor this later. And so now notice we're getting our title and description. And so now what we could say here, we could do h1, it's going to be data.title, and we're going to do a p tag for our description. Nice. So here's our full code. In our home route, we created a loader, which is responsible getting our data from Strapi. Then once we get the data, we return that data and we consume it inside our home route. And because now we have access to this data, we're going to go ahead and display it. Now here in our application, we could see hello world, you are awesome. And what's even more awesome, if I go back in our Strapi application, we could change it here. So instead of hello world, we could say hello freeCodeCamp and you are awesome. And I'm going to say because it is true. And when I publish back in our Next.js application, if we refresh, we could see our new changes. And what I love about this approach is because as a developer, you could focus on building your application, but you already have this ability to allow non-technical users to manage content because of the power of Strapi. Now that we know that we set up our front end and our back end and they're able to talk together, in the next part, we're going to set up our styles to allow us to continue building out our project based on this mock. Before we continue, I just want to say you're doing a great job. If you have any questions, please ask them in the comments below. And I just want to say, I hope you're enjoying this tutorial so far. And most importantly, I hope you could see the power of combining Next.js with a headless CMS like Strapi that allows you to move quickly to build things for your clients. I'm super excited to continue with this tutorial. And again, if you have any questions, please ask. But with that being said, let's take a look how to set up our CSS in our Next.js project. All right, here we are in our Figma file. Now, because this is a crash course in getting up to speed with Next.js 15 and Strapi 5, even though we have this design, we are not going to write all the CSS from scratch. In our project folder, if you navigate to resources under styling, you're going to see our Sass folder with all of our CSS. Even though we're not going to be writing all the styles from scratch, we're going to talk about the structure and why we chose to structure things this way. And we're going to take a look at all the CSS code so you get an understanding why and what we did. But with that being said, what I'm going to do is move this Sass folder and we're going to move it into our client application inside the source folder. So here in the root of my folder, I'm going to go to resources, styling, and I'm going to go ahead and copy this whole folder. Then I'm going to navigate back to our client folder for our Next.js application, navigate into source, and go ahead and paste in your folder. Nice. And you could have just moved the folder from the resources, but I want to keep it here as reference for you in the project. But now if we take a look at client, under source, you're going to see that we have all of our styling necessary for this project. And like I said, we'll go through all the styling in more detail as we continue with this course. So you are going to get an overview of how we're using CSS and Sass. Now here we have multiple different styles that we are importing into our main.css file that will give us all the access. So what we want to do, we want to go ahead and import the main CSS file in our layout. So go to app folder under layout, and right after the metadata, let's go ahead and import it. And now what I'm going to do is restart my front-end application by running yarn dev. So let's navigate to our project. And when we refresh, we're going to see this error message saying that we did not install Sass. So let's go ahead and copy this command back in VS Code. And let's go ahead and add our Sass by running yarn add Sass. Once everything installed, go ahead and run yarn dev again. And once everything is installed, you're going to see that our font is going to change due to our styling being applied. Nice. Now we could focus on building out our landing page. Don't worry, we'll cover the CSS in greater detail. So you will get understanding of how we're using Sass in our project that you will be able to use yourself. We're also going to talk to Nick in more greater detail about designing this Figma project and why and how he structured the CSS. But with that being said, let's get started by building the content for this landing page in our Strapi application. Taking a look at our landing page, we have our hero section and our info block. And the second info block is the same info block, just with the order reversed. And this is where we're going to start. So let's take a look how we can represent the hero section and the info block in our Strapi application. The way you could think about your content is different blocks that we're going to use in our Strapi application. And if we take a look at the hero section, we notice that it has an image, a heading, a link or a call to action, and the logo. And if we take a look at the info block, we have our heading, our text, our link, which we could make optional, and our image. So once you identify what your data structure looks like, let's go ahead and build each and one of these components in our Strapi application. Back in your Strapi application, we already started with our page. If we go to our content type builder, we're going to notice that we have our homepage that currently has title and description. So we're going to start by creating components to display on this page. Taking a look at our design, we notice that we are going to have a logo image in our navbar, but we also have our logo image in our heading. We could also see here that we have our link Book Now button. We also have another link, Book Now, here. And we also have links in our top navigation, including the call to action. We could start by creating simple reusable components in Strapi for the link component and the logo image component. We're going to start really simply. So inside the content type builder, create a new component. And we're going to just call it our logo. And let's select a category here. I'm going to create a category called elements to store different elements that we might have. Click create elements and now click continue. Our logo is going to have two fields. We're going to start with the text, which is going to be logo text. And let's click on add another field. And finally, we're just going to have an image. So select this media field. We're going to click single image. We're going to call it image. And under advanced settings, you could specify that you only want to show images. Back to our basic settings, let's go ahead and click finish. So this is what our logo component will look like. So let's go ahead and click save. This logo component will be responsible for storing our image for our website. Now let's take a look at how we could create this link component. The link component will have similar attributes that are shared by all the links. For instance, the text, the href attribute where the link should go, and is it going to be external link or internal? So let's go back to our Strapi application. Back in our content type builder, let's create a new component. We're going to call this link, and it's going to live in our elements folder. Click continue. We're going to add three attributes. First is going to be our text. Now let's click add another field. Next, we're going to select the text field again. It's going to be our href. And let's click add another field. And we're going to select this Boolean here for true or false. And we're going to say, is it external? For instance, you could be linking directly to your website, or you could be linking to, let's say, your YouTube channel. And for here, we're going to go to advanced settings. And for default values, we're going to say false. And let's click finish. Here we have our link components. Fantastic. So now we're going to go ahead and click save. So what we did is we created two different components. One, to be a repeatable component that we could reuse for our logo. We're using it in our navigation and our hero section, but also we created a link component that we're using in our top nav, including this book now call to action, including the call to action in our hero section and the call to action in our info section. Perfect. Now we could start working on the hero section and the info. In Strapi application, let's create a new component and we're going to title it hero section. And we're going to create a new folder to store all of that data. We're going to call it blocks. Click on create blocks and click continue. Taking a look at the mock, let's create a logo field to represent this image. I'm going to navigate to components and I'm going to say use an existing component. Click select component. From select components, let's select our logo component. We're going to call it logo and it's going to be a single component. Now let's click add another field. Taking a look at our mock, we also have our background image. So let's go ahead and click the media field. We're going to call it image and it's going to be a single media. Again, back to your advanced settings. Let's make sure we only allow for images. And back to our basic settings. Now that we have our image, let's click add another field. Taking a look here, we have our heading and then our call to action. So let's go ahead and add those next. For heading, we're going to use a text field. We're going to call it heading. And now let's go ahead and we're going to keep it as short text. So now let's go ahead and add another field. Now we're going to add another component and it's going to be our call to action. We're going to use the existing component that we created. Click select component. We're going to select our link component. And here we're going to say that this is our CTA and it's going to be a single component. And finally, let's click add another component. Taking a look at our design, we have different color buttons here. So we have this greenish blue color, and then we have this brownish color. So maybe we want to be able to specify which color to show. So back in our Strapi application, we could use an enum, and we're going to call it theme. And here we're going to add our values for the two themes we're going to have. And the two colors we're going to have is turquoise. I always forget how to spell it. And orange. And click finish. So now taking a look at the hero section, we have our logo to represent our logo. We have our image to represent our background image. We have our heading to represent our heading. And we have our call to action to represent our link. And finally, we have our theme to represent the different colors that we want to use. So let's go ahead and click save. Now that our hero section component is done, let's go ahead and create our info section. So let's create new component and we're going to call it info block and we're going to save it under our blocks and let's click continue. Looking at our mockup, we know that our info block could have the image on the left or the right. So let's go ahead and add a reverse Boolean to specify that. In our Strapi application, I'm going to create a Boolean and I'm going to call it reversed. And we're going to go under advanced settings. And for default value, we're going to say false. Back in basic settings, let's add another field. We know that we're going to have an image. So let's go ahead and add it now. I'm going to click on the media, single media, and we're going to specify that this is going to be an image. And under advanced settings, let's select just the images. Back to our basic settings, let's add another field. And here we know we're going to have our headline and our content. So let's go ahead and add those two items. Let's select our text field for our headline. We're going to keep it short text and we're going to call this headline. Let's add another field. For content, we're going to use our rich text markdown. This is something that I prefer, so that's what I'm going to choose. And we're going to call it content. And finally, we're going to add our CTA. So let's click on component, use existing component, select component. let's choose our link. It's going to be a single component, and we're going to say CTA. And finally, let's add our theme. We're going to use enumeration called theme, and we're going to add our previous values, turquoise and orange. All right, now that it's done, let's click finish. And here you could see that we have our structured data to represent our info block. So here we could say if it's reversed, we have our image, headline, content, and call to action. And that's exactly what we did here in Strapi. Nice. Now that all of our components are done, we could add them to our page. Make sure that you save everything first. So now we're going to navigate to our homepage in our content type builder, and we're going to add another field. And here we have an option to add a dynamic zone. We're going to call this blocks. What a dynamic zone allows you to do is allows you to add content dynamically, meaning based on the blocks that we define, our content editor could pick and choose the blocks that they want to use. So let's add components to the zone. We're going to use existing components, and we're going to select our components from our blocks. And now we're able to click finish. And our homepage is done. Let's click save. So now when we navigate to our content manager, you take a look at our homepage, you're going to see this new field available that says add component to blocks. Let's go ahead, add one hero section. When you open it up, you could see all the fields that you need to do. So we're going to start with the logo. So back in our Figma file, we are able to get all these items. So let's click on the logo, and we're going to export it as an SVG. So click export group. Now let's click on our image. We're going to click export. Now that we have both our images, back in our Strapi application, we could go ahead and add it. So let's start with the logo. I'm going to click the plus icon. For logo text, I'm going to call it Serve Camp. And then let's add our image. I'm going to create a new folder called Assets. That's going to be all of our image, and click Create. And into this Assets folder, I'm going to go ahead and add a new image. I'm going to browse my files, navigate to my download folder where we have all the items. I'm going to rename this SVG to be logo and click open and upload one image and finish to save. So notice now that we have our logo. Let's add our image, go to our assets folder, add more assets, browse our files from our download. I'm going to rename this to catching wave and open. After the file uploads, let's click finish. Nice. Now that we have our image for our hero section. Now let's go ahead and copy the heading, and I'm just going to paste it in. And finally, we're going to add our CTA. The text going to be book now. And this is going to redirect us to our events page that we're going to make later. And we're going to keep it as external, as false. And for the theme color, we're going to say turquoise, however way you pronounce it. Now that we have our hero section is done, we could create our two info blocks. Now that you know where you could find the data, I'm going to leave this as a challenge for you to add all the appropriate images, the experience, the content, and the call to action that's going to redirect to events. I'm going to do the same now, and then we could review the final product. So I went ahead and added all the data from our info sections in my Strapi application. We have our image, our headline, our content, our call to action, and the theme color. And I did the same thing for the second info block. Nice. Now that everything is done, I'm going to go ahead and click Publish. In the next section, we're going to take a look how we could make a Postman request to Strapi to test our API to make sure that all this data is coming back to us before building our component in Next.js. Great job, everybody. Making good progress. We have our hero page, we have our hero section, and our two info blocks. What's awesome, we'll be able to reuse those in our other areas of our application. With that being said, let's jump into Postman and see if we could get our data. So here in Postman, I already have my Surfsharp collection. By the way, if you have not installed the Postman extension in your VS Code, definitely missing out. So I'm going to go ahead and select my get home page data, where we're going to make a request to our endpoint for our homepage. I'm going to delete this populate flag because we're going to talk about it in just a moment. But when I click send, you notice that we get our previous data, but we could only see our title and our description. But we don't see any of our block content. What is happening here? Taking a look at our homepage data structure, we see the title and the description that we're getting, but we're not populating the blocks. Why is it? Well, let's have a quick discussion. Our title and the description, it's part of what we call top-level fields, meaning they're non-relational fields, and they're going to get populated automatically. So if you take a look at our different field types that we have in Strapi, text, rich text blocks, number, date, Boolean, JSON, email, password, enum, UI ID, and rich text markdown, those are all top-level fields and will be returned automatically. But for media, relations, components, and dynamic zones, those are relational fields and they will not be seen in our API response. That is why we're only returning our title and description outside of the typical fields that are returned in every Strapi request. With that being said, if I want to return the blocks, including other relational fields inside of them, we need to tell Strapi specifically what we want to populate. In Strapi, we could do and use the populate flag and specify with the start that we want to populate all the first level deep relationships. And what that's going to do is populate all first level deep relationships, which is going to be our blocks, our info block, and hero section. That's also going to populate all the top level fields as well. If we take a look at info block, here, reversed, headline, content, and theme, those are top level fields. So that's going to populate those automatically, but we're still going to have to tell Strapi to populate the relationships. But let's see that in practice. When I click send, and notice that we now get our blocks, and if we look at our info block, we see our reversed, our headline, our content, and theme. Because those are top level fields, they get populated automatically. But if I want to populate call to action or the image, I have to specify that specifically in Strapi. So let's take a look how we could build these queries in Strapi to help you better understand populate and filtering when working with Strapi. If you Google Interactive Query Builder, it's going to take you to the documentation page where you could take a look at some examples of how to structure your query. Now, I'm going to go ahead and delete this because we're going to write one from scratch in just a moment. But if you wanted to learn more about populate and filtering, you could check out the side panel here and take a look at filtering section or field selection and population. They also have a great Ask AI tool where you could ask questions like, how does populate and filtering work in Strapi 5? Because that's the version we're using. If you click next, it's going to go ahead and get all the relevant information, including links to documentations where you could learn more. And as it's generating, it's going to show you some examples. And previously, we took a look how we could use populate star to populate our first level relationships, but just wanted to show you this tool that it exists here for you to learn more about Strapi. But I'm going to walk you through the process. So let's get started. So we're going to start with the populate flag, and we're going to slowly go through our content type and define all the items that we want to populate. Now we take a look at our content type builder, going back to homepage. The first item we want to populate is the blocks, including the content that's within, which is info block and hero section. So let's start that in our interactive query builder. So we're going to say, I want to populate the blocks, and to populate each component in blocks, we have to use the on flag. And now we could specify the items that we want to populate. Taking a look at Strapi, we have our blocks and our hero section, or blocks and our info block. And this is how we're going to reference it by dot notation. So our hero section in the block folder. So we're going to write blocks.hero-section to get access to that component. So this is what it would look like. So I would say blocks.hero-section, and it's going to take in an object. And inside our hero section, we're going to say, what items do we want to populate? So we want to populate the image, including the fields that we want, which will be our URL for the path to our image and alternative text. We also want to populate our logo component, including the image with the URL and alternative text. There are more values, but I'm specifically saying these are the fields that I want. And then we want to populate the call to action, the CTA. So if we take a look at our hero section component, we're basically saying, hey, populate the logo, populate the image, and populate the CTA. And don't worry if this notation seems a little bit confusing for you. You will get it with practice for sure. Taking a look at our info block, we want to make sure that we populate these items as well. Like we mentioned before, reversed headline content, they're top level fields. So we just have to specify that we want to get back the image and the call to action. So let's go ahead and do that next. So now let's specify the query for our info block. And here we could see that we're saying, hey, populate our info block, and please make sure you populate the image and the call to action. So now that we specified this, make sure that when you were working in this example, you have the endpoint going to the homepage. And also, if you made a mistake, I'll make sure to have this query in the notes for you to use as reference. You will be able to find all the notes for this video in the resources folder on the notes section here. Obviously, I'm recording this, so I only have the notes for this first section. But if you open it, you'll see this README file. And here you will see the whole populate query that we need to write. With that being said, now let's go ahead and copy this long query string. And I'm actually going to add it to the resources as well, so you have it as reference. I'll just do it quickly here. And that's LHS query syntax. And I'm just going to put it here. So that way you have an example of what it looks like. And we're never going to write this LHS syntax. Instead, we're going to use this object notation, but this is something that we're going to talk in a little bit. But for now, once you copied your query string, let's navigate back to our Postman instance. And I'm going to go ahead and paste that string here above. Now, when I click send, notice that we are returning all of our data, including all of our blocks. For instance, we have our hero section with its heading and image and logo and CTA. If we take a look at our info blocks, we have not just our top level fields, but we're also getting our image and call to action. Now that we know that we're getting this correct response, let's jump back into our Next.js application and see how we could get this data from the front end. Oh my gosh, we're covering so much stuff and you're probably at the point where you're like ready to glaze over. I get it. Sometimes when you're learning new things, it is a little bit difficult and the progress may be slow because you're trying something new, but that is okay. But with that being said, any questions you have, please let me know in the comments. Also, I love helping my clients build things with Strapi, and I would love to help you as well. So definitely ask your questions here, or I hang out on Strapi's Discord Monday through Friday at 12:30 p.m. CST time. So if you have any questions about this project, you could definitely stop by and ask me any questions. I would love to help you. But with that being said, go grab your cup of coffee, tea, whatever you enjoy drinking to take a little break. And when we come back, we're going to build out our Next.js landing homepage to get the data that we know that we're able to get now from our Strapi API. I am back inside our VS Code working on our project. You should have the link for the completed project, which will include this resource folder with the notes. We're currently working in the first section, working on a landing page. So any of the code references that I reference, you're going to find it here inside this README file. We just went over our constructing our query to create our query string in order to pass it into our Postman to make our request. Now that we know that works, we're going to continue setting up our Next.js front end to be able to get our data. Currently, if we take a look in our client folder, we're going to navigate to our source.app page.tsx file. We have this loader where we're getting our initial page data, which is displaying our title and description. It's not much, but we're going to fix that. Now, before continuing, we're going to refactor this loader. Instead of using fetch, we're going to create a fetch wrapper, which is going to have some quality improvements for us, including error handling and allowing us to make different post requests much simpler. You can find the code snippet for this inside the landing page folder under README. Scrolling down to fetch data from Strapi Next.js, you're going to see this code snippet. Go ahead and copy it. And we'll go over the code in just a minute. Once you have that code copied, inside your source folder, let's create a new folder called utils. And inside our utils folder, we're going to create a new file, and it's going to be called fetchapi.ts. And go ahead, paste the code snippet. Let's scroll to the top. This is just the wrapper that I made that allows us to much easier work with our API, where we're able to specify the methods that we want to push. And this is something that I'm using in my other project, so I wanted to make this a reusable way to fetch data from Strapi. We're also able to provide the auth token. If the auth token is provided, it's going to make an authenticated request. If not, it'll just go ahead and do it normally. We're also able to pass our body or any Next.js configuration that are required. But in general, all we're doing is we're making a fetch request and we're getting back our data that we're able to pass to our application. Now that we have this, to organize our code a little better, we're going to, inside our source folder, create another folder, and we're going to call it data. And inside our data folder, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it loaders.ts. And inside here, we're going to import our newly created fetch API. Now let's go ahead and use it. We're going to go ahead and create a function called getHomePageData. Make sure that it's async, because this is where we're going to call our API to get our data from Strapi. It's going to be similar to what we did already in our page.tsx folder here. And we're going to use the similar pattern that I have here. So let's go ahead and copy this so you don't have to watch me type it. And back in loaders, let's go ahead and paste it in. Now, notice that I'm hard coding this URL here. Maybe it'll be much easier if we could just have a function that always gets our proper environment if we either working locally or if our project is deployed, so our base URL is always correct. Let's actually handle this case now. Inside of our utils, let's create a new file, and we're going to call it getStrapiURL.ts. Inside here, we're going to have a simple function, which is going to be called getStrapiURL, and all it's going to do is either check our environment file to see if we set our Strapi API URL string directly, or if we didn't, go ahead and use this localhost. When we deploy our project to Vercel, we're going to go ahead and set this here, and it's going to be pulled from our environmental variables. Now that we have this getStrapiURL, going back to our loaders folder, instead of hard coding our base URL, we're going to get it from our getStrapiURL function. Make sure you import it from the top. Now that we have our path defined to where to get our homepage, we have our base path, and we constructed our complete URL for us to use. Let's go ahead and use our fetch API. We're going to use that new function we just created. We're going to pass a URL string, and we're going to say that we want to make a GET request. And if you forget what items we are passing into our fetch API, you could always take a look at this interface. Nice. Now that we have this get home page data, we are able to navigate back to our page.tsx file. And first things first, here at the top, let's import our loader. And for now, let's go ahead and delete everything here. And we're going to say const data is going to equal await get homepage data. Let's console log our data to make sure that we are getting it. Taking a look at the response, we are getting our data from Strapi. Fantastic. But we can't add a little check by saying if no data, we're going to say not found, which we could import from Next navigation. But now that we have our data, we could return it as usual. Everything else will keep the same. And if we go back to our front end, notice that we still have all of our items. I hope you still have your Strapi query builder page open where we constructed our query, because this is something we're going to use to get our data with all of our blocks that we want to see. So go ahead and copy this. And back in our project, let's navigate back to our loaders. And here we're going to create a variable called home page query. And before adding our string here, we're going to use a library that's going to take our object notation that we have here and automatically convert it to our complete URL. That library is called QS, and you could find it on npm. And this is the library we're going to use. So let's go ahead and install it. And in the front end folder of your project, we're going to type yarn add QS to install it. And let me clear my screen. Once everything installed, we could also add the types because we are using TypeScript. And we could add it by saying yarn add types QS. Once everything installed, I'm going to clear and restart my front-end project by running yarn dev. And back in our loaders, at the top here, let's import QS from QS. And now we're able to use it here. We're going to say qs.stringify. And inside here, we're going to pass our query object that we created before. Let's remove this extra colon because it should be a comma. Let me close down the screen so we could see more. So here we created a home query. We're using QS library, which will take our object notation from our page builder and convert it to a URL that we're able to use when constructing our query. So now what we're able to do, we're able to add those params by saying url.search homepage query. So now when we take a look at our response, let me refresh the project. We're going to see that we're getting all of our data. Notice we're getting our basic homepage information, including the blocks, our hero section, and our 2 info blocks. Perfect. Now we know that we're able to get our Strapi data inside our Next.js application. So to quickly review, in our previous sessions, we created a homepage collection type, which has all of our homepage data from our hero section and our info blocks. We exposed that endpoint in users permission under roles under public, where we could make a GET request to our /API/homepage route. In our Next.js application, in our page.tsx file, we created a method called getHomePageData, which will get the data from Strapi. Taking a look at the getHomePageData loader, we are passing our query string to define the data that we want to return. We're constructing a URL pointing to our path, which is our Strapi homepage endpoint, and we are appending it to our Strapi URL. And then after we define our URL, we are using url.search to pass our homepage query. We're exploring our fetch API, and that's exactly what we were using in our page.tsx data. Now that we have our basic pattern for loading data, creating our other pages is going to go much faster. So now that we know that our API works, we know that we're able to get this data in our Next.js application, let's start building our components that are going to display that data to our page. In our Strapi application, if we navigate to our content type builder, to our homepage consists of 2 blocks, the hero section and the info block. And these are the components we're going to take a look at. If we look at the hero section, we have our logo, our image, our heading, our call to action, and our theme. And for every hero section and info block, we're going to create types to type our project. So that's where we're going to start first. Instead of having you watch me type everything from scratch, we're just going to navigate to our landing page notes and click the README file. If you scroll down to component types, you're going to see our initial types that we're going to start with. Go ahead and copy this, and we're going to review it really quickly in just a moment. In your application, in the source folder, create a new file, and we're going to call it types.ts. Go ahead and paste in the code, and let's take a look here. So we're going to have a couple of items. We're going to have our links. So we're going to define our props, and these props are based on our data structure from Strapi. For instance, here we could see that we have an ID, text, href, and is it external? And in Strapi, if we take a look at our links, we have our text, href is external, and we don't see the ID here, but it does exist. And that's how I type the link prop interface. I did similar for image and same thing for logo. But if you take a look here, we have our component type, and we're going to have a couple of different components. We're going to have our hero section and our info block. We're going to create a base component that is going to extend similar items that are present in every collection type that we have, like the ID, component, document ID, created at, updated at, published at, and so on. And then we're just going to extend the data. We're going to have a type of block that we're going to use. And for every component, we're going to extend the type block and then add the additional types that belong in that section. So for instance, here our hero section blocks is going to inherit all the previous items, including the new items. And then we're going to do the same thing for our info block. We extend from our base block, and then we add all the additional items. And this is how we're going to type both our hero section and our info block section. Now we're going to start creating our components. So in the source folder, let's create a new folder. We're going to call it components. And inside here, because we want to make components to render our blocks, we're going to actually create another folder called blocks, and we're going to have our Next.js React components for each one of our Strapi components or blocks that we see here. So I'm going to create a new folder called blocks. And inside blocks, we're going to create a new file, and it's going to be our first component. We're going to call it hero section.tsx. And so you don't have to watch me type the code. We're going to navigate to our landing page notes inside the README file. If you scroll down, you're going to see in the adding the hero section, you're going to see the component. Let's go ahead and copy it first. And let's go ahead, paste it inside the newly created file. If we scroll to the top, and you could see that we're using our Strapi image component that we haven't created yet. We're going to do it in just a little bit. And again, I'm not going to go too deeply in describing the component. I'm assuming that you have basic React knowledge, but basically we are creating a component that represents our hero section. We're going to have a section for our heading, our call to action, and then you'll see that in our blog post section, we also have an area for the date and the name. And we're including all those items that you could pass as props just to make this hero section component flexible. It could just be a page hero section, or it could be a hero section in our blog post. If you take a look at the types, you notice that theme, headline, and image is mandatory, but the call to action, the logo, and author, and if we want a darken image, all of those items are optional. Taking a look at the component, you're going to see that we have a class name hero, and we're using BAM notation to namespace all of our CSS class names. Earlier, when we took a look at our CSS in a deeper discussion, if we take a look at our SAS folder, take a look at components, you're going to see our CSS file for our hero section. So if I open the hero section file, our styling for this component comes from our hero section SAS file. And you could see the styling here in the hero. where we're setting the position, the width, the min height, padding, and margin. And in our code, you see that we have hero background. So here, what we're able to do with Sass, we're able to nest our styling. So instead of creating a whole new class called hero background, we're using the and operator and appending the background. And that's why we're able to say hero background. And here you could see that we again setting our CSS. And because this div has an image, we're targeting that image and adding our classes. Same thing for the overlay. Notice it's hero background overlay. The reason why we're able to specify it with this styling is because we're using the and operator. And basically what we're saying is hero background overlay. And this is going to apply those styles to this class name. And I hope that clarifies how we're targeting our items and the CSS we're providing, just to give you an idea. But because we're more interested in looking how to build our project with Next.js and Strapi, I'm not going to go into all the details while we write the CSS from scratch, because I'm assuming that you have some basic knowledge. And I'm more interested in showing you how to combine Next.js and Strapi to build full stack applications for your clients. But now that we took a look at our hero section, and we know that this component is going to take our data from Strapi and display our hero section, let's finish it up. So let's go ahead and create a new component inside the components folder. So let's create a new file, and we're going to call it Strapi image.tsx. In our notes folder, in the README file, let's scroll down, and we have our notes here on our image component. Let's go ahead and copy it back to our Strapi image component. Let's go ahead and paste it. And if you scroll to the top, we have our typing for our Strapi image. And if you could see, we're using the Next.js image component that we're importing here at the top. And what makes this Strapi image component is because we have this function called getStrapiMedia, which is going to help us to decide how to handle our images stored in Strapi. Because on our local instance of Strapi that we're running here, all of our images are going to be stored in the file system. But when we deploy our application, regardless if you deploy to Strapi Cloud, DigitalOcean, or Render, you might have different ways that you could store your files. They could be stored in Cloudinary, AWS, or in Strapi Cloud. So this is going to make it easier for us to identify where the image is coming from and making sure that we're returning the proper URL path. So going back to our hero section, if this import doesn't resolve, just go ahead and try it again, Strapi image. And now that this is done, we have our hero component. So now that we know that we have our hero section, we could navigate back to our app folder, go to page.tsx. So back in our homepage, let's quickly look at the console log to see what our data looks like. And you will see that we're getting our data. And inside our data, we have our blocks. So let's go ahead and pull our blocks out. We're going to say const blocks equals data, and we're going to say dot blocks. And if for some reason, if that comes undefined, we're just going to return an empty array so our app doesn't fail. So now let's go ahead and add our hero section. We're going to say hero section, and we're going to pass in our first item in our blocks, which is going to be our hero section. So here's our complete code. We get our data, we get our blocks, and then we go ahead and pass our data to our component. So now let's go ahead and check it out. Oh no, there's something happening here. We're going to get this error, invalid source prop. And that's just because we didn't set up our configuration in the next.config.js file. So let's go ahead and quickly fix it. In your code, let's navigate to our next.js.config.ts file, and we're going to update the configuration here. You could read more about this in the documentation, but to configure the images, you just say images remote pattern, and then you say the protocol, HTTP, hostname, which are local host, our port, and on Strapi, the path name where the files are found is upload, and the stars just represent to match any other path easily. So once this is all set, if we go back and refresh, we see the book now, but we don't see the heading. So let's see where we went wrong. Let's first check in our hero section. And I see that we called this headline, but when we take a look in our Strapi application under content type builders hero section, we see that we called this heading. So this is an easy fix. Let's go ahead in our Strapi component. We're going to rename headline and reference it by the correct name, which is heading. So we changed it everywhere. Our TypeScript is going to complain because we originally miscalled it. Now that we fixed it in our component, I'll make sure to update this in the notes, so it's not going to be an issue here. But let's go ahead to our types and update headline inside our hero section component to be heading. Once that is fixed and we navigate back, everything looks good. So the final thing, let's remove hello free code camp, and you're awesome because it's true, just so we have our headline. So go back to page.tsx file and let's remove the following items. And next, let's work on our info block section, because now that we know that our hero section works, that is awesome. Now, before we continue, I do want to show one thing. Notice how this doesn't quite look right compared to our design here. And so what is happening here? Well, remember when we changed this from headline to heading? I did a bulk update and I overwrote the class name here. So this should actually be not heading, but headline. So let's go ahead and fix this. We're going to say hero headline, and we're going to do the same thing here. And that's one thing I would kind of say. Whenever you're using Command F and you're looking to update multiple items, make sure that you actually have to update multiple items. But I think because we fixed this, this now matches our styling. Notice how we have our headline class. And so in theory or in practice, this should be fixed. Nice. So now that this looks great, we can continue. So if you made it this far, oh my gosh, we still have a lot more work to do. But I hope that you could see the power of using Next.js and Strapi together, which is allowing you to make dynamic websites that non-technical users could easily manage their own content. I hope you're still excited about this. And if you feel like your excitement is waning a little bit because maybe this is a little bit overwhelming, I just want you to know that any question you ask in the comments, I'm going to go ahead and answer. I am also going to live stream on my YouTube channel, Coding After 30, every Sunday, 11 a.m. CST time. If you have any questions around this project, you could ask. And if you want even more time to bug me with questions, you could go and join Strapi's Discord, because I love helping the community there. I hang out there during their open office hours from 12:30 p.m. CST time for about an hour, hour and a half, sometimes two. So I would love to have you stop on by and bug me with questions. I would love to help you. And before we continue, go grab another cup of coffee, go for a walk, take a little break, even take a nap if you have to. But when you're back, we're going to continue this tutorial by working on creating a way to generate dynamic pages in our application. And we're going to start working on our events page. So I'll see you in the next section. Before working on our events page, notice how we have shared components. We have the hero section and we have our info block. We already created those components in Strapi, as well as our hero component Next.js. Let's go ahead and create the info block component and then take a look how we could use a block renderer component to render all of the content on these two different pages. Once we have that in place, then we'll work on our dynamic page to represent our experience page that you see here. So now let's add our info block component. You could find the code snippet in our notes in section 1 under landing page, titled Adding the Info Block. Go ahead and copy the following code snippet, and let's create our component called info block. Here inside the components folder, in the blocks folder, I'm going to create a new file called infoblock.tsx. Go ahead and paste your code. Scroll up to the top. You're going to notice that we're using our React Markdown library in order to render our Markdown that we're getting from Strapi. In your terminal, you could either run npm install name of the package, or in my case, I'm using yarn, typing yarn add React Markdown, click enter, and install the package. Once the package is installed, we could restart our project by running yarn dev. Now that we have our info block component, and it's just a section which has our Strapi image, our heading, and our content, which is in Markdown, that's going to be rendered via this Markdown block. And we also have our call to action if there's a call to action passed from our Strapi. And this component is representative of our Strapi data that lives inside the info block. For instance, is it reversed? Our image, our headline, our content, and call to action, and the theme. And also the exact same props that you see here. Now that we have our component, let's go ahead and use it. In our page.tsx file, we can go ahead and just import our info block and use the second entry in our response. Make sure that you import on the top. And because we have 3 items, we would have to do this again. But one, I don't want to do this manually. I want the code to be dynamic enough to be able to do this automatically. Before we look into that, let's see if this worked though. Taking a look at our front end, we see all the items being rendered, but we want to make sure that this happens dynamically. So in order to make this dynamic, instead of doing this manually, we're going to create another component. Taking a look at the notes, you're going to find the code snippet for our block renderer. All it is a switch statement that checks our response for which components are included. And depending on our response and which components are returned, it will render the appropriate item. So let's go ahead and copy our block renderer component. And inside our project, navigate to components folder and create a new file. And we're going to call it block renderer.tsx. Go ahead and paste your code. Now that we have our block renderer, we're able to export it and use it. So let's navigate back to our page.tsx file. And instead of returning in a div with manually setting the components, we're just going to call our block renderer. Make sure that you import it from our components, and we no longer need the info block here at the top or the hero section. If we take a look at our application, it still works as expected. Now that we have our page being generated dynamically, which makes it easier for us to add any additional components. For instance, in my Strapi application, if I go to the content manager and go to our homepage, let's add another info block. And I'm just going to say, this is a test, add just a generic image that we have here of this wave, click finish. Theme is going to be turquoise. We're going to not add any call to action. And again, I'm going to say this is just a test. Once everything's all set, click publish. It will automatically save the changes. And now if we take a look at our landing page that's slowly coming together, if we scroll to the third item, we see this is the test and we see our image being displayed. One thing you're going to notice is that you see that our images look very low res. Let's see what is happening. I went ahead and navigated into our info block component, and you could see that Strapi image takes height and width attributes. Right now, we're saying that our image, the largest size is 100 pixels. Let's update that to be the height of 500 and the width of 600. Now, when we navigate back to our website, all of our images look much better, which is pretty awesome. Now that this part is done, we're now able to move on building this experience page, which will be fairly straightforward because all the components that we need to make this work already exist. We have our hero section, we have our info block. So the next step is to let's go ahead and create this page in our Strapi application and add all the content first before showing how we could represent this in our Next.js application. First things first, I don't need this to show up. So I'm going to remove it here in our Strapi admin. I'm just going to go ahead and delete the last block, save and publish. So now when I go back to my application and refresh, we're no longer seeing that testing block that we added. So if you take a look at our homepage layout, what we want to do is we want to have a separate collection for our pages. Maybe we want to have generic pages, which is going to have a collection of shared blocks that non-technical user could use to build pages together. So what we're going to do is take a similar approach as we did here and create a new dynamic page to represent any other pages that we want to have on our website, but we'll keep this homepage as it is. So navigate to Content Type Builder, and instead of creating a new single type, we're going to create a new collection type, and we're going to call it Page. Click Continue, and we're going to start the same way. We're going to have our title, which is going to be our short text, add another field. Also, text field, we're going to call it description, and that could be long text. And let's add another field. Finally, this is going to be our dynamic zone, which we're going to call blocks. And I'm going to go ahead and add components to our zone. It's going to be using existing components. Let's select our components here from our blocks. I'm just going to choose our info block and our hero section. Now I'm going to go ahead, click and finish. And finally, let's add the last item, which is going to be UIID to represent our slug, because we want to be able to find each one of these pages, not by its ID, but by its slug. So after you select the UIID field, let's call it slug. And we're going to attach it to the title field, click finish. Now, once everything is done, go ahead, click save. And now what you're able to do, you're able to navigate to our content manager, click on page, and we're able to add our new page. So let's create a new entry. And this page is going to be based on our experience page here. So I'm going to go ahead and quickly fill in this information. So what we're going to do, we're just going to grab the information from here. So the title is going to be experience. And I'm going to click on regenerate to generate the slug here. That's how we're going to find this page. Then here we're going to have our description. This is our experience page. And now let's go ahead and add our blocks. The first block we have is the hero section. So that's where I'm going to start. Let's add our logo. We're going to say Surf Camp, even though we're not displaying it, but we will pick our logo image under logos here. I'm going to pick the logo SVG. That's the one, and click finish. So now we want to add the image, and we're going to pull the image right here from our Figma file. So what I'm going to do is click on the image, and here you're going to see export. If you open it up, it will reveal this menu, and you could go ahead and click export, which will upload the file to your download folder. So now in Strapi, I'm going to go ahead and image, click the plus icon, go to my assets folder, add more assets, and I'm just going to drag the image that I just uploaded. Let's click upload. Once everything is finished, you have the image. We do have a call to action, book now, and it's going to go to our experience page. So here I'm going to add my CTA, type book now, and it's going to go to experience. Is it external false? Theme is going to be orange. And finally, let's add our heading, which is Discover Your Spirit. So here I'm going to paste in Discover Your Spirit. And finally, let's add our info block components. So I'm going to select info block. So let's go add our data. I'm going to snag this image, export group. I'm also right away going to grab this heading, and in my Strapi app, I'm going to add the headline. I'm going to add my image, which is going to be those trees. So I'm going to click add more. Drag the image that I just downloaded from our Figma file, click upload and finish. And now I'm just going to grab this text, and in Strapi theme, we're going to keep it orange. And then let's add our content with the text that I copied. Fantastic. Now let's add our final two info block components. Again, I'm going to snag this image, click export the image. I'm going to also grab this heading, and you know the deal, go ahead, create a new block. It's going to be info block. Let's add our headline. Reverse is going to be true. Let's add our image. I'm going to upload my new image that I just got. Click upload and add to library, finish. We do have a call to action here, but before we do that, let's grab the text. Now I'm going to go ahead, choose the theme orange, and I'm going to go ahead, add the text. And finally, what I'm going to do is add the call to action, which is book now. And it takes us to the experience page. Let's now add another one called add component to block, info block. Let's add the data. And finally, we're just going to grab the last image here. So I'm going to select the image, export it from our Figma file, grab the heading because we need it as well. I'm going to add the heading. Reverse will be false. Let's add our image. I'm going to go ahead and add the image that I just downloaded. Nice. Upload the asset, finish. Theme, it's going to be orange. And there is no CTA, so I'm going to leave this blank. And let's go ahead and grab the content. And with that being done, we're all set. So let's go ahead, click publish and save. So now if we go to settings under users permission roles, public, you're going to see that we now have our pages API endpoint. If you open it, we want to select find, and this will allow us to search it by the slug. And all we need to do is make a GET request to API/pages endpoint, which we'll do in just a minute. But first, let's save the changes. And with that being said, we now have our experience page that has all the content that is represented in our Figma file, minus the top navigation and the footer, something that we were going to work in a separate section. So now that we actually have our data in Strapi, what we're able to do, we're able to build out this dynamic page in our Next.js application. So let's do that next. In Next.js, you're able to make your dynamic routes with the following. All we need to do is create a file folder within the square brackets to denote the ID that we want to use for our dynamic routing. For instance, if we do square bracket slug, our ID is going to be slug in our params. Here we could see an example of a basic setup, and this is what we're going to do. In our notes, you could navigate to section 2, experience page, take a look at the README file, and here you're going to see the code snippets that we want to use. Go ahead and copy the initial starter snippet, and we'll get going. Inside your application, inside the app folder, we're going to create a new folder, and it's going to be square brackets slug. And this is going to denote our dynamic route. Inside here, we're going to create a new file called page.tsx. And inside here, we're going to paste in our code snippet for our dynamic route. Basically, whenever someone navigates in our browser, we are going to use the slug param, and we're going to use it to use the slug to query our page data that we're going to do in a little bit. But for now, let's see when we navigate to a page, if we could see this H1 display with the slug. Now in your front end application, if we do /experience, notice we have slug experience, which is showing our dynamic slug that is being passed from our URL bar to the front end of our application via the params attribute that's available to all the pages. So now that we have that, we could create a loader that's going to fetch our data based on the slug. So let's navigate down to our second code snippet. Here we see that we're going to create a loader called getPageBySlug. We will pull in not found. So we could say, hey, if there's no data, let's return not found. And we are going to use our block renderer that we created in the previous video. So let's go ahead and copy the snippet. And let's update it here in our slug folder page.tsx file. The only thing that we're missing is getPageBySlug. It's going to be very similar to the data loaders that we created. So let's go ahead and navigate to our data folder and take a look at the loaders.ts file. Here we already have our get homepage data, but now let's create a new one to fetch our page by slug. And again, you could find the code snippet in the accompanying notes. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to update the page by slug query that's going to tell us to render all the different sections that we will have, something that we did very similar to when we worked on our landing page. So let's grab that first and paste it in. And this is very similar to what we did before when we created the query for the homepage query. And this is going to be our query for our getting page by slug loader that we're about to import. And here we're going to follow our same pattern where we're going to create a function to encapsulate our logic. It's going to make a request to API pages at our base URL, which currently is localhost 1337 because we're running locally. We're going to utilize our query params that we're going to pass into our search, and then we're going to call our fetch API function that we created earlier via the get request. So copy that code snippet and paste it in your code. Now that's all we really needed for our loader. So navigate back to your page.tsx file and notice that VS Code stops complaining because we now have this function get page by the slug. So now if we navigate to our front end, we should be able to see all of our data. And notice here at the experience, we see our hero section and all the items that are being used here in the page, which is pretty cool. Now, not only do we have our landing page that is dynamically customizable from our Strapi application, we also have our experience page. Now, notice that it's not convenient to navigate by typing the URL in the browser. Let's, in the next section, take a look at how we could create our top navigation bar to allow us to do that easily. Taking a look at our Figma file, we have our header section with our top navigation, and we also have our footer section with our bottom footer. So what we're going to do in Strapi is create a page that's going to store the data for both our footer and our heading. And we're going to call it global. So let's do that first, and then we'll take a look how to break down our header component into components that we could use to structure our top navigation in our Strapi application. So in Strapi, let's navigate back to our content type builder, and we're going to create a new single type, and we're going to call it global, just like this. Now go ahead, click continue, and we're going to start with two fields, which is going to be our title, which is going to be a short text, add another field, and again, we're going to select text, we're going to keep it long text, and it's going to be a description. And this is something you could also use as your metadata in your front-end application. And let's go ahead, click finish. Now that we have our title and description, we want our global page to also have the settings for our top navigation and our footer. So for now, let's go ahead, click save. And what we're going to do, we're going to build a separate component that's going to represent our top header section. So navigate to our components, and we're going to create a new component. And we are going to call it header. And this is going to be inside our new category that we're going to call layout. Click create and click continue. Taking a look at our layout, our header is going to have three different elements. It's going to have our logo, our navigation, and call to action. Let's start with our logo. We're going to click on component, and we're going to say use existing components. Let's click select component to see at all the available components that we have. We already created this logo component, and that's the one that we're going to use. So select it. It's going to be a single component, and we're going to call it just the logo. Now let's click add another field. Now that we have our logo, let's add our navigation. Again, we're going to select component, and we're going to use existing components. Click select components, and we're going to pick from the list of components that we already created. We're going to use the links component, and because we're going to have multiple navigation items, we're going to keep it as repeatable. And we're going to call it navigation. And now let's add another field. Finally, the last item that we have to Add is our call to action. Again, it's going to be an existing component. So click component, use existing component, select from the list of components, and we're going to use our link component again. We're going to call it CTA. And no, this is not going to be a repeatable component because you only want one. It's going to be single component. Once done, go ahead and click finish. Now here you could see that we have created a way to represent our top navigation data in our Strapi application. Let's go ahead and click save. Now that we have this header component, we want to add it to our global page. So navigate to your global page. Let's click on add another field. We're going to scroll to the bottom and we're going to add a component. We're going to select an existing component. Click select component. We're going to find our header component that we just created and we're going to call it header. And again, it's going to be a single component. Once you hit finish, notice our global page now has our header component. Nice. Let's go ahead, click save. Once that's done, let's navigate to our content manager, go into our global, and let's add our data here. For title, I'm going to say global page responsible for our top nav and footer content. And here we're going to add our items. We're going to start with the logo. We're going to say logo is Surf Camp is the name. And then image, we're going to look in our logos, use our logo.svg, click finish. Now let's add our navigation items. Taking a look here, we're going to work off our Figma. The first one we have is the camp. So I'm going to say the camp, and this is going to take us home. Now let's add another entry. Next is going to be the experience. So let's paste it in and it's going to take us to /experience. And finally, let's add another one off our Figma. It's going to be the blog. So let's add the blog and it's going to take us /blog. And finally, let's add our call to action, which is going to be book now. And it's going to take us to /events. And now let's go ahead, save and publish. Now that we have our global page ready, let's navigate to our settings, to users permissions, and under public, we're going to navigate to our global page and we're going to give find permission to our API. And now we're able to get the data by making a GET request to API/global. Make sure that you save all the changes. Now that we have made these changes, we could move on to our Next.js application, building the component to display those items. As a reminder, you have access to the full code base for this project. It's going to be in the video description below. And here we have our resources section, which has our code snippets that we need. So let's navigate to notes, and we're working on building our top navigation. Go ahead, open that folder, check out the README file. The first thing we're going to start with is by creating our loader that's going to be responsible for getting our global settings query. Just like before, we're going to first start by defining the Strapi populate query that's going to tell us which items we want to populate. For instance, we want to populate the header and all the items within it, including the logo, the navigation, and call to action. Once you copy that code snippet in your project, let's navigate to our folder called data in the file loaders.ts. Scroll all the way to the bottom. After our get page by slug, let's go ahead and paste in our global settings query. Back in our notes, if you scroll down, we're going to have our loader, which follows the same pattern that we already established, where we get the Strapi path, the base URL, include our query, and then we make a fetch API request via our fetch API function. Go ahead and copy the snippet and paste it right underneath your global settings query here in the code. Now that we have our query and our get global settings loader, let's go ahead and use it. But first, let's create our header component where you will find the code snippet. Go ahead and copy it, and then we'll quickly go over the code. And let's navigate in our project to our components folder. We're going to create a new folder called layout, And inside here, we're going to add a new file, and it's going to be called header.tsx. Go ahead and paste in your code. Take a look at the code. We are defining our interfaces, and what you're going to notice is that when you're creating files, you're going to see that you're using types in one code base, but then you're like, wait a second, but I'm also going to have link props interfaces in other parts of my code. So instead of having each code snippet have the types, you could put them away in a types.ts file and just import them. So let's go ahead and kind of update that with the following. So I'm going to remove the link prop and the logo prop and the image prop. And instead, what we're going to do, if we take a look at our types folder, we already had those types defined here. So instead, let's import them from the types.ts file. So here in the top, I'm going to import our types, our link prop and logo prop. Everything else is going to stay the same. If we take a look at this component, we have our link, which has our Strapi image, which is going to be our website logo. Then we have our unordered list, which is going to be our navigation links. They're going to navigate us to our top nav items. And finally, we have a section for a call to action here. So now that we have our header component, let's go ahead and use it. And before using it, one thing you may notice here in our component, we are using Next.js use path name. This allows us to get the path name that we're currently on. And what we're doing is we're checking the path name. If the path name is equal to the experience, that means we are on the experience page. And what we want to do, we want to style the header with a different style. So if that's true, header light is going to be true. And we're using that Boolean to set our styling. So if it's header light, use header light class. If not, don't do anything. Now that we have our header, let's navigate to our root layout page, and we're going to import our header. So here on the top, after line 3, let's import header from our layout header. And we are going to use it right here before children. Notice that our header component takes our header data. That means we need to import our loader to get the data that we're getting from our Strapi API. Right before the root layout, we're going to pull in our get global settings loader. Get our get global settings loader that we just defined. We're going to say if there is no data, we're going to throw an error saying fail to fetch global settings. And if we do have the data, we're going to return our header or our footer that we haven't yet defined. So I'm going to remove it here from now. And now that we have our loader, here on line 33, we're going to get our header data. We're going to await our loader. Therefore, we need to make this root layout on a sync function. Once everything is said and done, let's take a look at our front end. And as we refresh, notice that we have our top navigation that is coming from our Strapi instance. We could navigate to experience, which is going to take us to our experience page. We could navigate to the camp, which will take us to the camp page. We could also navigate to the blog page and get not found because that's not something we created. And we're going to do this right after we finish building out our footer for our layout. But before we do that, let me show you how easily you could add new items now to the top navigation. All you have to do is go to your Strapi application, Content Manager, go to your global, navigate to your navigation, and here after the blog, I'm going to add a new item called Try Strapi. We're going to make this an external page, and it's going to go to https strapi.io. Click Save and Publish. Now when we navigate to our front end and refresh, boom, we have our next navigation item. When I click on it, it takes us to the link that we provided, which is pretty awesome. And I love the fact how you could allow non-technical users to easily be able to add navigation from a Strapi admin that any non-developer or non-technical user could use, which allows them to make changes to their website, which is pretty awesome. But now let's jump back in and work on our bottom footer section in our website. Taking a look at our footer, we're going to create a component named footer that's going to have all the items, which is going to have our logo, our navigation, our policies, and our copy text. So for the logo, we're going to use our previously created component called logo. For the top nav and for the links in the navigation and the links in the policies, we're going to use our link component, and then we're just going to create a simple text field to hold this data. So let's jump into Strapi and see how we could do that. If we go to our content type builder, you're going to see that we already have our global page that we started with our header component. Previously, we took a look how we could create components right from this view, but we could actually just create our components from the sidebar here as well. It will accomplish the same thing, just another place to get started from. So here we're going to click Create New Component, and we're going to give it a name, which is going to be Footer. We're going to add it to our layout and click Continue. The first section we're going to have is our logo, and all of these sections are going to be components. So click on Component, use Existing Component, click Select Component. We're going to select our logo component, and for the name, we're going to say Logo. And it's going to be a single component. Now let's add another field. So we just added this logo component. Let's work on this navigation. So again, select component, use existing component, click select component. We're going to select our link, and we're going to call this navigation. And it's going to be a repeatable component because we're going to have many items in our navigation. Now click Add Another Field, selecting Component, use Existing Component, select Component, and once again, select Links. This is going to represent our policies. Again, because we have many policy links, we're going to keep it as repeatable, and we're going to call this Policies. And finally, let's add another field, and this is going to be Text. We could keep it as short text, and we're going to call it Copy. Click Finish, and here you could see that we have our footer component that has our logo, our navigation, our policies, and our copy. And this matches exactly our data that we have here on our footer. Go ahead, click Save. Once everything is saved, let's navigate to our global page, scroll to the bottom, and let's add another field to the single type. We're going to select Component, click Use Existing Component, select Component, and we're going to add our footer. It's going to be a single component, and we're just going to call it Footer. Click Finish, and now you see your footer showing up in our global settings page. Now let's go ahead, click Save. We're going to navigate to our Content Manager. Under Global Settings, let's go ahead and add all the data here for our footer. We're going to start by adding the logo, so you don't have to watch me because we've done this before. I'm going to let you do this on your own based on the information that you see here. And once I'm done, I will meet you right here. So I went ahead and added our logo, our navigation for the camp that takes us to our homepage. The experience takes us to our experience page. The blog will take us to the blog page. Events takes us to the events. And for the policies, I created the link, but they don't take you anywhere because those are the pages that are not that important, and you could create them yourselves if you wanted to. But they don't stop us from continuing with this tutorial. And finally, we added the copy here. Once you have done that, go ahead and click Publish. And in the past, in Users Permission Roles, if you navigate to Public, we already gave find permissions here, where we are able to make a call to this API endpoint to get all of our data. Make sure that it's still selected and click Save. And now in our Next.js application, we could navigate to our client folder, sources, app folder. Let's go to the layout. And if we navigate to the loader, we already have Get Global Settings loader that we have created. Let's go ahead and go to this loader, which is found in Data, Loaders, and you're going to see it here on the bottom of the page. Here, we already created our header, and we need to add our populate logic for the footer. You can find it in the resources, in the notes, in section 4, building our footer, and you're going to see this code snippet. Go ahead and copy it. And this is basically telling Strapi all the items that we want to populate, which we already discussed in the past. If you have questions on populate and filtering, you could always ask in the comments. So back in our loaders page, I'm going to go ahead and paste it in. So now that we have the footer populate logic, if we navigate back to our main layout, we already console log in all of our data. So we should be able to see our footer in our response. Taking a look at our response, notice that we are getting our footer data. So let's go ahead and destructure it. So here, we're going to say footer, and we're going to get our data from footer. That's coming from our response here. We could delete this console log because we no longer need it. And here, we could destructure our footer, and we'll just console log our footer to make sure that we still have it, which I know we will. And now we're going to move on to creating our footer component to be able to pass our footer data. But if we take a look at the console log, we still see our footer data, which is fantastic. By the way, you're probably wondering how come in a previous screen, my VS Code had green border and now I have yellow border. And that's because while recording this tutorial, I actually lost half of my recorded files and I had to go back and re-record the video, which is, oh my gosh. You're also going to notice that in the previous snippet, we saw that we used not found here. When working in a layout or especially a root layout, you don't have access to the not found hook. So instead, we're just throwing an error if we are not able to get any data from our global settings. With that being said, let's continue. In our notes in section 4, building the footer, you're going to see the snippet for the footer component. Go ahead and copy it. Now, in our project, let's navigate to our layout folder and create a new file called footer.tsx and paste it in. And what we're doing here is we're getting our footer data, which is going to have access to our logo, our navigation item, our policies, and our copy text. For our logo, we're using our Strapi image to display the image. For our navigation, because it's an array, we're mapping through all the items and displaying the links that are in that array. We are doing a similar thing to our policies. And here we're just displaying our copy with the current full year. Now that we have this component, let's go ahead and use it. Back in your layout.tsx file, we are going to go ahead and import our footer component and pass in your footer data. And just make sure that you do have all the imports. And I'm not sure why it auto-imported it and got them out of order, but this is how we're going to do it. Once everything is done in your layout, you should see your header, your children, and your footer. So I'm going to go ahead and save this completed code so you could have it as reference. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add here final code for layout.tsx file so you could have it as reference. Even though you have the whole project, I also want to make sure that you have these notes. Taking a look at our homepage, not only do we have our top navigation now, we also have our footer here with all of its data, which is pretty cool. And as we navigate to the experience, notice that our footer changes colors. And if you scroll down, we have all of our items, including the bottom footer that we just created. Pretty awesome. Now that we have our landing page, our experience page complete, we could move down working on our blog section. All right, now we're going to start by building out our blog page. And we're going to start with the basics. We're going to first start by building out this featured article section. Then we're going to create the subscribe to our newsletter section. And then eventually we'll get to being able to show all of our featured articles. But for now, this is where we're going to start. Taking a look at those two sections, we are going to create them as blocks, something that we already covered in previous sections. That way it's going to give us the ability to dynamically allow our user to choose what blocks that they want. So we're going to create the two new blocks. First one is going to showcase the featured article. It's going to have our heading, our text, our call to action button, and our image. And then we're going to create another block to manage the data for subscribe our newsletter, where our user will be able to change the heading, the text, the placeholder text here, and the subscribe button text here. Maybe you want to say, click now or sign up today, whatever it is, you'll be able to update it from your Strapi admin. So with that being said, let's jump into our Strapi admin and start building out our featured article block. So back in our Strapi admin, if we navigate to our content type builder, you're going to see that we have our blocks section where we have a hero section and an info block. So let's add our new block into this block section. We're going to click create new component, and it's going to be called featured article. And we're going to put it inside our blocks category. Let's click continue. Taking a look at our featured article section here, we're going to have a headline. We're going to have our excerpt or our text. We're going to have our image and our link. So let's add these now. For a headline, we're going to select the text field. And here we're going to type headline. And it's going to be short text. Let's click add another field. Now we're going to select rich text markdown for our excerpt. And we're going to call it excerpt. Now let's click add another field. We're going to scroll down to our components and we're going to say use existing component. Let's click select component and we're going to use our link for our call to action. And we're going to call this link. And it's going to be a single component because we only want one call to action button. And finally, let's click add another field and add our image, which is going to be the media. We're going to select single media. We're going to call it image. And under advanced settings, let's only select images. Click finish. And here you could see that we have our featured article block with the headline, our excerpt, our link, and our image. Now let's go ahead and click save. Now navigate to your page collection type. Currently, we only have these two blocks. Let's go ahead and add a new block to this page. I'm going to click the plus icon, use existing component. We're going to scroll to blocks and select featured article, click finish, and save. Nice. Now let's navigate back to the bottom here and create new component. And we're going to work on our subscribe email component. I'm just going to call it subscribe. And that's going to be in our blocks section. Click continue. Our subscribe block is going to have 4 elements: our headline, our content, our placeholder text, and our button text. So let's go ahead and add it. I'm going to click the text field, keep it short, and it's going to be headline. Click add another field. Again, we're going to select text. We're going to make this long text, and we're going to call this content. Click add another field. We're going to select text. We're going to keep it a short text, and this is going to be our placeholder text. Awesome. Let's click add another field, and again, select text, short text, and this is going to be button text. And click finish. And this is exactly what you should have in our subscribe blog, headline content placeholder, and button text. That looks great, so go ahead and save. After everything is saved, navigate back to page, and let's add it to our blocks. We're going to select our component, check subscribe, and finish. Let's go ahead and save. Nice. Now that we have the 2 new blocks, let's go ahead to our content manager, pages, and we're going to create a new page to represent our blog page. This page is going to be based on our Figma file. So we have 2 sections that we're going to start with, the featured blog and this subscribe to our newsletter section. So in Strapi, I'm going to create a new entry. We're going to call this blog, and I'm going to say this is our blog page, and we're going to refresh for our slug, and let's add our first component. Now that we have our new blocks, we're going to start with the featured article. So let's base it based on our Figma file. So I'm going to grab the title, paste it in. Next, we're going to do our excerpt, which is going to be the snippet here. And I'm going to edit. Then we have our image. So let me grab this image and let's add it here. In our assets, I'm going to add more assets, upload the file that I just downloaded from Figma. And for the link, this is going to be a link to our article. At the moment, we don't have this blog post. So I'm just going to add a placeholder. It'll say read more. But for href, we're just going to send it home. Now that this is done, let's add our next block, which is going to be our subscribe section. Let's go ahead and base it on our Figma design. So we have subscribe to our newsletter is the heading. For our content, we have this text snippet. For a placeholder, we're going to say enter your email. And the button's going to say subscribe. Perfect. Now that we have this all set, we're going to go ahead and publish. We haven't yet created these blocks in our Next.js application. This is something that we would have to do. But for now, if you refresh the blog page, notice that we're no longer sent to not found because this page does exist. We're just not rendering the blocks because we don't have those components yet in our Next.js application. So let's go ahead and create those first. So in our notes, navigate to section 5, building out the blog page. Check out the README file, and you're going to have all the code snippet. We're going to start by adding this to our loader. We are going to use the same loader that we have get page by slug. We're just going to update it to include these 2 new blocks, our featured article block that we just created and our subscribe block. So go ahead and grab this snippet, and in your project, let's navigate to our client folder, source, go to data, loaders, and we're going to find the query for get page by slug, because that's how we're going to get our blog page. And now let's go ahead and expand this page by slug query. And if we take a look, we have our filters for the different blocks. So far, we're including the hero section and the info block. We want to add that snippet we just copied that has our featured article block and our subscribe block. This will tell Strapi that we want to make sure that we populate that data when making the call to our page's endpoint. This should remain the same. Now let's navigate to our app folder, to our slug folder, page.tsx file. And you notice that we're calling that loader get page by slug, and we're able to get our data here. And it's going to call our block renderer method to decide which blocks to display. So let's go into our block renderer, and notice that we currently have just 2 blocks. So we need to create our featured article block and our subscribe block. So in our notes, if you keep scrolling, you're going to see the code snippet for the featured article. So go ahead and copy it. And inside your project, in the blocks folder, create a new file and call it featuredarticle.tsx and paste our code snippet. This is going to take our article data, which includes the headline, the link, the excerpt, and the image. This is exactly what we see here, our heading, excerpt, image, and link for call to action. Now that we have the featured article component, it's expecting featured article props. You can find all the types for both the featured article props and the subscribe props here in the notes. And this basically defines the structure of the object that our data expects. So in your code, navigate to types.tss file. And here you're going to see we have our blocks for hero section, our info block. Go ahead and add our 2 new blocks, which was featured article and subscribe. Now that we added here at the bottom, we need to make sure that we add them here in our component type. So we're going to say it could be either a featured article or subscribe. And we also have to update it here in the block types. Perfect. Now that everything's all set, when we navigate back to our featured article block, TypeScript is going to stop complaining. So now let's create our subscribe element. Here, scroll down in our notes until you get to subscribe component. Go ahead and copy it. Perfect. Let's, in our blocks folder, create a new file called subscribe.tsx. And let's go ahead and paste the code snippet. And here, right now, so far, we just have a basic headline, our content, a basic input, and a submit button to submit the form, which we're going to handle in the next section. But for now, we just want to make sure that we could render our content. Now that we have our 2 new blocks, let's go to our block renderer, and we're going to add our featured article block and our subscribe block. Make sure that you import them here at the top to make sure that you have access to them. Now that this is done, our block renderer has all the blocks that it expects Strapi to have. So now in our square bracket slug folder, our dynamic route in the page.tsx file, this block renderer should render all the blocks based on our response. So let's check out our front end. Looking at our front end, notice that we now have our featured article post and our subscribe form, which is pretty cool. Before creating the block section that you see here for our featured articles and working on that, let's take a look how we could submit our form here to get our data. All right, before we create our endpoint, we do have to create a collection type to store that data that we're going to get. So let's navigate to our content type builder, and we're going to create a new collection type, and we are going to call it newsletter sign ups. And let's click continue. And we're just going to have one field in here, which is going to be the email field here. And we're just going to say email. You could add additional information, but for now, we're going to keep it simple. So click finish. So now we have a collection type for email. Let's click save. And now let's navigate to settings. Go to users permissions plugin, roles. Let's take a look at public. And we could navigate to our newsletter sign up. And all we want to do is enable create field here. And if you scroll to the top, we'll see the endpoint where we're able to make requests to submit the data. So let's go ahead and save. So here in my VS Code, I have an extension for Postman, and we're going to make a post request to our endpoint, which is going to be at HTTP localhost 1337. And our endpoint that we are able to access our collection type. And we did enable create functionality, so we could make a post request now. So let's go to the body. We're going to say raw, and it's going to be JSON. And we're going to pass a JSON object where it's going to take our data. And because we only have one field that's called email, that's the data we're going to pass. I'm going to say test at email.com. And when I click send, notice that it's going to go ahead and create that entry in our Strapi application. We could see it here. We could see status of 200. And if we jump back into our Strapi app, go ahead to your newsletter signups, you're going to see this test email that I created. And prior to this, I did another test. So we know that our endpoint works. We know that we're able to pass our data to Strapi. So now let's jump into our Next.js application, learn about server's actions so we could hook up the functionality that allows the user to sign up for the newsletter using our form. Before we do that, let's take a quick look at the Next.js documentation. This is a great place for you to use as reference to learn more about different functionality that Next.js has. So we're going to take a look at creating server actions and creating mutations. You could define a server action inside your page.tsx file with a function where you pass a flag called useServer. We're actually going to do this in a different file, but I just want to call out this example. And as we scroll down a little bit down, you're going to see that after you create a action, you could either pass it as a prop if it's a client component. In our case, it's going to be a server component. So we'll be able to import it from our external file. And then we just create a form, which is going to use our action to be able to handle the form submission. And if we scroll down a little bit more and take a look at some examples, you could pass additional arguments into your server action using the bind method, but you could also do it by having an input field, and you'll be able to get the data from the form data based on the name. And we're going to see this in action in just a little bit. And if you wanted to pass hidden data, you could add an additional input type with the value hidden that could pass the data like the user ID, or you could do it via this bind method. Both approaches will work. So let's jump into the code and build our first server action. Back in VS Code in our client folder, let's navigate to source, our app folder, our data folder, and here we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it actions.ts. This is where we're going to put our server action. And let's navigate to the top, go to the resources, under notes, to the section, our first server action. Let's check out the README. And here we have the basic structure of our first action. And for now, all we're going to do is see if we could trigger this action and console log our email that we're passing in our form. So for now, let's go ahead and copy this code snippet. Let's jump back into our actions folder and paste it in. Now that we have our action, which is going to have access to our form data that we're going to get from our form, and then the goal is to be able to see the email field that we are trying to submit through this console log. Now that we have our subscribe action server action back in our project, let's navigate to our components, and the component that we want is found in our blocks. We're going to go to the subscribe.tsx file. And here we have our form. So the first thing I'm going to do is import the action. So here on the top, I'm going to say import the name of our action, and that's going to come from @data actions. Now that we have our subscribe action, we are able to use it in our form. So here, I'm going to say action, and we're going to pass our subscribe action form. And notice that we have our name email. And this is how you're going to get your data from your form into your form action data. Whenever this form gets submitted, there's going to be form data passed along, which is going to use the name attribute as the key. So now we know that we have our input that's going to be tied to our email based on this name. We have our submit button. Whenever we click the submit, this form action is going to fire, and we should see the console log of the email that we enter in the form. And the most important part, before we submit our form, make sure that you say use server to specify that you want this to function as an action. As we could see here in the documentation, when defining a server action, we want to specify the use server flag. So here I have my application already running. So when we submit our form, we should see the console log coming from our server action. So I'm going to go ahead, say test@email.com, click subscribe. And when we look here, we see our output, our first server action, and we see that we're getting our data, test@email.com, which is coming from our form, which is pretty awesome. Just a quick overview, we specified use server to signify that this is going to be a server action, and we were able to get our email based on the name attribute from our form data. We're able to extract it using form data.getEmail, and we console logged our email. So now in the next step, what I want to do is I want to add some basic validation just to make sure and validate that folks are passing their email. To do validation, we're going to use a library called Zod. This will allow us to check if the email or the schema matches the specified response that we're expecting. We could go to installation, and all we need to do is just run the command npm install Zod or yarn add Zod or pnp add Zod, depending on what you're doing. We're sticking with yarn. And in my terminal, I'm going to go ahead and install Zod. Once Zod is installed, I'm going to restart my front-end application. And so back in the action here on the top, after use server, let's import Zod, and we're going to go ahead and use it. The first thing we're going to do is define a schema that's going to say, hey, what are we looking to check? So we're going to have a subscribe schema that's going to check that email has to be a string and it has to be an email. If you don't provide a valid email, we're going to throw this message says, hey, please enter a valid email address. And here in our server action, we're going to use our schema to check for validated fields. So we are taking a schema from our above, doing save parse, and we're passing our email. And on our validated fields, we are going to be able to check if validate field is not successful. Let's return our Zod errors. And here we are console logging an error to see what error we get and for what field, because you might have multiple fields in your forms. So now let's go ahead and rerun this. Now, because we're returning an item, and this is something we didn't cover, our subscribe form is going to complain a little bit, which we're going to fix in just a second. But for now, let's just go ahead and see if we could console log our error that we are getting. So here, I'm just going to type gibberish, click subscribe. And this is going to complain because we are doing client-side validation. For time being, I'm just going to disable it. So let me disable this for now and say text. And let's try submitting our form again. Taking a look at our console here. Notice that we see our error message that says, please enter a valid email address. And that's coming from our server action. And if you take a look at our actions, we could see this is where we did our console log. And because we are not passing the valid structure for the email, we are getting this console log because we have an invalidated field in our schema. So now if I pass the correct email, we should not see this console log here. So let's go test@email.com, click subscribe. Let's take a look at our console. Instead of getting our errors like we did before, notice here we just get our input from our form, which is the correct test@email.com structure. Now that we know that our server-side validation works, let's take a look how we could access the Zod error in our client component. And by the way, don't forget that Next.js documentation is your friend and use it as a resource. So if you scroll down for a little bit, we're going to see that we have a client component, and that's exactly what we're doing in our current form. And we want to be able to get our server action error from our server action. And to accomplish that, we're going to use state that we're going to be able to get from use action state hook. So let's see how we can do this. First thing we're going to do in our subscribe.txt component, we're going to import use state action. Next, we are going to define our initial state, and our initial state is going to have our Zod errors. We're also going to eventually check for Strapi errors, and we're also going to have error message and success message to specify to the user if our form submitted. Now that we're passing in use action state and we have our initial state, we have to update how we handle our action here. So we're going to use our use action state, which is going to take in our subscribe action, and in return, we're going to have access to our form state. and our form action. And for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to console.log our form state. And I'm going to say this is our form state coming from our use action state. And now what we want to do here in our actions, instead of passing subscribe action, we're going to pass our modified action, which is our form action. To fix our TypeScript complaining, we need to jump back into our actions and we need to specify our previous state, and that's going to be any, and that's coming from our form. Notice how we're passing our initial state, and that's going to be available in our previous state argument that we just passed into our actions. So you could go ahead now, update our example where in our return statement, we're going to return our previous state. Now, when we jump back into our form, notice that our TypeScript error disappeared. And now we are able to get our form state from our server action, which is going to include our error from our validation from Zod. So let's take a look at this in action. So now back in our application, let's do some gibberish, click subscribe. Let's take a look at our console log. And because now we're getting our console log on the client, we should be able to see it. So let's inspect element, go to console, and notice we're getting our object. This is our form state coming from our use action state, but notice how it's available on the client. And notice how now we're able to see our Zod errors in the client. That means that we are successfully getting our form state from our subscribed action. And now we're able to visually show to the user the error that we're getting. So let's do that now. And as a reminder, you all have access to the repo of the completed project. So you could always take a look at the code examples and also taking a look at the notes here. Currently we are on section 6. If you take a look at the README, you're going to see that we just completed implementing our use form action, and you could see all the code snippets up to this point. So now we're going to continue working inside our subscribe.tsx file to be able to show our Zod errors. Now that we know that we're getting our form state, we could get our Zod errors from our form state that we're getting from our server action. And we're going to scroll down. We're going to show our error inline inside our placeholder. So we're either going to say show our Zod error or show our placeholder for now. And we're going to update the class name here to say if there are errors, go ahead and apply this class. Otherwise, apply nothing. So now let's check it out. Back in our application, if I try to submit the form without adding anything in, we're going to have an error. Please enter a valid address. If I provide a correct email structure, it's going to let us submit the form, which is awesome. If I try to provide gibberish and click subscribe, notice that we're getting, please enter a valid email address. Nice. Now that we know how to create a server action, how to pass state from our server action to our client component and display it to our users, let's jump in and take a look how to implement the logic in Strapi to actually be able to submit this form. So previously, we already tested our Strapi newsletter sign-up submission via Postman. We already took a look how to expose our endpoints under roles. We created public permission for our newsletter sign-up, and we gave create permission that allow us to make a post request to this endpoint. So now let's create the logic in our Next.js application to make the post request to this collection type. Inside our notes, going to section 6 in the README file, you're going to see the subscribe servers. This is what we're going to use. It's a basic fetch request that's making a post request to the endpoint that we already tested. So go ahead and copy the code snippet. And inside a project, inside a data folder, create a new file. We're going to call it services.ts and paste in our service here. Now let's go ahead and import our subscribe service into our action where we're going to call it. And I like to separate my actions from the business logic where I want my action to call a service that will do a certain thing. So right after validated fields, we're going to go ahead and call our subscribe service action. It's going to take the validated fields from our SAT validation because it's valid, and it's going to go ahead and call the subscribe service that makes that basic fetch request that we just went over. And let's make sure we import it at the top. So I'm going to say import subscribe service, and that's coming from our services. Nice. Now that we have this in place, we're going to have access to the response data. And we're going to check if there's no response data. Let's go ahead and return our previous state. We're going to return Strapi errors null because something else happened, has nothing to do with Strapi. We're going to return errors null because this means something is up with our server. And we're just going to return a generic message says, oops, something went wrong. Then we're going to continue. And here in our response data, we might have an error object that's specific to Strapi. If the error object exists, that means that we have a Strapi error. So we're going to go ahead and return that Strapi error so we could have access to it on our front end and show that error to our user. Everything else is going to remain the same. And for the error message for generic, we're going to say failed to subscribe. But if there is no errors, we're just going to go ahead and return our previous state, no errors whatsoever, and we're just going to return a success message to be able to show to our users. And we could remove this console log. So one more time, going over our action, we're getting our email from our form data. We're using Zod to validate that data. If there are issues, we're going ahead and returning the Zod errors and displaying them to our user. Otherwise, let's go ahead and call our subscribe service. Our subscribe service makes a basic fetch request to our Strapi endpoint at API newsletter signups, which is going to go ahead and make a post request to add that email to our Strapi collection types. If the response data is not successful, something's up with our service or our server, so we're returning a generic message saying, oops, something went wrong, please try again. If there is an error object on the response, that means that error is coming from Strapi, so we go ahead and return a Strapi specific error and saying, error message, failed to subscribe. And maybe this could be triggered if we try to submit a form with an email that has already been submitted. And if there's no issues and everything is successful, we're going to return the successful message to a user. So finally, let's go ahead back to our subscribe.tsx file and update it to include the Strapi errors here. So let's navigate here to the form state where we had Zod errors. We now have access to our Strapi errors. So we're going to get those errors from our form state and just get the message. Then let's create a generic error message, which is going to take into account either show Strapi errors, either show Zod errors, or any other message that we return. We also want to take into account our success message that we have that's being returned if the request was made successfully. And finally, let's update our form here. So now in the placeholder, instead of Zod errors, we're going to say we could either have error message, or we could have a success message, or our placeholder. And here, instead of Zod errors, we're just going to say if there's any error messages. So now this should take into account not only our error messages from Zod, but also our Strapi errors. So let's test out our form. In Strapi here, just to make things simpler, I'm going to go to my newsletter signups and I'm just going to delete everything. So we're starting nice and fresh. So notice how we have no submissions made. So now I create next app. Let's go ahead and navigate to a form. And first thing, I'm going to just put some gibberish. And we know that we're going to get our validation error, which is perfectly fine. Now let's add paul@email.com. When we click subscribe, notice we get a message, successfully subscribed. We navigate back to Strapi and refresh. Notice we have paul@email.com. Now let's go to our content type builder and check our newsletter sign up. Click on the pencil icon to add an email, and we're going to go to advanced settings. So what we want to make sure is that this is a unique field. So a user with the same email can't submit the form twice. So I'm going to click on here. I'm going to click finish and click save. Now back in our app, let's try this again, paul@email.com. And this should trigger a Strapi error. So let's see if that works. Click subscribe, and notice we get failed to subscribe. But instead of failed to subscribe, it should show our Strapi error. And I noticed the mistake when I was getting form state Strapi errors. It's not returning an array, it's just returning the message. So go ahead and fix this by just doing Strapi errors.message. So now when we navigate back, notice we get the correct Strapi error. This is so cool. We took a look how to create a basic form submission in Next.js using server actions and posting our data to our Strapi backend. Now our users are able to leave their email for our email sign-up form. In the next section, we're going to move on building out our blog details page, which is going to show our whole complete blog to our user. There's additional blocks that we're going to create both in Strapi and in our Next.js, but it should be fairly straightforward because we already are familiar with the process. We're going to create those blocks in Strapi to represent our blog data, and then we're going to add them to our block renderer in our Next.js project to be able to render that data to the user. So I'm really excited. Go ahead, take a quick break, drink some more tea or coffee, or just go for a walk, and I'll see you in a few minutes. So before we continue, I just want to give a quick overview of what we're going to focus on next. So we are working on our blog page, and we completed our featured article, are subscribed to our newsletter, and now we have this section which has our blog post. Before working on this section, we're actually going to work on the individual articles first. So if I click on Ride the Wave, we are taken to the article details page, which has the hero section on top, has the basic description with the links that take you to all individual sections. And then we have our blog post that has couple of different sections with paragraph and image, of course, the heading, just the text, just the image, and so on. And so we're going to work on building out these sections. So taking a look at our Strapi backend, we're going to create this article collection type. And let's take a look at the article we just looked at, Ride the Wave. This is how we're going to structure our content. Our initial page is going to have a title, description, the slug, the image. Is this a featured article, and who the author is? Then we're going to add additional blocks, including the heading block, which is going to represent the heading to our website, our paragraph with image, which is going to have the content. Is it reversed? Is it in landscape mode or portrait mode? We're going to have a component just for the paragraph and a component just for the full image. So we're going to start by creating these 4 components first in Strapi before jumping into our Next.js code and creating them there. So taking a look at our Figma file, in our single blog post section, we're going to scroll down and we're going to start with the basics. We're going to start with the heading component and this text component. So navigate back to Strapi. Go ahead to your content type builder. So in the sidebar, navigate to create new component. And we're going to start with our heading component. We're going to call it heading. And it's going to be part of our blocks. And click continue. Our heading component is just going to have a simple text for the heading. Let's add another field. And then we also going to have another text field. We're going to call it link ID. And this will allow us to add IDs to our sections. So when you click on the section that you want to see, we'll be able to scroll to it automatically. So those are the only fields we need. So we're going to click finish and click Save. Now let's go click Create another component. And we're going to call this component Paragraph. And this is going to represent our paragraph text in a blog post. We're going to click Select Enter Value here for the category. Again, it's going to be part of our blocks. Click Continue. And this is just going to take rich text. We're going to use Markdown. That's my favorite format to use for blog posts. And we're going to call this Content and click Finish. That's all we need, just a rich text field for Markdown called Content. So go ahead and click Save. Next, let's navigate back to the bottom, create new component, and we're going to create another component to represent our full images. We're going to call it Full Image. Again, it's going to be part of our blocks, and we're going to click Continue, and all it's going to take is our media. We're going to keep it single. We're going to call it Image, and under Advanced Settings, under Select Allow Types for Media, we're just going to only include the images. Back to basic settings, everything else looks good, so let's click Finish and click Save. And finally, let's work on this paragraph image section next. And we're going to have a couple of different fields because we either want to specify that the image is either on the left or the right, and also if the image is vertical or more of a portrait mode. So back in our Strapi application, navigate to create new component. And again, make sure you're in the content type builder. Clicking on create new component, we're going to call it paragraph with image. And again, it's going to be part of our blocks. Click continue. And the first item we're going to have is our actual content. So we're going to select rich text markdown and we're going to call it content. Click add another field. Next, we're going to have our image. So we're going to select our media field, single image. We're going to call it image for consistency. In advanced settings, once again, only select the images, back to basic, looks good. Add another field. Now we're going to add a Boolean and it's going to be called reversed. And this is, are the images reversed? And under advanced settings, we're going to set default to false. Going back to basic settings, everything looks good. Let's add another field. This is going to be another Boolean, and this is going to represent if the image is in landscape. So we're going to call it image landscape, just like this. And in advanced settings, we're going to say true. And in basic settings, double check image landscape, everything looks good, and click finish. So our paragraph with image has our content, our image, reverse Boolean, image landscape. Click save. So we just created 4 new blocks, and now we're able to create our article collection type. So now let's click on create new collection type, and we're going to call it article and click continue. Our article is going to have a title field. We're going to use text, say title for the name, and it's going to be short text. Now let's add another field. Again, we're going to go with a text field, but it's going to be long text. We're going to call this description. Now let's click add another field. We're going to use UI ID field, and this is going to be for our slug. So we're going to call it slug, and that's going to be associated with the title. And finally, let's add another field. It's going to be our text. We're going to keep it short text, and that's going to represent our author's name. And then let's finally add our image, add another field. We're going to say media, single image. We're going to call it image. And again, in the advanced settings, we're just going to choose only image formats are allowed. And now let's go back to basic settings. That looks great. And finally, let's add another field. This is going to be a Boolean, and this is the article featured. So we could have it as a featured article. And under advanced settings, we're going to set it as false. By default, they're not going to be featured. And click finish. So we just created a title field, description field, slug, author, image, and features. Now we want to add our blocks to our article. So we're going to create another field, and it's going to be our dynamic zone. And we're going to call it blocks. So now let's add components to our zone. And we're going to use existing components. And we're going to go to our blocks section. And we want to include paragraph with the image, our hero section, our heading, full image, and that's all we need. So let's click finish. And so now you have your article page with these available blocks: paragraph with image, hero section, heading, and full image. And these are the blocks that are going to represent this data that we see in our single blog post view. Now that we have that, just make sure that you click save. And if you go to our content manager, you're now able to add some articles. So let's go ahead and add our first article. The first article, I'll do it with you, but I want you on your own add another 3 additional articles. So you would have 4 in total. And I'm just going to select the data from this article that we have here in our Figma file. I'm going to start by copying the title and adding it as my title. Refresh the slug to get the slug. Now I'm going to go ahead and copy the description, and I'm going to paste it in. For author, I'll do Paul Bratz. Is this a feature article? We're going to say true. And let's add an image, and I'm just going to use an existing image that I have here. Click. After selecting the image, click finish. So now I have the first part that is done. So now let's go ahead and add our blocks. So we're starting with our heading, materials. So I'm going to select my heading, and I'm going to say materials, and link ID is going to be materials. Now that we have a heading, let's add another block. And if we take a look at our Figma file, this is going to be our paragraph with image. So I'm going to go ahead and select all the text for that. And I'm going to select paragraph with image. And inside here, I'm going to paste in the text. We want this surfboard image. So I'm going to snag it from here. And I'm going to just save it to my desktop for now. And then I'm going to go ahead and add it here to my blog post. We'll put it under assets, add more assets, browse my files. I just saved it to desktop. So I'm going to go ahead, select it and open, upload to the library and finish. Reverse this false. Is this image landscape? We're going to say true. Now that we have this first section, let's go to the next. Now we need to add another heading. So in my Strapi app, add another block. We're going to choose heading, and it's going to be design considerations, and link ID is going to be considerations. Let's add another block. Let's take a look at Figma here. This is now our text only. So I'm going to go ahead, copy it. I'm going to select my paragraph and add my text. And I'm just going to format it here a little bit. And I'm going to add the bullet points in Markdown is with the dash, just like so. And you could hit the preview button to see what it looks like. This looks good. Now that we have our considerations section, let's go ahead and add our image only. I'm going to go ahead and get this image. I'm going to call it surfing. Save it on my desktop for easy use. Back in Strapi, let's go ahead and add another block. We're going to select our full image. And in our full image block, we're going to go ahead and upload that new image that we just selected. So add more assets, browse files. In my desktop, I called it surfing. So I'm going to go ahead and add it, upload, and finish. Now that we have our image, we have our next section, which is our paragraph with image, but this time it's going to be in portrait mode with some text. So in Strapi app, add another component to our block. We're going to add paragraph with an image. But before that, we forgot to add our heading. So let's delete that. Let's add a heading first. And we're going to call it shaping process. For link ID, I'm just going to call it process. And now, once again, let's go ahead and add our paragraph with image. Let's add our text first. So I'm going to go ahead, copy this text and paste it in. And again, I'm just going to format it to look nice right here by adding the bulleted items. Nice, just like this. And of course, you could preview it by hitting the preview button. You could also expand the view to see both side by side. Nice. Now that this is done, let's add our image. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this image, save image as, called waxing. And then I'm going to go ahead and add it in Strapi in my assets, add more assets, browse files. We're going to select waxing, open, upload, finish. Is this reversed? This section is reversed. So we're going to say true. And is it in landscape mode? No, because it's in portrait mode. So we're going to say false. Nice. Now let's add the next section, starting with the heading. So here I'm going to add another component, heading. Go ahead, add the name. And I'm going to call the link customization. Let's add another component, and that's going to be just our text. So I'm going to select our text, copy. Back in our Strapi application, click the paragraph only, and let's add the text. Fantastic here. And next, we have another heading, testing and refinement. So let's go ahead and copy. Let's go ahead, add another component block, call it heading, add our heading. And for the link, I'm just going to say testing, add another component. This is going to be our image and text. I'm going to go ahead, copy the image first. So here I'm going to add my paragraph with image. Let's add our text first. Nice. And then let's reverse this false. Image landscape is true. And let me just get this image of surfboards. I think we already added it to Strapi. So let's take a look. Look at our assets. Nope, didn't add it yet. Let me go ahead, grab it from here. And you can actually download the image by getting it from the export here, and it will download it to your folder as well. So I'm going to open it. Once it's downloaded, let's go ahead and pull it. So add more assets, browse files. I already moved it to my desktop and renamed it. I called it Surfboards Inline. Click open, upload asset, and finish. Nice. And that was our final section. Excellent. So we have created and added our first blog post. So let's go ahead, click publish to publish our items. Now that we have our single blog post, what I want you to do is go ahead, add another 4 articles. That way we have 4 articles and each article is already filled. That way we could work on not only showing our detail page, but in later sections, taking a look how to show all of our posts on one page. And once you added all your articles, we're going to continue building out the blog page by adding our article cards that we could navigate to our single detail page. So let's jump in and do that now. So I went ahead and finished up adding the rest of the articles. Now that we have our articles in place, we could go into settings, in users permission under roles, under public, make sure that you enable find and find one permissions that we're going to use to get the articles. And if you take a look at the find permission, you could see that we could make a get request at API/articles to get our data. And that's what we're going to do in the next few sections while we build out our features article section with our cards. And before we do, don't forget to save, make sure that all your changes have been applied. So if we take a look at our Figma file, we are showing cards in multiple sections. For instance, we have our landing page where we have our cards for a blog article. We also showing those blog articles here in our blog page. But we also, if we take a look at our events page, have our card items as well, including the detail page. So why don't we create a generic wrapper component that can be pointed to an API and will load the specific data, regardless if it's our events or if it's our blogs. So this way we'll have one component that's going to get the data and we'll be able to display it in this grid format. In our project, currently we are getting our blog section here by going to our blog URL. And that is part of our dynamic pages here in Strapi where we have our pages. And in our Next.js application, we are able to access that page via dynamic route in our app folder under this log parameter in this page.tsx file. So we have this code here. But let's say I wanted to not just have the block renderer in the blog page, but add additional items. Like we see here in our blog page, we have our featured articles. And maybe this is something that we want to exclude from our dynamic pages. So what we could do instead in our Next.js application, we'll still keep our dynamic pages, but we're going to make a new page specifically for the blog. And before we do that, because it's going to be similar to this example, go ahead and copy it. So we're going to, in our app folder, create a new folder, and we're going to call it blog. And we're going to create a new file called page.tsx. Before pasting our code here, I'm just going to create a basic example here and say h1, this is the blog route. So by configuring it this way, this is going to override our matching route that we are passing here. Notice on our website, when I refresh, we see this is the blog route and we no longer see our dynamic pages. So now let's go ahead and paste in the code that we copied before. And instead of dynamic page route, we're going to specifically say this is the blog route. And this way we'll be able to continue and add our second section for our article list right underneath this block renderer. And all we're going to do is modify this. We're still going to use getPageBySlug, but we're going to specify that we just want the blog page here. So now when we refresh, everything is back to the way we had it before. So we see our blog content. But what's awesome, we are able to now add additional items on our page. And so what we'll be able to do is add an additional div here. And we're going to give it class name is going to be equal to our blog page. And we're just going to move the block renderer here in between the div. And so we're going to create a placement component here. We're going to make it a paragraph tag, blog list section will go here. Perfect. So now when we take a look, and I must have accidentally erased the blog here. So let me retype it here. So now when we go back, we see our content and we see this placeholder tag where we're going to add our new content list component to display all our entries. So let's start working on that next. So in our source folder, let's navigate to components and create a new file. And we're going to call it content list.tsx. And let's go ahead and paste in our code snippet. And we're going to be missing the article props and get content loader that we're going to do in just a moment. Go back to your README file and you're going to find the article prop types here. Go ahead and copy the example and navigate to your types.ts file. And right after the logo props, before content type, let's paste in the article props. So back in content list. Now let's go ahead and add the data loader. And then we'll walk through the code. So in the README file, navigate to the section that says get content loader. Let's go ahead and copy it. And this is following the basic pattern that we already established at the beginning when we started, is creating a function to get the content, which is going to take the base URL, have the query param search, and then use our fetch API component that we created. So let's navigate to our loaders.ts file. and add it after I get global settings. Now that we have the content list, we are able to use it. But before we do, what are we doing? Well, we have our loader that's going to be responsible to load the data. We want to make it dynamic where we're able to just pass the path to an endpoint. It could be articles, and we're also going to reuse it when we're going to get our events. Then in our content list component, our content list has a component prop, which we are able to pass a component that we could use. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're going to have a card component. So when we map through our articles, we're going to use our card component to display that data. And what's awesome, you could pass any other component that you want. You could have a card component that's styled differently, and you'll be able to pass it as a prop into this content list to reuse it. So now that we have our content list, before we use it, we need to create our card component that we're going to pass into this list as a prop. So navigate to your README file. You're gonna notice at the top here, we have a card component. Go ahead and copy the code snippet. And inside your component folder, let's create a new file, call it card.tsx, and paste in our card component code. And all it is just a regular React component that's going to take some props to display our card data to the viewer. And it requires a format date function to allow us format the date to a human readable format. And you can also find it inside the README file. So you'll see the snippet for format date. Go ahead and copy. Some people like to use libraries, but we're just going to create our own function here. So in your project, in the utils folder, create a new file called formatdate.ts. Go ahead and paste your snippet. Nice. Now that we have the card, let's update the import. I don't know why VS Code is not able to do it on its own. And now all the errors should be gone. And now we're able to use our card component and our content list component. So back in our blog page.tsx file, let's go ahead and import our newly created content list component. And we're also going to go ahead and import the card component with its types. We're going to go ahead and create a block card that's going to take in our card component, to which we're going to pass our base path for our blog, which is going to allow us to link to the appropriate page. So now let's use our new created component, content list, and it's going to take the following arguments. It's going to have a headline. We're going to say, check out our latest article. The path, this is what's going to be passed to our loader. It's going to be articles. And the component we're going to pass is our block card. And the reason why we did this general content list component that allows you to fetch data from any particular path and also take a component as a prop is that you could create any type of different card to have different styling or show different data that you could interchange with this content list renderer. Now that everything is done, when we scroll to the bottom, we're going to see our articles. And in the next section, we're going to take a look how to add the search bar and the pagination. What's awesome with this approach, we also want to showcase our articles on our landing page. So let's go ahead and see how easily we could add that there. All we're going to do is we're going to go to our root page.tsx file found in our app folder. Once there, we're going to add a wrapper div, move our block renderer inside. Now we're going to add another div, and we're going to add class name container. And we're going to copy the content list component implementation that we had on our blog page, and we're going to add it in our home route. And at the top here, don't forget to import your content list component. And let's import our card. And then before the home route component, let's go ahead and create our block card component that's going to extend our card by passing the base path that we want. And the reason why we're doing it this way, because you might be fetching data from events, and this could be base path events, something we're going to do in the future. Now, when we navigate to our landing page and scroll to the bottom, you're going to see that we have our latest articles, which is kind of cool. And the one better improvement, we are actually repeating this in a couple of different places. So I'm going to kind of remove this from here, remove this import, and I'm also going to go back to our blog page.tsx file because we're doing same thing here. I'm going to remove this as well. And what we're going to do instead is move that into its own component. So inside our components folder, let's create a new file called blog card.tsx. And we're going to paste in that code snippet that we had here. We're going to export it. And what we need to do now is import our card component and its types. Perfect. And now what we're able to do, we're just going to be able to import our blog card directly. Blog card. And we're going to do the same thing in our blog route section. So go ahead, import the blog card component. Nice. And if you refresh, everything still works. We have our blog section on our landing page, but we also have our blog section here in our blog page. This is fantastic. And just small quick refactor here. I did hard code the value here. Since we have this loader function, we are passing slug as an argument. Let's keep it that same way. And instead, we're going to pass it here inside the loader by saying blog. And because we're not getting the params anymore, we could delete this here. And if we take a look, everything still should work as expected. Nice. So here on our blog page, we're going to show all of our articles. But on our landing page, we actually want to go ahead here at the bottom, show our featured articles and maybe just the top 3. So here in our Strapi dashboard, navigating to our content manager under articles, notice that each article has a featured toggle if it's featured or not. So let's go ahead and select few articles to be featured. So I'm just going to have the first 3 are featured and the last one, we're just going to say false. So now we have some featured articles and some non-featured articles. So let's see how we could query our data and filter based on the featured article. To accomplish that, navigate to your root page.tsx file where we are getting our articles and displaying them on our home route. Instead of check out our latest, we're going to update it, check out our featured articles. And to display or filter it on our featured articles, we're going to pass a flag, which is going to be a Boolean called featured. So we're going to have to add that in our content list. So let's see how we could make these changes. Navigate to your content list component. And inside the content list props, we want to make sure that we add featured as a type, which is Boolean. And I already went ahead and done that. We're also going to do the same thing here in the loader, which will be optional. So we're going to do featured ? And it's going to be a Boolean. And this is something we're going to pass into getting content. So we're going to say featured. Now we'll fix this in just a moment, but just navigate to the content list because this is our new prop that we're passing. Make sure that you reference it here. After path, we're going to say featured. And we're going to pass it to our loader, which is then going to be consumed here in our get content. So now that we have a featured Boolean, we need to update get content to allow us to filter our data based on the featured item. So let's go ahead to our get content loader and let's add our prop, which again is optional and is a Boolean. And here after sorts, we're going to add a new key filters, and don't forget to put a comma here. And then we're just going to do a check. If featured Boolean exists, go ahead, set our filters to equal featured. If this is true, it's going to return our filtered items. So now that this is done, if we go back to our homepage and navigate down, we only see 3 items because they're featured. If we go to the blog, it's going to show us all of the items, which is all of these 4 posts that we created. So if I go in Strapi and let's say under articles, I will make this one false and publish. When we go back to our homepage and navigate to the bottom, we're going to see only 2 items because those are the 2 items that are featured. But I'm going to go ahead and set this back to true and refresh, and notice now we have the 3rd post. Nice. So now we have the landing page only showing our featured articles, where our blog page is showing all of our articles. What we want to do now is we want to add search and pagination, and this is something we're going to do next. So now we're going to start by adding the search bar to the top of our articles and a pagination here at the bottom. So let's jump into VS Code. In VS Code, we're going to navigate to our resources, take a look at the notes, and we're working on section 8, which is adding search and pagination. Go ahead and open the README file, and you'll see all the code snippets that we need. We're going to start working through the search component. By the way, if you're interested in learning more, when I was first starting with Next.js, I learned about how to set up Next.js and pagination from their documentation. You could check out this link that I showed. To help us accomplish that, we're going to use Next.js APIs called useSearchParam, usePathName, and useRouter. And so let's first create the search file, take a look at the code, and go from there. So in my project, I'm going to go ahead and copy the search component code with all of its helpful comments to help us to remind us what each step does. Then inside of our client project, in source, in components, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it search.tsx. I'm going to go ahead and paste the code in. And now let's quickly go over the code. We are going to use the bounce callback. So if you haven't installed it yet, go ahead and do so. And this is going to help us to make our search a little bit more performant from the standpoint when we're typing our keys and updating the state. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to clear my terminal, and I'm going to do yarn add use the bounce. Now that it's added, I'm going to restart my server by running yarn dev, and then I'm going to close this window for now. And so we're going to take a look at all of these use search params, use router, and use path name in detail in just a little bit, but let's go through the code. So we start with a simple input, and our input has an unchange called handle search. If we take a look at the handle search, we're using our use the bounce callback function, and inside we have our logic. The first thing we want to do is create a new URL search param with our initial search params. And this is where we're defining it to get started. Now that we have our params, we're setting page equals 1 because we're going to have pagination, and we always want to start on the first page. And term is going to come from our input, the thing that we want to search for. As you could see here, we're getting our value from our input, and that value is going to be our term, which is going to be a string. And if we have a term that we're passing, we're going to take our params, which are going to set our params in our URL bar in our browser. We're going to add the query, because that's what we're going to use to update our loader to allow us to search things based on the term. And we're going to get that term or a query that we want to make from our URL bar. And that's why we're using params to set it. If there's no term, we'll just delete it and keep it normal. Now that we have our params set with our pagination for initial page and a term if it exists, we're going to use replace, and that's what's going to update our URL in our browser to include all the initial parameters we need to have access to in order to pass them to the loader. So what this function does is we create params, we get our term, and append our query to our params, and then we use replace to replace it in the URL. And this will make more sense as we set this component up and walk and test it. But for now, I just want to give you that top overview. And by setting the URL in the browser bar, that's where we're going to pull the query term for our loader. So notice how this search component is not going to be directly tied to our loader, which I think is kind of cool. So if you're a little bit confused, it'll make sense in just a second. I just wanted to pre-emphasize this, just this big picture overview. So now let's navigate to our content list. This is where we're going to import our search component. So here at the top, I'm going to import search from, and that's going to be coming at components/search. So I want to make search optional. So inside our interface, we're going to add a prop called show search, and it's going to be a Boolean, and it's going to be optional. And inside our content list, go ahead, add show search flag. And then after here, under this H3, we are going to go ahead and add our search bar. And again, if show search prop is true, go ahead and show our search bar. By the way, you could always find the completed code in the README file. Now here, we're going to go ahead and see if our search bar is showing up and start in the next process to kind of understanding how this search is working and how we are going to pass the search params to our loader. And let me remove this extra slash here. All right. So refreshing our blog page, if we take a look, notice that our search bar is not showing up. And that's because we actually need to pass the flag to say, hey, we want to show the search bar. So navigate to your app folder, in a blog folder, page.tsx. Here in the content list, we're now able to add show search. And once we do, boom, notice we have our search bar. Now, remember all the stuff that I was telling you about setting the params in the URL bar? Like, what did that actually mean? Notice here on top, we have our URL bar, and we want to be able to pass our search terms into our URL bar, so then we could get them from the URL bar and pass it into our loader directly. And that way we don't have to worry about state. So notice if I start typing hello, notice our URL bar gets pre-filled. Once we have this information, and notice that our blog post didn't update, that's because we still yet to implement this logic, but at least we know that we're able to get our pagination and our search from our URL bar, and that's where we're going to get the data in order to be able to update our loader to show that. So quick recap, now that we know how this works, is by writing in our search bar, we're setting those parameters in our URL browser bar in order to take the query term and pass it to our loader in order to update our search. But now that we have a little bit of that context, let's review our search code once more. So again, in our search, just like we witnessed when I typed in the input, we used our onChange to get the value that's typed in the input. But once we have that value, we created new search params. We set our pagination to be default by 1. But when we have a term, we use the params.set method to set that term. And that's going to append that to our params. Then we use the replace method to replace the URL that we saw on top to include our pagination and our new params. That is what replace does, is when I type here, catch, it is replacing the above URL. And now that we have that, we are able to use that top URL to get our query params and pagination and pass it to the loader. So let's do that now. So now let's navigate to our blog folder, our page.tsx file. We're going to update page props because we're not using slug anymore. We're directly passing the name of the page to our loader. So we're going to update the interface to get the items that we need, which is going to be our search params, which is going to include the page and the query. So let's update this here with search params. Nice. And right before our loader, we're going to await our search params. This is available to us by default at Next.js, where we're able to get our params from the browser URL bar that we saw before to be able to get the data out. So in the previous search component, we were setting our page and our query. And so now we have access to that. So now that we have access to our page and query, let's go ahead and pass them to our content list component so we have access to them. And we're going to start with our query params because that's what we're going to use first. So once you have added the query prop, navigate to your content list. Make sure that in the interface, you already include the query, which I already had. If not, make sure you add that. Now that we have our query available, we're able to pass our query to our loader. So let's go ahead and do that. Again, make sure you add query so we could use it. Nice. And now we're going to pass our query to our loader. So now in the loader, we're going to get our query, which is going to be a string. And we're going to pass our query to our get content loader, which now we have to update. So let's go ahead and jump into our get content loader. And here we're going to add our query param, which is going to be optional and it's a string. And so right before line 148, after 147, we're going to pass our filter params. We're going to use an OR statement saying, hey, search the query based on the title of our blog post or the description. If we jump back into Strapi, take a look at our article, we have our title, description, and so we want to search our title and description for our keywords in order to search our blog post. So now that we passed in our string, we set up our filters. Let's see if that works. So now back in our blog page, let's navigate down and let's type catch. Notice we are able to search through our blog post. Let's try ride the waves. Boom, right there. Nice. So we have our basic search implemented and it works. And next, we're going to work on adding pagination. Now, because we made this search bar available via the props, if we navigate back to the camp, the main landing page, and scroll to the bottom, notice there is no search bar because I want to focus more on the featured articles here. But if you wanted to add the search bar, you could easily now do it just by updating the attribute. So if you were to navigate to our main page layout, which has our landing page data and our content list that shows our featured blog post, we could now just add show search. And now you have the search bar. Now, if you wanted this search to work, remember, we're pulling our params from the URL bar. So you would need to update this homepage to include our search params exactly how we did in our blog page. You would need to add the page props. You would need to get the query param from the landing page in order to have access to it and then pass it to the component. So I'll quickly show this example here so it's easier for you to kind of understand. So back in the main page, I would add my page props. Then I would go ahead and get them from my home route. Now that we have access to the search params, we could go ahead and use them. And then all we would do is we would pass our query to our content list. And now that everything is hooked up, our search will work here in the landing page as well. So if I type catch, notice that we're able to search. So this is a really cool way how you could reuse components and extend them very easily. Now, because I don't want to have search on the landing page, I just want to have the featured blog post, I'm going to go ahead and undo all those changes. But I just want to show you how easy doing what we learned today to allow you to use the content list and easily add search or pagination if you wanted to. So now let's go ahead and take a look how we could build out our pagination.
Now we're going to work on our pagination component.
You could find the code snippet in the notes in section 8 in this README file. It's going to be right after our search component. When you find the pagination component, let's go ahead and copy it, create the file, and then we'll go through the code. All right. Control C, and inside of our app folder, inside our components, let's create a new file, and we're going to call it pagination component.tsx, and paste in your code. Now that we have our pagination component, let's quickly go over the code. Our component is going to start in this function called pagination component. As a prop, it's going to take page count, basically what page are we on. Similar to when we created our search, we used our use path name and our search params to allow us to set our params, which will include our page params that we are going to get from our URL. First, we want to make sure that we get our current page. And we're going to get it from our search param, which is going to be in our URL bar. And this all is going to make more sense, similar to when we explored how search works. We're going to take a look how pagination works. But just know that we're going to get our pagination from our URL search bar. We're going to have a helpful function called createPageURL, which is basically going to be responsible to create new params that we could return that's going to have full path name, including the new page attribute with the page number. Now, our page component is going to be a simple nav item. We could have made it a simple div, but I feel like we are navigating pages, so it probably should be semantically a navigation component. And we're going to have unordered list component, which is going to have 3 sections. The first section is going to be our left error, which is coming from our pagination. And here you could see we passing an href because this is actually going to be a link, which is going to include the full URL, including the pagination. And this create page URL function that we looked at above is going to create that URL path. And if we take a quick look at our pagination component here, we are using useRouter to set the query or the URL path inside our URL bar by using router.push. And that's what's going to update our browser URL to the new page that we want to filter on, which we'll be able to pass to our loader. But again, instead of using state, we're literally setting the full path in our browser bar that we'll see in just a moment. Again, if it's confusing, don't worry, it will make sense. We also, in the middle here, have our current page indicator, which is going to have the page that we're on. And then we have our page error right, which is basically, we're going to compare our current page versus page count. If there's more pages to go, we're just going to create a link that's going to link us to the next page, again, which is going to replace our params in our URL bar that we'll be able to use to pass to our loader. So I know this seems confusing, similar to search, but once we see it in action, it's going to make a little bit more sense. So now that we have this component, let's navigate to our content list component, and we're going to update it to include our pagination. So let's go ahead above the search component, import our pagination component. For our content list props, because we're now going to add our pagination, which we want to include our page, which is going to be optional, and that's going to be a string. And we're also going to have show pagination prop, which is going to be responsible for showing our pagination. So that way we could decide where we want to have the pagination available. Now that we have the content list props, let's go down to our component. And in our section here, right below, we're going to add if show pagination prop is true, go ahead and show our pagination component and include the page count. Now TypeScript's complaining here because we need to add our props that we're going to use here. So we want to add page and show pagination. Page count is going to complain. We're going to eventually get it from the loader, but for now, just to kind of show you that this component works, let's just set a temporary const called page count, and it is going to be 1. So now our TypeScript is going to stop complaining, but what we could do, we could at least see if we're showing our pagination component. Let's actually do page count 5 so we could see our counter and how it works. So now that we have our code here, so back in our project, in the blog page, if we scroll all the way down, wait, we don't see our pagination. What's going on here? We're taking a look at the code. Remember, we added our show pagination prop. So if we want our component to show our pagination, we have to make sure that we pass that prop. So back in your blog folder, page.tsx file, in the content list, go ahead and add show pagination and also pass our page param into our component. And this page param is coming from our URL bar. So let's go back to our project on the front end and see if that made the change. Nice. Notice that our pagination is showing. Watch what happens when I click on the right arrow. Notice how here our URL was updated to show page 2. If I click the right arrow again, notice that it increments it and it increments our page to 3. Notice when I hit the left arrow, it decrements our page count. And if I hit it again, it decrements it again. So remember when I said our arrow button is updating this top URL bar? That's where that's coming from. So again, back in our pagination component, taking a look at our pagination error, I can't say arrow, I say arrow. Notice on click, we are updating the URL based on our pagination. And where is this link coming from? It's coming from our pagination component where we're passing the create page URL helper function that we have that's going to create that URL with the appropriate pagination. So we get our current page. If we decrement by pressing the left arrow, we -1. If we want to change it to go 1 up page, when we click the right page button, we're adding 1 to our current page. I hope that helps. The basic idea here is that we are updating our URL in our browser URL bar whenever we click the right or left button, just like you see here. When I click the right, it increments the page. When I hit the left, it decrements the page. Because we didn't hook up the logic to get the page, nothing happens. So when I click paginate, our page doesn't update. And that's something we're going to do next. And again, if you're wondering where I learned how to accomplish pagination in Next, and if you need additional resources, check out this link that I added at the top of the notes to Next.js's tutorial, chapter 11, which covers how to create search and pagination. And exactly what I did in my code is based on the example that they provide here. So if you want to get farther reading, I highly suggest that you check out this section. In the code, created an example content list update, which includes that whole content list component after we added our pagination and made the changes here in our loader. We're going to come back to this to do the final changes, but first we need to update our loader. We already started creating our endpoint called getContent, and we're going to update it by adding additional items. I'm not going to copy everything. I'm going to copy everything in pieces so you could see the changes that we made. But just have this example as reference from your notes, section 8. So we're going to navigate to our data folder, to our loaders, and we're going to find our getContent function here that we started working on. If we expand it, we already are including our search within our function. We in the previous section, added our query, but now we're going to add our page attribute. Let's go ahead and do that here. Page, it's going to be optional, and it's going to be a string. Now that we have our page attribute, we're able to update our query here to include our pagination. Right after the filters, but before populate, we're going to add this code snippet. It's going to be an object with the key of pagination, and that's going to take 2 arguments. It's going to take our page size, and it's going to take our page, which is what we are passing into this function here as a prop. Again, this page number is going to be coming from the top bar of our browser. Now, the only thing we need to do is we need to create this const for the blog page size. We could do it here all the way on the top. After base URL, we're going to say const base page size. And because our project right now has 4 items that I added, I'm going to make each page only contain 4 items. So that way we could see that our pagination works. Let's scroll back to the bottom, make sure that we have everything. So we have our pagination, we have our page size, how many items we want to see per page, and then we have our page number by which we want to filter. And again, that's going to be coming from our URL. Now, when we make this request to our endpoint, we're also going to get back metadata, which is going to include our page count. So now back in our content list, we have to continue to modify the code here. We're going to start back here in the loader function. We want to make sure that we pass our page. Now scroll up to the loader function where we're defining the function. Make sure that you add page as an argument, and it's going to be a string. Perfect. Now we want to make sure that we pass our page into our get content function here right after the query. And that's exactly what we added here. Just to review again, in our get content, we added our page attribute, which we'll be using to pass to our pagination logic here to query our data based on the page that we pass. So going back to our content list, now that we're passing our page into our loader, when we get our data from get content, we're going to have this meta attribute. This meta attribute is going to have our pagination. So we're going to return page count, which is going to get our page data from our meta object, which has pagination, and pagination has an attribute called page count. So we're either going to return our page count or assume that we are on the first page. So now when we scroll to the bottom, right from our loader here, we're able to extract that page count. And now we could delete this temporary const, and we're passing that page count to our pagination. So now everything should work. So let's test it out first, and then we'll do a quick review of the code one more time. Taking a look at our homepage, if I scroll down, notice we now only see 3 items because we specified that each page shows 3 items. Since we have 4, we know that we have an additional page. So now what I'm able to do is click the next button, and we see the next page, which only has 1 item. If I navigate back, we'll see the 3 items. What I love about this approach by setting our pagination in the URL, for instance, I can share the URL, and whenever I sent it to someone and they opened it, they're always going to open it with the filtering. So if you find an item on page 6, you'll be able to copy that link, send it to someone, they'll be able to paste it in, and it's going to take him to that appropriate pagination. And this is very similar to our search. So if they go back and they search for sun, notice that we have this item. If I want to share this search result, I'm easily able to do it by copying the URL and sending it to somebody in the email. They'll be able to open it, and they will get exactly the items that I sent, including that search and the search params, which is pretty awesome. And I like that approach that Next.js allows us to do that. But back in our project, now that we know our pagination works, let's quickly discuss how it works just to review. Whenever we click on our pagination, our page button updates our URL in the top of our browser. We are able to access our params for our page inside of our page.tsx file found in the blocks. We're able to get it from our search params that Next.js just gives you your page.tsx file. We're taking that page param and we're passing it to our content list. In our content list, we're getting the page that's coming from our URL. For instance, we're getting page equals 1, and we're passing it to our loader. So if this is page 1, we're passing page 1 to our loader that's going to filter our items based on the page. If page equals 2, this will be 2. And so our loader will filter our pagination on the page that we're requesting. So instead of using state, we're actually letting the URL being the source of truth. So whenever I change the pagination, I change the URL. Whenever the URL changes, it fires the loader and gets the appropriate data. If you have any questions about this pagination component, feel free to ask the comments in the questions, or I always hang out in Strapi's Discord Monday through Friday, 12:30 p.m. CST time in their open office hours, because I love Strapi. You could stop by there or just hit me up on my YouTube channel, Coding After 30. I really want to help you to understand everything that we're doing here. Now that we have our blog page all set with our featured article, including our search and pagination, including our cards, now what we want to do when we click on the card, we want it to take us to the single block view. So when I click on it, we get not found because we did not implement the logic to create a dynamic route for our single blog page to be able to load the data based on the URL that we see in the browser. So that's what we're going to do next. We're going to build out our dynamic page to be able to display single articles for the items that we find on our blog page. So let's jump into it. So now back in VS Code, you could take and use our notes in section 9 for reference. If you open up, it's going to have this README file with all the code snippets that we need. The first thing we want to do is create a new page.tsx file in a new folder in a dynamic route, which will use our slug as reference to allow us to be able to search our blog post via the slug. Then we're going to create a loader function to get our data, and then we're just going to console log our data in our basic component to make sure that we're getting it from Strapi. In previous lectures, we already created all the article data, so you should have all your content already pre-populated with not just the basic intro section, but you should have all the blocks already with the content. If you haven't added data to your content yet, go ahead and do that. And we learned to make a dynamic route. All we need to do is create a new folder that's going to be in square brackets, and whatever we put inside is going to be our identifier as reference that we use. For instance, if we want to say slug, we'll be able to get our query string via the slug attribute. So what we're going to do, navigate to the blog page, create a new folder in square brackets, type slug, and inside that folder, create a new file called page.tsx. We're going to navigate to our notes in section 9, grab the first starter code for page.tsx here, the first snippet. Once you have it, we'll briefly go over the code, but everything here is going to be fairly straightforward. So now navigate back to your page.tsx file and paste in the code. So let's go over it right now. This is going to be our route for our single blog detail page. So we are going to use it to load our data to get our article based on the endpoint that we're able to make a GET request to, and we're going to find our article based on the slug. Once we get our data, we're going to return it out of our loader. So here in our single block route, We're getting the params from the URL from our browser. We're taking our slug, which correlates to the name that we gave it here. Once we have the slug, we pass it to loader, and it's going to get our article data and the blocks that we created in Strapi already. So it's going to get our article data and including all the blocks that we're going to use to render our sections. We already used our hero section component, so we're reusing it here. We're going to pass in all our appropriate props, and then we have a new component that's called article overview, which is going to be a basic headline description, and then eventually we're going to add table of content. And it's a basic React component, which has a simple div with an h3 and a paragraph tag. Now that we have our code for our single block detail page, we need to go ahead and create this get content by slug component. And nothing new here, is going to follow the same pattern we've been using. So go ahead into your README file, scroll down, and you're going to see, oops, I have to fix it here. It should be const. You're going to see our populate query that we're going to use. So go ahead, grab that. And underneath that, also get the snippet of our loader that's going to be responsible for fetching our data from Strapi. Once you have it, navigate to your data folder, loader.ts file, scroll all the way to the bottom, and paste it in. Looking at the code here, we have our populate logic. When we were talking previously about our dynamic zones, we do have to tell Strapi which data to populate to make sure that we're not overfetching data that we don't need. So that's exactly what we're doing here. And you could rewatch previous lectures to kind of talk more about what we did. But briefly, notice that here on our blocks, we have an on flag where we're able to pass the name of the block, and we're able to populate the items in that block based on what we need. And if you're wondering what these blocks relate to, as a refresher, if we take a look at our Strapi application, we have our blocks, and we have our heading block, our paragraph block, our full image block, which correlates to our components that we created in our components folder on the blocks. For instance, you see all the blocks here on the left. And what we're doing in this filtering logic, we're referencing those blocks and saying what data we want to populate. If you're brand new to Strapi, populate logic could take some time for you to get your head around, but once you learn it, it's going to be fairly straightforward. And you could go to Strapi documentation, you could go to developer docs, and here in search, you could type populate and field selection. You could check it out. It's going to have some code examples of exactly what we're doing, and you could read more about it. But more importantly, you could always join us at open office hours on Strapi's Discord, 12:30 p.m. CST time. And I'm there all the time, so you could ask me questions directly. So once we have our populate logic, we're following that same pattern as we did before. We're creating our loader, we're creating our URL, we're setting all of our populate params, and here we're passing that block populate from above that we just looked at, and then we're just doing a basic call to our fetch API function that basically makes a get request to our endpoint that we're passing here. Now that we have this loader set up, navigate back to your page.tsx file and make sure that you are importing that loader. And that's all we would need to do to at least get the process started and see our hero section and our basic article overview section with our content. Taking a look at the code, since we imported get content by slug, we're using it on our loader. We're calling our loader inside of our component, and we're destructuring our blocks and article. We're console logging the data. We're destructuring our data. We're passing it to our hero section and our article overview. We're also doing our console log here to see if we have the data. So let's take a look in our terminal. And yes, we know that we're getting our data, which is including all of our blocks, because you could see here component, block, full image. So nice, our endpoint is working as anticipated. And so now let's take a look at our front end. Navigating to our localhost blog page, if you scroll down and this time click on the card, this is going to go ahead and take us to the appropriate blog post. So here we are looking at the Ride the Wave, Top Surfing Summer Camps to Thrill, has our data. And right now we just have our heading and description. And if we take a look at our Figma file, taking a look at our section, you see that we have a nice area for our table of content. But before creating this table of content, we do need to create all the different blocks in our Next.js application. We have created all of these blocks in Strapi, so now we need to create Next.js equivalent blocks in Next.js. And that's what we're going to do next. And this will allow us to render our data from our Strapi blocks in our Next.js project. Now let's go ahead and create our heading block, our paragraph with image block, our paragraph, and full image blocks. You could find all the code snippets here. We're going to get started and we'll take a look at each individual code snippet as we continue. So let's start with the heading text here. I'm going to copy it, and inside our source directory, navigate to components inside the blocks folder, and we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it heading.tsx. Let's go ahead and paste our code snippet. We will fix the types in just a little bit, but here all we have is just a basic H3 heading, which is going to take an ID that we could use to link to in our table of content, and then it's just going to take our heading. Back in our README file, let's navigate to our paragraph.tsx code snippet. Go ahead and copy it. Inside your block folder, create a new file, and we're going to call it paragraph.tsx. Go ahead and paste in the code snippet. Again, our types are going to complain, which we'll get done in just a little bit, but all this component does is just use React Markdown to parse our content from Strapi, which is in Markdown, and render it to screen. Very basic and simple component. Now back to our README file. We're going to go to our full image component. This is going to represent our full image in our blog post. Go ahead, copy the code snippet. Inside our blocks, create a new file. We're going to call it full image.tsx. Go ahead and paste it in. And all we're doing here is just have a basic div with our image Strapi component that's going to go ahead and take our image here and display it to our users. And finally, in our README file, we're going to go ahead to paragraph with image. Go ahead and copy this code snippet. And this component is just slightly more involved, but again, very straightforward. We'll take a look at it in just a second. So inside blocks, create a new file, and we're going to call it paragraph with image.tsx. And go ahead, paste our code snippet. And if you scroll here to the top, this is going to take a couple of different props, content, image, and is the image reversed or images in landscape. And this is basically will help us to tell if we want the paragraph to show up first or the image. And we're doing it via string interpolation here, where we're saying, hey, if it's reversed, apply this class. If not, don't apply anything. And we're doing the same thing here. If the image is landscape, don't do anything. Otherwise, apply the class to make it portrait. So that's going to handle our styling. We have our content between our React Markdown component. And of course, we have our Strapi image. And that's all we need here. So now we need to go ahead and update our types. If you go to the README file, if you scroll down, you're going to see the code snippet where we're adding the additional types that we want to create for our content type. We have our base class, which will stay the same. We have our blocks, adding all the new blocks. And here I actually included all the new types and blocks. So you could just go ahead and copy all of this. And we could go into our types folder, which will be in source. And we actually have the file types.ts. And we're just going to replace everything from line 34 here. And so here we define our component type, could be any one of these items that we're getting from Strapi. We have our base class that is going to have our base data that's included in all of the items that we return from our response. And then we're going to extend our base component by creating any additional interfaces based on our base block plus any additional data that we need. And so we already created one for hero section a while back. And our 2 blocks we added was the heading block. Then we added our paragraph with image block, our paragraph block, and our full image block. Now that all of our typing is all set, if we navigate back to our components, go into, let's say, our heading block, we'll see that the import types no longer complains because we added those types. And again, you could always find everything in the README file. Now that we have all of the new blocks that we added, we're going to navigate to our block renderer, and we're going to add all those new blocks that we have. So let's go ahead and import our heading, our paragraph with image that I misspelled the name here. Let me see here. Block, paragraph with image, paragraph. Of course, my spelling here is not right. Let me change this to reflect the proper spelling here. Paragraph with image. Going back to our block renderer, fix this import. And when you're typing, make sure that you spell things correctly. But now that this is blocks, and let me just paragraph with image to fix our import here. Nice. Now that we imported all of our new blocks, let's go ahead and add them here into our block renderer. So after line 23, we're going to add our additional stuff. So we're following the same pattern as before. We just making sure that we adding a case for our heading, our paragraph with image, our paragraph, and our full image block component. So that way, whenever we hit this block renderer, if we match the paragraph, it'll go ahead and return the paragraph component. Back in our page.tsx file, we started to make some progress. We implemented our hero section and we implemented our article overview. And this is currently what you see when you click on a single detail block. So now what we're able to do after our article overview, we are able to import our block renderer. Make sure that you import it at the top. Import block renderer. And now that we have our block renderer, we're already destructuring our blocks from our loader. And we're passing our blocks to our block renderer. And with that being said, if we navigate back to our detail page and refresh, as we scroll down, we now see all of the sections from our blog post, which is kind of cool and awesome. So just to review, in our Strapi application, in our content type builder, we created a collection type called article, which has the following blocks that our users are able to use to organize their content. If you go to our content manager, click on any one of the articles that we created, this is where your content editor adds the data, including the blocks that we have here. And these blocks in Strapi, we recreated inside our Next.js application, inside our blocks folder. For instance, we created our heading, our paragraph block, and then we took these blocks that we created and we passed them to our block renderer. And now we're able to render all the blocks from Strapi that represent our content in the front of our application. And this is something that we have done before when we built our landing page. So now taking a look at our paragraph page, we now have our article overview. We have our blocks very easily. And so the last thing that we have to do to finish at least this section before adding our related articles is to add this table of content. So now back in our page.tsx file for our single block route, you're going to notice that we already have our blocks that we're getting because that's what we're passing to our block renderer to display all the blocks. What we want to do now is to go ahead and filter on the heading component to get all of the heading blocks for our table of content. So when we filter, it's going to match our blocks that our blocks heading, and it's going to return an array that we could iterate through. So now that we have our table of content, what we're going to do, we're going to use it and pass it as a prop to our article overview component. Now, TypeScript is complaining because we have to go ahead and add that type. So back here at the top in our article overview props interface, we're going to say table of content, and it is going to be an array of objects. And the object is going to have a heading, which is going to be a string, and it's going to have a link ID, and that's also going to be a string. And this is what we're going to be used to link to each section in our blog post. And again, don't forget that it's an object of arrays that we're expecting. Now that we have that, let's go ahead in our article overview, add table of content as a prop. Next, after line 37, we're going to say if table of content, and if that's true, go ahead and render the following component. So we're going to have an ordered list with our article overview contents class. And inside of it, we're going to iterate through our table of content and return a link with the link that we want to navigate to in our section. The only thing we have to do is to import our link from Next.js. So at the top here, I'm going to import link, and that's going to be from Next link. And now that we have that, everything will stop complaining. And I'll make sure to add the final code snippet for you to check your code. But the only changes that we made so far, we created a const where we filtered on our blocks to just get the heading. Then we passed that heading to our article overview, where we went ahead, checked if the table of content exists. Then we went ahead and looped through it, creating our links for our table of content. So now in our project, when we navigate to a blog post, we should have this table of content. And when you click on it, it should navigate you to the section that you have selected, which is pretty awesome. And the final step for us is to add our features articles section with featured blog post that our users could navigate to. So let's go ahead and do that next. And it's going to use the same pattern that we used when we created our blog page and displayed our featured articles. So back in our page.tsx file for single article detailed view, the first thing we're going to do is import our card that we're going to use from the component that we created previously. Next, we have our reusable component called content list that's going to load our data and display it. So make sure to import it as well. Next, after article overview, but before our single block route, we're going to create our block card, which is just going to extend our card component. And the only difference that we're passing a specific base path, which is related to our blog. And finally, right after our block renderer, we are going to use our content list and pass our props. For this particular view, all we want to do is just show our featured articles. We're passing our block card component, and we're showing the path from where to get our data, which is going to be API articles, and we're going to go ahead and call this featured articles section. And if you take a look at our component based on our CSS and our additional props, we have headline alignment. And if you take a look in our content list props, you could see that headline alignment takes center, right, or left. So let's take a quick example of how that works. So all I have to do here is type headline alignment and put center. And this should center our headline in the middle of the page. And now once we made all these changes, let's jump back into our front end and take a look. So now if we scroll all the way to the bottom, we're going to see our features article section. All right, so the alignment is not working as expected. Let's take a look and see what's going on. So in the code, I navigated to our content list component. We're going to scroll down and we're going to find on line 43, you're going to see our H3, which represents our headline, and then we have our CSS styling. So here we're getting our headline alignment, which either is going to be center, left, or right. And literally we're saying, if this is true, show nothing. This is logic that I didn't finish. And what we need to do, we actually need to update it to say, use this content items class and then add to it either the left, right, or center attribute. If we take a look at our content item CSS, you could find it by just copying it in your VS Code, searching it, and then you'll be able to find our content items CSS. And you're going to see that we have our ampersand center, right, and left, which is going to append the class name to our content items base class. So in order to use these styles, we need to say content dash items dash dash center, right, or left. And that's exactly what we're doing here. And I believe I just never finished the logic that I intended to do to get it to work, but now this would work. And finally, what we could do is set a default argument. So for instance, if people don't pass the headline alignment prop, so what we want to do is just assume that we want everything left aligned. So this way, this is going to be the default. If you provide a headline alignment property, then it will align it based on the property that you provided. So back in our page.tsx file, here we see that we are saying headline alignment should be center. And that's exactly what we see on our blog page. And then if we delete it, notice that our alignment is now on the left. And for this page, I'm going to keep it here on the left. And now with that being said, our single detailed blog page is done. We have our hero section. We created our intro section with our table of content, and we created everything using our block renderer to display appropriate Strapi blocks using Next.js. You're doing amazing progress. We now have completed our landing page, our experience page. We also just finished up our blog page with our blog cards where you're able to navigate to the single detailed blog page. We also did an intro into form submissions, and based on what we learned so far, we are now going to finish up the last two sections, which is going to be our events page, which will have our upcoming events, and then our events detail page, which is going to have a form that people could sign up for each particular event if they're interested. And we're going to have our content list component to render our events, and we'll reuse the same card that we created. So this way we could see how we could use reusable components in multiple places, which is pretty cool. So for this final part, we're basically just going to review everything we learned to finish up this project. We're getting close, so go ahead, take another quick break, and when you're back, we're going to start by building out our events page. To get started, if we take a look at our events page and our single events, you'll see that the UI is very similar. We have a header, our text, and then our form. We have the same thing on the right in our single event view where we have our header, our content, and our form. The only addition here is pricing. So what we could do is create a same component that's going to show the data, and basically based on the route that people navigate to, will load the appropriate data for that route. So if they land on the events page, they're going to see this content. If they land on the events / the slug of the event, they're going to see this page here. And our upcoming events would be the same on both pages. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to create this content and represent it in Strapi first. Let's go ahead and do that. So now in Strapi, let's navigate to our content type builder, and we're going to create a new collection type, and we're going to call it event, which is going to represent all of our events. Click on continue, And we're going to add a first text field. It's going to be short text, and it's going to be called title. Add another field. We're going to use text field, but we're going to make it long text. Call it description. Then let's add another field, and it's going to be UI ID, which is going to be our slug, and that's going to be related to our title field. Click add another field. We're going to select media, single media. It's going to be called image. And again, in advance, we're just going to make sure that we only check on images for the allowed content types. Now that looks good, let's add another field. We're going to add a Boolean to represent if this event is featured. So we're going to say featured. And in advance, let's say that by default, it's going to be false. Add another field. Now we're going to add our price. And for the price, we're going to use just a regular string here. So I'm going to call this price. Let's add another field. And now we're going to add the date for the start date. We're going to call this start date. And we're going to select to use date and time. And let's finally add our final field. That's going to be our blocks. So we're going to navigate to dynamic zones. We're going to call it blocks. Let's add components to the dynamic zone by clicking add components to the zone. We're going to use existing components. We're going to select components from our blocks. And all we need for this section is just the heading and the paragraph. Go ahead and click finish. So now the result for events should include the following field: title, which is a text field, description, text field, slug is our UI ID, image is our media field, featured is Boolean, price, we just going to make it text, start date is going to use our date time, and then our dynamic zone for our blocks. Now that this is done, we could save the changes. And what I want you to do is go ahead into your content manager, and inside your content manager, select events, and go ahead, add your first 4 events just so we have some data to work with. Once you're done, I'll meet you back here. So I went and gone ahead and added 4 new events. We could take a look inside. I included the title, the description, the slug, an image, and I made sure to populate our blocks, and of course, adding to our price and start date. Now that we have all that data, don't forget to go to your settings, to users permissions, roles, and click on public. What we want to do is find our events endpoint, and we want to make sure that you have find and find one selected. I already gone ahead and done that. Make sure that you do the same and go ahead and click save. Now that this is done and we have our events, we are able to go ahead and start building out our events page. So now back in VS Code, we could navigate to section 10 and see our code snippet for our starter code for building our events page. If you look through the code, you're going to notice that we're doing a lot of the same. We are using our loader pattern to use our data. We are implementing our params and search params like we did before in order to be able to utilize our content list with our pagination and search queries. The only thing that we're missing here is the form, which will have the event content and the form for users to use to sign up, which we'll do right after we get this to work. So let's start by creating this initial page first. So go ahead and grab the code snippet. And what I like about this part and this section, it's basically reviewing everything that we already know so far. So it's just extra practice. So let's go ahead in our client folder, go to our source. In our app folder, we create a new folder and we're going to call it events. And now inside the events folder, create a new file, call it page.tsx, and go ahead, paste in all your following code. If you scroll to the top, the only thing we're going to have TypeScript complain about is that we haven't added our events props. You can find them in the notes section in our README file. Go ahead and copy the event props that we're going to use to define the structure of our data and navigate to your types.ts file And right here, after our article props, let's go ahead and add our events props. Nice. Now, one thing that I noticed is that our article props and our events props have very similar attributes with addition of some new ones like price. You can go ahead and create a base class and then extend it, but I'm just going to keep it as a simple and separate interface to keep things simple. So now that we have our interface in place, if you go back, our types are no longer complaining. Now that we have created this page and have this code, we should be able to navigate to events on our front page and see our text that's going to say sign up. Form will go here, and you should see your content list with all your events. And again, this works very similar to what we did in the past. We created our content list component that will loop through all the items that it loads and will show the card based on our card component that we have provided. And here we're just reusing the previous card component, but you could literally create any other component that's styled in any different way, so they could be visually different. And this pattern where we're able to pass different components into it gives you a little bit more flexibility of being able to use the same loader, but be able to easily pass different styled cards or ways of representing data. But now that we have this in our front-end application, our book now should take us to the events page, because in our Strapi application, if we take a look, Content Manager, go to Global and take a look at our book now, you could see that we are linking to the events. So when I click on book now, it's going to take us to the events. And notice we have our text sign up here, and we have our events showing up. Our pagination should be working, and our search should be working as well, which it is. And again, this is based on what we already did before. That's exactly what we did here in our blog page. So we're basically reusing components and the logic that we already created, but only to make it get the events data, which is pretty awesome. Nice. Now that we know this page is working as expected, let's go ahead and work on our sign up form in order to be able to display our content for our events. And then we'll create our form that will allow individuals to sign up for each different event that we have here. Back in our section 10 notes, we're going to go ahead and create a event sign up form that we could use in our events page.tsx file. So go ahead, let's copy the snippet so we could use it. Nice. And inside components, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it event sign up form.tsx. And go ahead, paste your code snippet. All we're doing here is creating a basic component that's going to have our form logic, which we're going to save for later. But for now, we're using our block renderer to display our content that we're getting from Strapi. And we're also checking if there's a price or start date included, show that as well. So now that we have our event sign up form component, let's navigate back to our page.tsx file for our all events route. And let's scroll to the bottom here, and let's import our form. And let's go ahead, utilize our event form, and make sure that you import it here at the top by doing import event sign up form. And now that we have it, and because we are calling our block renderer, we should see our content that is found in our stay in touch, which we should see this heading and this paragraph, since this is the data that we're getting in our block renderer from Strapi. And if you take a look at our create next application, we could see that we have our heading and description for the event. So next, we're going to implement and get the form working before taking a look how to create the dynamic route page that at the moment doesn't work because we didn't create it yet, to be able to get each specific event that will allow users to sign up for the event based on the form that's associated with it. Before we continue, let's take a look in the events folder page.tsx file. particularly in this loader. Notice that our loader expects a slug. If we don't pass a slug, if we take a look at the logic in that function that calls our database, notice that we're filtering on the slug. So if no slug is provided, it will actually return all the items from the response instead of just returning an item based on the slug. If we take a look in our page.tsx file, if we scroll down here and we take a look at our console log here at the bottom, you'll see that the slug is undefined. And the reason why it's undefined, it's because we're on the root of our page. There is no slug afterwards. And so it's not able to pull the slug from our URL because we're not providing one. And so the idea is if someone lands on the events page, we want to make sure that they're only showing stay in touch post that we have in our events. For instance, stay in touch. The issue now, though, is because we are getting this data, we're assuming that it's always going to be the first item in the list. So if we take a look here, you see it shows up correctly. You want to stay in touch. And in our code, in the loader here above, I'm assuming that it's the first item. And so we're just returning out of the array response that we get, the first item that's here. But let's see what happens if we unpublish it. So in Strapi, if I go ahead and unpublish the entry, because you're not providing the slug, we're going to get a list of the remaining published articles. And whatever item happens to be the first one in the array is the one that we're going to return as a fallback. So notice now we have get ready for unforgettable adventure. But that's not the desired functionality that I want. And the fix is going to be super straightforward and simple. So back in our code, we're going to go ahead and on our all events route, instead of passing a slug that we get from our params, and I want to include this logic because this is going to be very similar to the way we're going to make our dynamic route. And instead of getting the slug from the params, we're just going to say, hey, for the events page, we only want to get stayed in touch event because that's our landing page event, which is a general sign up just to get the news and updates for all events. Because we're not using the slug here, we could comment it out and I'll remove that console log. Now, this page is going to show not found. That's because, remember, we unpublished the page. So let's go ahead and republish it. And now when we go back and refresh, boom, we're now getting the get in touch generic event that we want to show up anytime someone lands on the events. Now that we have this corrected, let's go ahead and build out our form so folks could sign up to this specific event. Now, before we could do that, we need to associate our events with the form submissions that are particular to that event. So let's see how we could set that up in Strapi first before implementing our form logic. So back in Strapi, let's navigate to our content type builder, and we're going to create a new collection to keep track of our event signups. We're going to call it event signup, and we're going to click continue. Taking a look at our Figma file, we want to have first name, last name, user email, and user telephone number. So let's go ahead and add those. So for first name, I'm going to use text. We're going to keep it short text. And I'm going to say first name. Now let's add another field. It's going to be text. And we're going to say last name. And let's add another field. It's going to be our email field. So I'm going to go click on email. And we're going to call this email. Add another field. And we're going to add a telephone. And for telephone, we're just going to use a text. And we're going to say telephone. I don't know why I'm saying that, but it's going to be short text. And finally, we're going to add a relation. And we want to have the user be associated with the event. And what we want to do is select event, and we're going to call it event signups. So this way, each user will be able to sign up to a specific event. Let's click finish and save. And by making this update, if you now go to the event and scroll down, you're going to see that there's an event signups relation created, which is going to show a list of all the folks that have signed up for this event. Now that we have this basic logic, we could actually test signing up to the event via Postman. In order to do that, let's navigate to Settings, Users Permission Roles. We're going to go to Public, and we're going to find our event signup. We're going to click on Create, and here you could see that we could make a post request to our event signup form endpoint in order to create an entry. So let's click Save, and we're going to test it out in Postman. Here I created the endpoint that we want to hit, which is events signups. This is going to be a post request. And for our data, we're going to click on body. It's going to be raw text, which is going to be actually JSON. And now let's go ahead and add our entry. Based on our parameters, we're going to have a data object, and it's going to take the following attributes. Back in Strapi, if we navigate to our content type builder, go to event signup, we need to provide the first name, last name, email, and telephone. So let's go ahead and do that. So for first name, I'm going to say test. For last name, we're going to say user. For telephone, we're going to say 555-5555. And finally, for email, we're going to say test user at email.com. And finally, we need to add a relation to our event, which will take an event ID. When passing relationships, we have to specify which items we want to connect. So we want to connect to event, and this takes an array of the string ID for the event that we want to connect to. So in Strapi, I'm going to take a look at the events. I'm just going to say stay in touch, and I'm going to go ahead, copy the ID here from the URL, and I'm going to paste it in. So now we're able to send a request, and man, I got to learn to copy and paste things better. Double check that it's localhost 1337 API/events, not API like I had before. So let's try it again. We click send, and notice that our data was created. And now that we go back to our Strapi application and back in our content manager, if we take a look at event sign up, we see that we have our test user that signed up, including the name of the event that they sign up to. And if we go to events and look at stay in touch, we're going to notice that we see all the users that sign up to this event. Now that we know that our logic for the form submission works, we could start implementing it via server action forms in our Next.js application. So back in our notes in section 10, we're going to focus on finishing up building our event signup form. Let's go ahead and grab the first code snippet, which is going to have our form initial state, as well as our interface for our text input that we could use to build out our form. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this snippet so you don't have to watch me type, because otherwise this tutorial would be bajillion hours long because I can't type fast. So now let's navigate to our components folder. Let's find our event signup form.tsx. And right here on line 7, let's go ahead and paste our initial state, our text input component that we're going to use to construct our form. And finally, let's go ahead and add the code here for our basic form. Again, in our notes, navigate to the README file, and we're going to scroll to the form snippet here. And the form snippet is going to have an image when it's available, and we're going to use our text input field to create the fields for our first name, last name, email, and phone. And then we also need to pass an event ID that we want to associate with our account, and we're going to do it via hidden input. So the user is not going to see it, but that is going to be in our form submission data. And then we're yet to create the submit button. We're going to do it in a little bit, but let's go ahead and just add it now. So go ahead and copy the code snippet, navigate back to your component. So advanced sign up forms, and update the form here. Our code is complaining because we have to make the submit button component. This is going to be a client-side component that's going to have access to the form submit state. So we'll be able to show a loading message when the component's loading. So back in our notes, let's grab the component. Once you have it, let's copy it. And inside our components folder, let's create a new file. And we're going to call it submit button.tsx. Go ahead and paste your snippet. And in this component, we have a simple button, but we are using a React hook called useFormStatus, which will have access to the form state that's being submitted. So we'll be able to show a loading message when our button is submitted, and we could disable the button while it's being submitted so people can't spam submit. So now that we have our submit button, let's navigate back to our event sign up form and make sure that we import it here on the top. So I'm going to import submit button, and now everything should stop complaining. And when we navigate to our front end, we should see the basics of our form. By the way, you could always learn about all the new hooks in React 19 by going to the React Dev Docs and doing some reading or using a Next.js application. But back to our project. And of course, there's an error, and I bet it's a really simple one. If we take a look at the message, it says form cannot be a descendant of form. So let's take a look at our code. Back in our form component. Yep, I did a oopsie when copying and paste. So make sure you remove the extra form. I'm pretty sure you didn't make this mistake, but I'm going to keep it in the video just to show that I am also a human. Perfect. Now that we have our form, we could focus on how to implement our server action to be able to use the data that we submit from our form and submit it to our Strapi backend. So next, let's start working on that logic by creating our server action. We've created server action in the past, so it will just repeat the pattern that we've done before. When we created the sign up for the blog page, the only difference is instead of one field, we have 4 additional fields, but the pattern is going to be the same. So again, this is just going to be a big review for us. So let's jump right into it. You can find the code snippet for our form action in section 10 in the README file in the section adding the form action. We're going to go ahead and copy the code first before talking about what it does, but it's very similar to the previous code we wrote before. So once you copy the code snippet, navigate to your actions in your data folder, and let me decrease the size of the screen for a moment. And here we have our previous action that we made, and we're literally going to follow the same path in our previous example. So I'm going to close this down, and here after line 56, I'm going to go ahead, post the new snippet. And scrolling to the top here, let's kind of review what we're doing. So taking a look at our form, we have our first name field, last name field, email, and phone number. So what we want to do is create a Zod object, which we could use for validation. So here we're defining our first name and last name and saying, hey, we want to check that it's a string and minimum of 1 character. For email, we're just using out of the box email setting. So if the email doesn't fit the format that Zod expects, it will go ahead and throw this error. And what's cool about Zod is that you could also pass regex. And here's a regex that I just looked up on how to validate phone numbers. And for our telephone, we're just checking if it's a string, minimum 1 character, but also we're applying this regex to see if the number is valid or not. Once we have our Zod schema for our objects, we're going to go ahead and in our event subscribed action that we're calling, we're going to have previous state, which is going to be state that we're getting from our front end. Then we're going to have our form data. Our form data is going to come from our form input, and we'll be able to get our form data based on the named attribute in our form. So in our form, we will have input with the name, first name, last name, email, telephone, and a hidden field for event ID. So we could have all this data from our form that we could then send to our Strapi endpoint. Here, we're going to use save parse as that method, pass in our form data object, which is what we have here, and it will go ahead and use the schema that we created above to validate our inputs. If the inputs are not valid, we're going to go ahead and return our state, which will have all of the Zod errors that we want to show. And here in our data to send, it's going to be our data from our form, but we also want to connect the event ID to the event that we have in Strapi. And here, what we're doing is we're connecting our event sign up to the event that they signed up to. And this is something we saw earlier when we made a post request and used this to connect our events with our user event signups with the event that people are signing up to. Then we're going to take that completed data object and we're going to pass it to our event subscribe service that we're going to create in just a moment. This is going to call our Strapi endpoint. If there's no response data, that means there's a server error. So we're just going to return a generic error message. If there's response data.error, that's coming from Strapi. So that means it's a Strapi error. So here we're going to return our previous state and return the Strapi errors that we're getting and reset Zod errors to null because we're assuming we don't have any because this was run successfully. And if there's no Strapi errors, then we're just going to return the final object where we reset our state to its previous state and success message that says successfully subscribed. Now, before we could test this server action, the first thing we have to do is get our event subscribe props. But we're going to create this interface when we create our event subscribe service. So that's something we're going to do next. Still in section 10, continuing with our README in adding the form action. As you scroll down, you're going to see where we're creating a new service called event subscribe service. So go ahead, copy the snippet, and then we'll go over it and add it to your service.ts file. So in our data folder, I'm going to navigate to services. And right after the last service that we have here, on line 35, I'm going to paste it in. So here we're defining first the data structure that we're going to send to our Strapi endpoint. This way we could get our types to make sure that we're describing what the data looks like. Then we have our event subscribe service function, which will take our data, which is going to be the first name, last name, email, telephone, and event to connect the event. And then we're making a basic fetch request to our Strapi endpoint, which is going to be a post request. And this is something that we tested in Postman, so we know that works. So now we're just doing that request programmatically. Now that we have this service, navigate back to your actions folder. And here we need to import our event subscribe service and our event subscribe props. So on the top here, in the imports, let's import event subscribe service. And we're also going to import our type, which is event subscribe props. And if you scroll down, TypeScript stops complaining. Now that we have our event subscribe action, we could go ahead and use it in our event sign up form. So navigate back to event sign up form. And the first thing we're going to do is at the top, go ahead and import your new server action that we just created. And here I'm going to import event subscribe action because that's what we called it. After we import subscribe action, here at the top, we're going to import use action state from React because that's what we're going to use to combine our action to allow us to be able to have access to the state. So now scrolling to our function, event signup form. And before our return statement, we're going to say const. And from here, we're going to get out our form state and our form action. And that's going to come from our use action state, which is going to take in our action that we created event subscribe action, and then our initial state. Now that we have our form action and form state that we're able to get back from action via the previous state arguments that we have. So if we take a look at our action, we have our previous state. So what we did here, we use action state hook that allows us to combine our event action, our initial state. In return, we'll get access to the form state after the changes have been updated. So in this form state attribute, we will have the return from our event subscribe action. So anytime that we return something, that's going to be available to us on the front end, because this is happening on the server, but our form is the client side, we'll be able to get our data from this form state being passed from our server back to our front end. So whenever we make an action from the front end, we're calling our server action that runs server side, that does something, and whatever it returns to us will be available in this form state. Now that we have that, we need to get our errors for Zod from our form state. And if you're probably wondering where this is coming from, we described our initial state here, which is going to have Zod errors, Strapi errors, error messages, success message, and form data. This is exactly what our return response in our server action looks like. So our form state will have access to this return statement. And that's why we're able to get those items from form state, including our Zod errors. We're going to also do the same thing for our Strapi errors. And then also we're going to get our success message. So now we need to update our form. The first change we're going to do here in our form, we're going to point to our action, which is going to be our form action. Next, we need to add our appropriate error handling to our text input. So for the first name, we're going to add our error, which we're going to get our Zod errors that we're returning from our action, and our default value from state, which is going to be our previous state of our form. So that way, whenever someone hits submit and not all the fields are completed, we still return the previous entries that were validated to make sure that our form doesn't reset completely. And I'll show you what I mean. And then we're going to add our errors here. Again, for errors, we're going to get our Zod errors. We're going to have an object last name, which is associated with this field. So if there's an error based on the Zod schema validation, so here we have our first name, last name, email, telephone. Once we validate the schema, if there's issues, we get a Zod error that's going to return an object with the entries for each input item. And that's why we're able to access that error from our form here. And what we're doing here, we're just saying, hey, if we get that Zod errors, based on the key entry, show that error here. And it's going to display the message. Nice. We're going to do the same thing for the email field. So again, just passing in our error and default value. And we're going to do the same thing to the text input. And I'll make sure to include the completed code so you could double check the work. Basically, for errors, we're just getting Zod errors and we're referencing the error for the field that we're in. For our input hidden field, we don't need to add errors because this is a hidden field and this is already going to be populated as soon as this form loads. Then we have our submit button. And finally, what we want to do is after our submit button, we're going to add some basic error messaging. So here, we're going to say, hey, if there are Strapi errors, go ahead, show the Strapi errors. If there's a success message, show the success message. So now this should complete our form and we should be able to make a request. We'll test in just a second, but a quick review. So we created a form which has our form input. Our input has a name attribute. Here we have first name, last name, email. And all these name attributes, when we submit a form, get passed to our form data with that key value, the key being the name attribute. And that's why in our action, we are literally getting our form data, and in our form data, we're getting our items based on that name attribute. Once we have our data, we pass it through Zod validation, which is based on the schema that we defined here above. If everything is successful, we go ahead and call our event subscribe service, which is basically going to make a post request to our Strapi API. Then if something weird happens, we're just going to return a general error, say, oops, something happened, try again later. If it's Strapi specific error, we're going to return the Strapi specific error with fail to subscribe message. And then if there are no errors, that means everything was successful. So we're just going to show successfully subscribed. So let's see if this works and try it out. So here in our events page, we should be able to submit the form. Let's first try by clicking signing up and see if our error validation works. Nice. Notice if I don't add any items, our Zod validation gets triggered, and thus we see our error messages. I'm going to go ahead and fill in the form. I'm going to say John Doe. If I try to sign up again, notice that these previous entries don't clear, and we just have the remaining entries here. So I'm just going to say John Doe at email.com. And then for valid phone number, we're going to say 860-555-5555. And now when I click sign up, we quickly saw our sign up button say loading. So we know that works, and we see successfully subscribed. Now that this worked, let's go ahead into our Strapi application, go to event signups, and here we see John Doe. And sure enough, we could see the first name, last name, we see the email, we see the telephone, and we also see the event that John has subscribed to, which is pretty awesome. So now that we know that our subscription form works, we're pretty much done, because believe it or not, what we did here in this section literally is going to be the same thing we're going to do in our dynamic page when someone clicks on these event cards to load the events. For now, it says not found. But for us, we're going to use the same code and reusable components that we just created to create this page. And the only difference that we're going to have between this page and the dynamic single view events page that we're yet to create, right now it's not found, is that whenever someone clicks on the event, here we have the slug for that particular event. So that dynamic page that we're going to create here is going to search our events based on the slug and return the data associated with, including the form and the image. So let's go ahead and finish up the last piece of this tutorial. And finally, we're going to add the single detail page that's going to be a dynamic route, which is going to load events based on the slug. This code is going to be almost identical to what we did to this page. The only difference is going to be a dynamic route that's going to get data based on the slug. And finally, we're going to build out our single events details page. We're going to first start by making our dynamic route. So inside our events folder, let's create a folder called slug with a page.tsx file. So I'm going to navigate to events. I'm going to create a new folder, square brackets slug. And inside that new folder, we're going to create a new file called page.tsx. And what we're going to do, we're going to copy this code snippet, and then we'll discuss it. So once you copy it, navigate back to your page.tsx file and paste it in. And let's see why this is complaining. And I call it events signup form.tsx file. So we're just going to go ahead and fix it here. But you could rename the file to match the component name. So navigating through this component, we are getting our params from our route, which is going to give us access to the slug. So whenever someone clicks on the card and gets redirected to the single event, we're going to have access to that slug. We're going to use that slug to get our data by passing it to our loader. Our loader is going to call our get content by slug function that we've been using throughout the code. It's in our data loaders folder, which is going to call our Strapi API and get the data for this path. based on the slug. Once we have the slug, we return it in the loader. And from the loader, we're going to get all our data for the event. We're going to get the blocks and the event, which is going to have the document ID that we need to pass into our event signup form in order to know which event the user is subscribing to. We're also iterating through the blocks like we did before when we created this originally to display all the data. Then we have our content list card, which is going to return all the feature events that we want. And again, we already created this component and we talked about it in the previous videos. But what I want to show you here, as you continue to build out the project, you create these patterns that will start to repeat in your code base. So notice how here we basically repeating all the basic building blocks that we created from this idea of a loader, having our event signup form and our content list that we're using in multiple pages. Now that this is done, we should be able to navigate to our front end, take a look at create a next app. And now when we click a card, we should be taken to that event page, which displays the title. It showcases the content, the start date, the price, and you also have a form that you could sign up. So notice we're in an Eco Warrior camp. So we're going to say John Doe and John Doe at email.com. Phone number will be 860-555-5555. And when I click sign up, we're still able to subscribe to the event. We still have our featured events here that people could link to, which is awesome. And if you look at Strapi and take a look at event signups, notice that I just sign up here and notice how I just signed up to the Eco Warrior camp that we were looking at. And so now that we have all our logic hooked up, this is pretty awesome. So before we finish, I just want to give you a quick review of what we accomplished. I think you did an amazing job. We learned how to build a dynamic landing page. We learned how to build dynamic pages in Next.js and populate them from Strapi using different components. We learned about our headers, our footers. We also learned how to create and submit forms in Next.js using server action forms. We learn about search and pagination, which is pretty awesome. And we even created a more complex form with multiple items. Based on what you learned in this course, you should be able to build very functional websites with Next.js and Strapi. I hope you saw how Strapi allows non-technical users to easily manage content in a backend. And what I love about Strapi is that this backend area is not something you had to create. And instead, you could save a lot of time by leveraging Strapi to create full stack applications that give non-technical users ability to update and change content on their website. So you're probably wondering, Paul, there are certain things that you didn't cover. Well, true, because I wanted to make this crash course, but not go too crazy with the things. So some of the things that were easy to do, like how do you add SEO to your pages, that's something that you could easily look up in Next.js documentation. And so I had to take certain liberties and decisions to show what to share. The one thing that I'm going to say, if you're looking to know where to go to next, you could check out Strapi's website. If you go to the blog section and search for Epic Next, they have a great tutorial, which is a 10-part series, which covers similar items that we learned today, with addition to adding other sections like how to handle login authentication, file upload using server actions, and a lot of awesome things like full CRUD functionality, which is create, read, update, and delete. This would be the next recommendation that I would recommend for you to get more advanced knowledge of how to use Next.js and Strapi by building an application that summarizes YouTube videos, which is pretty cool. But with that being said, I want to thank you for taking this tutorial. Remember, any questions you have, definitely ask the comments below in the section. I'd love to help you. And if you have any questions, let me know. And if you got to the end of the video, there is a bonus section coming up next where we're going to discuss in a little bit more detail the reason for using Figma. And I'll also include some additional resources on how the CSS was written and created. And that's going to be covered by Nick. Hey all, in this section, I wanted to talk about Nick and his design that he created that we used in this course that is based on his course that he did a while back, but he used Strapi 4 and Next.js 14, I believe. And so today, welcome Nick, glad to have you here. Thanks for doing this and sharing all your amazing resources. So I wanted to start from the freelancer standpoint of why Figma is important and how do you start by thinking about creating a design?
Cool. First of all, obviously, thanks for having me. Obviously, thank you as well for developing or further developing the course. The thing is, as a freelancer, I think when I started, I often thought that freelance developers also had to often create the website designs themselves. But when you actually go this deep, as you do also in the course, right? Usually people are not web designers and web developers at the same time. So the creation of like a complex website is usually is involving multiple people, of which one will be the web designer, the person completely focused on UX, UI, and so on, which I can't do. Funnily enough, actually, this design is also not mine. I did it together with a friend who I basically told, this is the kind of site I want, this is the kind of content, and then he created it on Figma.
I was just going to quickly say, I think you make an excellent point, the difference between web developer and web designer. And this is something I wanted to kind of share. I think having the ability to understand Figma from the perspective of how do you take the design from Figma to code is very important. But at the same time, there's so many places where you could either buy predefined Figma designs or templates or find designers to work with. Because I'm in the same boat. I don't have strong design skills, and I think like it's still okay because there's so many resources that you could find. I just think it's important to understand the flow from Figma to code and go from there.
Exactly. Because the thing is also, I mean, we picked Figma here because Figma is by now the design standard. I think I've always now in the last 2 or 3 years, I've basically always seen designers work in Figma. But really, as a developer, it could also come from like Adobe Illustrator. It could come from Sketch. It could come from anything. All these tools usually have some things in common, which is usually they give you some CSS, they give you some information about like what the design actually, or how you can actually implement it in your code, and they give you all the information you need. We just picked Figma in this case because it's the industry standard, I would say.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And so, can you walk us through kind of like the design process and the thought process when you were creating the website? I know like you had a general idea. You wanted to have a landing page. You wanted to have experience page, the blog section, and the individual components.
So I don't remember exactly how I started. I mean, which of these designs came first, but basically, as I said, I thought of like, what are all the features I want to show in the course, right? What are all the things that Strapi can do? For example, when there's like more intricate functionality of Strapi, like where you can actually sign up to courses, where you make an API request and so on. So I was sort of thinking like, okay, how can I combine all of that? The landing page for me is, I think, the starting point where I basically said, okay, the first thing I want to show is the entry point for the user. And then on the same hand, the data actually coming from Strapi, from a headless CMS where you can read it in. And then what do I want to display there? That's basically how that page was generated. It should give you like a good overview of the whole site with the data actually coming from the headless CMS.
Yeah, and that's like the feeling I got going through your course is, when build out the landing page, I realized like we basically set the standard of how to work with Strapi and the front end to get the data. So if you only build the front end, you still learn the skills that you need in order to basically get the data from an API and display it in your Next.js front end or any front end that you decide to choose. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And then I like the fact that you broke it down into like different components. And basically, if you take a look at the experience page, it shares the same top navigation, the hero section, the info section, including the footer.
Yeah.
And can you talk a little bit about like breaking the design into components and why that's important?
Yeah. I think that was one of the things that I learned with one of my main clients. It's basically always the idea, how do I deliver a complex website to non-technical people? And the only way to really do it is to give them building blocks they can sort of stick together and make their own pages from it, right? Because here in the design, it looks like, okay, there's like the location, the lodging, the playground. But if you have a client that actually has like 4 other things they want to display there, they now have the chance to do that and have all the information or all the tools they need to already in Strapi. So that was always what we're also thinking with the design. It should be something that is sort of repeatable and something that you can basically recreate through just JSON text data in Strapi.
Yeah, no, exactly. And each one of these could be kind of considered like a block. And I think like you went into like a more advanced implementation here in the single blog layout, where every section is its own different component to represent the data. And what I like about this is that any of these blocks that, for instance, are being consumed by the blog page, you can also have them be consumed in the landing page. So you could really give the freedom for folks who have your website to be non-technical, but yet be able to control a layout in some sort of sense.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as I said before, I was trying to make this harder and harder. And then the blog page is sort of like the individual article is the one where we're really hammering this concept down of you can build any page as long as you have some kind of components designed in your front end code and you have the necessary data structure in Strapi. And then you can basically build everything from this, right? Because here again, all those component blocks, you can just arrange them however you want to, and they will just look like completely different blog articles, basically.
Yeah, no, that's pretty awesome. I really like the linking section here where you could link to the different sections. I thought it was kind of cool. And you also like implemented form submission, which I really like because, you know, you basically covered everything a freelancer needs to know of how to build or start building websites for the clients, because usually it's either a website that presents their clients like business, their idea, and usually there's some sort of functionality, either sign up for a course, sign up for a product, sign up for a newsletter. And I like the fact that you did implement, the sign up feature, because as someone new coming into learning to code, you literally, get most of the tooling that you need to start building projects right away, and that you could get started fairly quickly.
Yeah, I think this was an important one for me because I only realized, because basically I was looking at headless CMS and Strapi was one of them, but I also used some others to generate some, or to work on some other projects. And one thing that stood out to me is that with Strapi, because it's basically an API, you have all the functionality also of adding data, updating data, and so on and so forth, which some other CMS don't really have, or at least at that time didn't have, where they were basically just like a data storage. And I wanted to sort of show like, no, you can also actually interact with this data, which makes this obviously an even more complex app, where you can say, okay, I have a surf camp. I might have 20 different surf camps. And for every one, I can generate a website on the front end, but then I can even have a user sign up for any given specific surf camp by using the functionality of Strapi.
Yeah, no, that's really awesome. And I like the fact that, like, some people, they think of building websites is very difficult. There's a lot to learn, and there is, depending how deep you want to go. But I like the fact that for a lot of majority of websites, they're presentational websites with some sort of sign up form, and that's like exactly what you learn here. And so, based on the skills of what people will learn through this courses, you'll be able to build, marketing websites, corporate websites, coffee shop websites, what have you, with the things that you learn here. And I think that's really cool. And so now that we talked a little bit about like the Figma design, what is the process of going from Figma into like the actual code? What steps do you take?
Yeah. So for me, I usually take it then also block by block. I think that's also what you're probably going to do in in this version of the course as well. Where, for example, I now would say, okay, I want to do the hero section of the landing page first, right? That would be my entry point. And then the first thing here is you can just select any element on the page, exactly. So I would probably start personally with the outline of it all, right? The big image. And then say like how large it is. Now I think you have the text selected, and here you have exactly the same thing, right? This is, well, both of them. So here you're basically showing both things at the same time. Yeah, for the text, it's perfect because, first of all, here you see all the CSS properties you're actually going to need, right? It doesn't understand something like Flexbox or something like that, right? So you have to make up in your mind still the thing of like, how do I align the boxes in this whole website flow? But otherwise, you have everything there, right? You have the font, you have the weight, the size, and you can even always look at the margins of elements to others, right? So I think on Mac, right, if you do you know how to do that, Paul, or should I instruct you?
You could instruct me, yeah.
So on Mac, if you press the Option key and you hover basically to another element, you see exactly how far this box is away from any other part of the page. So for example, now if you wanted to look like, oh, how far is it away from the nav bar? You just hover over the camp, or exactly. Yeah. If you stay over the camp and you press Option, you see.
Yep.
Wait, you're not over it? If you go to, yeah, there you go. Nope.
Oh, right there. Yeah, the camp.
Well, yeah, whatever element you take, you see for the logo, it's 120 pixels away and so on. So you can just go into your CSS and you say, okay, I move it that far away from this element.
Yeah, no, that's really cool and really awesome. So starting from the design, you have the basics of like the typography, the width, the height, everything you need, and you're able to. I like the option trick, by the way. You're able to kind of see how far the elements are positioned to start thinking about how to implement it in CSS.
Exactly. And then if you want to get the assets, because you have everything, that's also the great thing. Like I think before Figma and a lot of other tools, designers would basically share like PDFs or something like that, or image files, and then they would actually have to give you the assets on top. But here, if you have the Figma design, you can also just click on any image, and then on the,
and then you have the export.
Exactly.
ability.
And you don't, the export, if you click on it, it will actually allow you also to like export web optimized images and so on and so forth. So if you, for example, now export this as like 1x and it's suddenly like 3 MB large, you can just say, okay, I want to just have like 25% of that or something like that.
Yeah, no, and I like that, the fact that you could decide and choose the right size. Because if it's going to be a thumbnail, you don't need the full image in its full glory and resolution that's going to slow down the website. And I like the fact that like the designer like included all the images as well. So you do have access to basically in one place to all the different assets that your website's going to use. And I found it that like, so as a developer and not a designer, sometimes like you'll just start building and start coding, and sometimes you just find yourself running in circles. And then what basically this serves, it's your game plan of what to create and what to build. And so you actually save a lot of time by already having a design that you could work for. And to me, that was like one of the biggest learning experiences here. Is like, it's so much easier when the thing that you're building is planned out for you. So if you're brand new starting out there, definitely spend a good amount of time in the planning phase.
I could not agree more. I was building my own landing page the other day and I started off just coding it. And then I was like, I don't actually know where everything goes right now. I can't picture it exactly in my head. And then I actually went into Figma, which is also super easy to learn. So even if you're not a web designer, you can probably create something on your own within like half an hour of a crash course or something like that. And I laid it out first and then coded it up. And I saved probably a lot more time and it looked better as well at the end, doing it that way.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And so definitely for anybody building websites, don't start just randomly. Have a goal in place, have a design. Again, like Nick said, you don't have to be a web designer. That's a whole industry in itself. But you could either work with a designer or you could buy a theme or a Figma design and use it to build your website. And so now that we took a look at the Figma design, I do want to take a look a little bit at the code here. You chose to use CSS, SCSS or SAS. I think that's awesome because so many folks, they're kind of into like using Tailwind, using a framework. And a lot of people just jump into that like really quickly without like really understanding, how to work with CSS. And so I really like the approach that you just went with SAS that gives you like some extended features over CSS, like nested and doing all this cool stuff. And so I just wanted to kind of talk about your thought process and the layout and the convention you used.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, I think the first version of this course now is probably like 2.5 years old or something like that, right? Which is also, I think the Tailwind hype started then basically
around that time.
So this is not like anything against Tailwind. I think for me, it was actually the idea that I personally really like writing vanilla CSS, especially when I work on my own. I think if you're completely alone working on a website, which is often the case as a freelancer, writing out all the CSS, you're not going to get into conflicts with other developers and so on. SCSS or CSS is an amazing option. And with basically the way I learned Sass is just it's CSS on steroids.
Yeah.
Which it just gives you sometimes it's just a little bit easier to work with. You have these nested selectors where you can easily just continue. Like you're also going to see, I don't know if you click on any of the SCSS files for any component, you're going to see that I'm using something called BEM, which is block element modifier, which here, for example, gives me the better structure of the file, I think, to have like a block preview class. And then all of the elements, all the different blocks inside of that element, I just have in that wrapper, which to me makes it just a little bit easier to find all the things that I'm looking for.
Yeah, and I like the fact, like here, we'll take a look, like for instance, like block preview, you have like the headline, the container, and you're able to kind of stack the classes together, if you will. Yeah. So let's use content items as an example. So here, I kind of like how you did this nested wrapper, and then you use the and operator to add to the classes. So taking a look at the page, the block renderer here, you have the content items wrapper class, and then you have the additional classes. And you were saying how you're using the BAM convention. Yeah. So you could talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah. So also one thing that I just realized while you were talking about this, one big advantage as well of using CSS in this case here is just that I can add the class names to the HTML. So everybody watching the course doesn't have to constantly think about like also the CSS while writing the HTML. So I think also you're doing it on this course where you just pull in all the styling files and everything just works, which is great, which wouldn't have been the same thing with Tailwind. With Tailwind, we write the styles basically inline, and here is like a nice separation so that you can learn about how to writing the Next.js code and then also the CSS separately.
Yeah. And I think I go like back and forth because I love Tailwind, but I find myself that I get like these long inline HTML tags that kind of like messes with my brain because like I just want to see this. Like this to me is like very clean looking and you could quickly understand what your code is doing. But if you have to like side scroll too far or what have you because your inline Tailwind it just gets out of the way. So I actually like this approach using either Sass, and then another like thing I would recommend people who are starting out. If you're just starting out, definitely learn CSS, Sass, and then CSS modules. That's another way to kind of abstract away or separate your CSS from your actual code. But before jumping into Tailwind, because to me, like when you take a look at the component code, it's just more straightforward. You're not really looking at too much unnecessary like HTML classes. You have it like this in line.
Yeah. Agreed. And the BEM stuff. So I personally like it quite a lot, where basically it sort of goes in line with what we talked about with the Figma design, where you sort of think of your designs as blocks. And so in this case here, I sort of thought, okay, what belongs to what? What is its own closed entity? So in this case here, for example, a content item might be its own block, where I say, okay, this is a card. It has an image. It has a headline. It has a paragraph and so on. So basically with BEM, you're defining first the blog, and then you're saying the block, you're defining the block, and then you're defining all the elements within, like I said, image, paragraph, and so on. And then you might even have situations where you have this specific block element, but now you want to modify it. For example, I think when we had the design, you have sometimes the image on the right-hand side and sometimes on the left-hand side. So a modifier could be something like, okay, I have a block with I have an image with text component, and that is my block, but then I can modify it by just giving it another class name of saying block with image with text -- reverse exactly here. Perfect. So in this case here, we have a block, which is the article text image. And then we have a modifier attached to it that just says, hey, this is an article text image, but it is reverse. You want to have the other way around. While on the other hand, an element inside of the block would in this case here, for example, be the container on line 16. Where you say, okay, I have this overarching block, but inside I have another container, which in this case here holds the Strapi image.
Yeah. And to me, like this really made it so much easier and so much kind of easier to follow. Also, I like this because like I found myself, I was like, oh, I want to update the styling a little bit. And instead of and you might be using some of these classes in multiple places, and to update things just made it so much easier by just going into the appropriate, section and component here and finding it out and making the updates here, so I thought that was kind of cool, laying it out the way you did, where you broke it down into section, the blog events, you have all the different elements, and it made it a lot more manageable than having, let's say, like inline Tailwind. And I know like people are going to have like feelings like, oh, I love Tailwind, it's better to do it this way. But I feel like one of the things that you should think about when building on projects is how can you organize it in a way that's going to be maintainable for other developers.
Yeah.
And I think that's the secret. Yeah. So I think this is awesome. I think this is definitely going to help folks to who are working through the course to understand big picture of like how this was made. And I think what I'm going to do as an addendum, I will take your previous lessons from where you covered how you build each individual component with at least wrote the CSS, and I'll add it as an addendum to this course. I think it'll be really, really helpful. But I do want to thank you. This was like amazing project. I really love the power it gives new developers or someone who just wants to build things fast, combining, like a front end framework and, combining it with something like a headless CMS. And before we go, I know we have this course. I do want to know what you're working on and what you released recently.
Well, currently, there's always for me like the split between private projects and work projects. On private project, I'm actually right now trying to create a new sort of web agency that is also headless CMS based with a lot of the same principles that we're talking about. So when I say I want to build, or I build a landing page recently, it's actually for exactly that. I want to basically build an agency that helps small businesses acquire websites for a reasonable price that are still created by actual proper developers instead of like all this WordPress and Wix bloat and all that stuff. That's what I'm currently working on. The whole thing of like, how can I automate a lot of the processes while building websites, where headless CMS like Strapi comes in really handy.
Yeah, that's super awesome, because I love the fact that you didn't build a course for the sake of building course. You build it for, I wanted to create a resource for myself and others to use who want to build projects as freelancers. And I think what I like and why I wanted to highlight your course and share your experience is that you are a freelancer who's doing this for a living. You're not like me. Like I'm a developer advocate. Like I'm not like, I've done freelancing in the past, but that's not what I do as an experience. And so for me, like I want people to know this is actually a thing. There's freelancers, they're still building websites, building projects. These are the technologies they're using. So if this is a field that's interesting to you, you can put in the work and you could accomplish the same goals. And I think that is really awesome, and that's why I really thank you for sharing your experience. And to me, like we talked, Nick and I, we did like a cool podcast, which I'll also link later here, where we talked about all things freelancing. And I always think about, as a developer, you have the power to either work for somebody or work for yourself. And to me, that is a huge superpower.
Yeah. Cool. No, I mean, I really appreciate you saying all that. I'm also really happy that you're doing this. When I was just seeing the source code and seeing that you translated everything in TypeScript as well, that's amazing, because I should have done it honestly with the first version already. But yeah, I really appreciate you doing all this and taking the time to update the whole course.
No, that's awesome. And by the way, TypeScript, I'm not going to say it's my favorite, but I know that's where the everybody's heading. So of course you got to learn TypeScript. But no, yeah, it's awesome. But thank you as always for everything.
Thank you, Paul. Welcome to the Next.js crash course, where we're going to go through all the different questions, all the different things you need to know in order for us to build the main project of the course. And the very first question that we're obviously going to have is, why do we use Next.js? If you haven't used it before, you might be completely clueless as to what kind of framework it actually is. But if you have React experience, I promise you, your learning curve will be quite smooth. You will be getting started with Next.js in no time, because it is a meta framework that just sits on top of React. And what it tries to do is sort of get rid of the disadvantages that React.js has, right? React is a completely client-side framework, while Next.js is going to be server-side first and trying to combine the best of both worlds. And we'll learn in the next few videos or the next few sections all about that, how it does it and how you can use it to the full power. Now, let's first look at what the disadvantages of React.js actually are before we can go into how Next.js fixes them. And the very first thing is that React is, like I said, a client-side library, meaning what happens under the hood is when you open a React.js website, you get a big JavaScript bundle sent to you that will then be rendered within your browser. So we're basically just sending JavaScript, and from that JavaScript, your browser is going to figure out how the website should actually look like. Now that is not just a disadvantage, it actually also has its advantages. For some years, everybody was suddenly really excited about building everything client-side. And the reason for that is because as a single-page application, as soon as that JavaScript bundle is loaded, you will have a very smooth website experience. Every time you click on a page within your website, you're going to go there immediately. There's no more waiting, there's no request to a server or anything like that, which is the big advantage of React. But there's also the downside, which is if you have to send that big JavaScript bundle at the beginning, that first load time will be a bit slower. And on top of that, if you let JavaScript build the website in the browser, you're going to have problems with search engine crawlers rather. Because what they do is they just send a request to the server, and then when they receive JavaScript back, they're not going to build the website. They want to figure out what kind of content is on your website, right? So for search engine optimization, React actually had quite a bit of trouble, or if you were building a website with React.js, you would have quite a bit of trouble making it rank highly on Google, because Google wouldn't fully understand what your website is about without being able to pull its content in. Now, this is obviously one of the key reasons as well why I would say Next.js is especially important for freelancers to learn, because what I had often be the case is that a lot of my clients rely on being ranked quite highly when it comes to search engines. And on the other hand, if you're a developer in a very large company, you might be working on internal tooling, or you might be working on things that are not necessarily needing to rank high on Google. On the other hand, if you're working for mid-sized companies and you're building their only website, it's very important for them to be ranking highly in Google. And for that, Google has to understand what's on the website, and that will be so much easier with Next.js, and we're going to see exactly how that works as well, right? So Next.js gives you two main benefits, which are the server-side rendering, which will make it easier for your search engine optimization, and on the other hand, also performance improvements because it sends a lot smaller JavaScript bundles. And so those two improvements don't actually come with disadvantages, because we're still going to make it that your users will still have the same feeling of like the smooth single-page application. And the way we're going to do that is by pre-rendering the pages that are necessary and then hydrating with a smaller JavaScript bundle. We're going to see exactly how that works during the crash course. Otherwise, we also have actually with Next.js a full stack framework, meaning we have integrated API routes. You can literally write your backend within your frontend folders as well. If you want to do that, some people prefer to have it modularized. And you can also see that it's a good bet on the future when you see it like how popular it's growing over the years, right? From like less than 10,000 stars in 2017. We're now at over, I think, 130,000 GitHub stars, or 120,000. And now, besides the general information on like why use besides the general information here around the advantages of Next.js over React, in the freelance stack, besides what I already mentioned, the way we're going to use it here is when we work with another content management system, like in our case, we're going to work with Strapi, it's easy for us to revalidate the data coming from that backend and just display it on the front end. So as you've already seen in the freelance stack video, we're going to be pulling in data from Strapi and continuously using it on our website, and Next.js will automatically revalidate that data, display it on the page, pre-render it, so that on the one hand, your users will have a great experience because the website will be fast, will be continuously updated, and on the other hand, your client will have a good time by just being able to import or update any of the data they want within Strapi. Okay, cool. So in order for us to get started with Next.js, what we can use is we can just go and say npx create next app at latest. This will install the latest version that is currently stable. And if you're wondering where I got that from, the Next.js documentation is the perfect place to get started with anything here. So if you click on installation, you're going to see that here it gives you exactly the command I just told you about. You can also, and you're going to see that later when we're in the project, specify the version number that you want here. So for us in the project, I'm going to recommend you to use 13.55 just to make sure that all the features are actually working as expected on both of our machines. But for now, you can just go with add latest as well, because we're going to create a new project when we're starting with the main SurfCamp website. So, and now it's asking me to install number 14, which literally just dropped yesterday. There aren't that many different features, so we could say yes for now, but just to make sure, I will go and say, okay, let me get actually the one that we're also going to be using on the course. So it's 13.55 here. What's your project name? Well, my project name is for now Crash Course, like that. I don't want to use TypeScript in this one. We want to use ESLint. No need for Tailwind CSS, and we don't want to have the source directory. Instead, we want the app router with the app directory and no need for customized imports, just like that. And now it's going to install. And once again, right, also for me in preparation of this crash course, the docs here honestly have the best kind of information around Next.js and how it works, right? We're going to walk through all the things you're going to need for the course. But if you ever come across anything that you haven't seen here or things that you want to do on top, this is the place to go, especially since a lot of people at the beginning are struggling with server components, client components, the difference, what do I use where, and so on and so forth. And it really shows you here that all of that in detail. Now, we have just installed, or at least in my background, it ran through the terminal here. I have now a crash course folder, which I'm going to go into right here. And then I'll start with Visual Studio Code. You can use any IDE you want, but for me, I got the best experience with Visual Studio Code. So the very first thing you can do in here is you can just run npm run dev, and that will create, or that will start your Next.js server. It will also tell you where it's doing that, and here it should go to localhost 3000. When you click on it, there you go. And there you also actually have the direct link to the docs. Cool. Otherwise, this is how you, this is how you get the project started. The files in here, there's not actually a lot that we have to talk about right now without needing to get started. What we can do already is if we go into our app folder, we can go in our page.js, and just for now, in our main, basically get rid of everything else that's in here right now and just go and maybe create an h1 that we don't need a class name, an h1 where we say hello world, just like that. And then if you go back to the browser, you should have updated your website. Okay, cool. So everything works. And since everything works, we can move on to routing. So routing is one of the things that has gotten a huge update since Next.js 12. So no matter whether you have no experience with Next.js or whether you're coming from Next.js 12, we're going to run through all the changes right here. So how does it look like now? Well, Next.js is a file-based, or is using a file-based routing system, meaning within our app directory, we're going to specify the different routes we're creating based on the folders and files within there. And the way it's looking here is that, here's our app folder at the top. And then, for example, we might have a blog. This here is actually what we're going to see when we're using dynamic routing later on. You see that later in the crash course, but also a lot of it is being used when we're in the main project. But what's missing from this here is then how do we actually display the page within each one of those folders. But we actually have seen that already. So in our app folder right here, we have a page.js and we have a layout.js, and both of those are going to be served at that specific route. Mainly though, the layout here is a wrapper, so that will take whatever else is in that folder and display it within the outer wrapper of the layout. So what you can focus on for now is the page.js file. So if I, for example, wanted to now create a blog page and I want to have it my main page, that I basically go to localhost /3000 and I go to blog, just like that. I obviously don't want to have a 404, but instead what I want to have is something like blog being displayed right on there. So what do? Well, I need to go and create a new folder right in here called blog. Okay, now there is theoretically a route, but there's no page.js in here, right? So what we saw here, within the blog here, we basically have to add another line here that will then be the actual page, right? The page that needs to be displayed on the given route. So how can we create that? Well, we're just going to say page.jsx. And I just prefer to write mine as JSX just so that I know that there is JSX inside and not just like a utils file or something like that. Now, if you're in Next.js and you're using you're using Visual Studio Code, and if you have a code snippet package installed, you can do something like this. So for example, I can just say np, hit tab, and it creates everything I need there. So that code snippet, I think, is just actually next. Oh yeah, so the snippet that I'm using, or the plugin that I'm using, is the Next.js 13 power snippet, okay? Which has a lot of useful ones. I usually just use it though for the new page because I forget the other shortcuts. Now, if I go in here and I just say h1 blog, just like that, and we go back to our app, we're going to see, boom, now we have our blog right here on that route. This is how you can route between the different pages. Also, our styling is a little bit off, as you can tell. We could theoretically bring in more styles, but since we're just interested in the inner workings of Next.js and not too much about the styling, for now, we'll just focus on that. But there's not much more right now to the routing. Like I said, we're going to get to the dynamic routing part later on. But for now, it's enough for you to know if you want to create a new route, you need to create a folder within the app folder right here. And then within that, you need a page.jsx file. Cool. So we have one very, very simple route. And I know you're aware that this will get a lot more difficult and there will a lot more different dynamic parameters we're going to be including. But that is generally the logic. Now, what we want to build on top of that is we want to have a certain layout for our page. So where would we add that, right? Because, for example, if we had a header as our component, we would not want to have to bring that into every one of our pages. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a new folder called components, and I'm also going to put an underscore right in front of it just so that I always have it at the top, because everything else in the app folder will be its own page somewhere within a route. So in here, I'm going to go and say I have a header.jsx, just like that. You can also use np in here, but then I don't want to have a page. I want to have my header like this. And I'm just going to give this also the header tag, which is not going to be super important, right? Because again, this is just a toy example, this whole page, or this whole page. Okay, so what can I do in here? Well, I'm going to say, this is my h1 for the header. And actually, I'm also going to just delete my global CSS file here, like that. Delete it from here as well, that I don't have the styles anymore, just so that I don't have this annoying repeating background everywhere. And just make sure that oh no, that's it actually. Let's go back to the page. We now have somewhere still the import, which I guess is happening here, like that. But now it's a little bit nicer, okay? So we have the blog and we also still have the main page. And what we want is that on both of these pages, we will be able to see our header component right here. Okay, I'm actually going to make this a little bit smaller, an h3. Perfect. Okay, so what do I have to do? Well, I have to bring in this header component, but where do I have to bring it in? Into the layout.js. And make sure here that you're not doing it outside of the body, right? This might seem trivial to you, but it is an error that actually occurs quite often. If you put the header into outside of the body in the layout file, and you refresh, you see that you start getting errors, and it tells you like hydration failed. And this is also an error that is really annoying to debug, which usually just means you have some kind of weird error within your HTML structure, but then it tells you hydration failed because the initial UI doesn't match what was rendered on the server, okay? So always make sure when you see this error that you're not having anything weird going on, like the header being outside of the body, or you having a child element. For example, I don't know, you might have a UL as a child of an LI element and stuff like that, and you might see that error. But if I put this here now above the children in my layout file, and I look into this here, I have my header above the hello world, which is great. If I go onto my blog page, I also get that, okay? The layout is within the root of the app folder, but it still applies for every child, right? For every element down on our routing block right here, right? Up here on the first level, I have my layout.js, and it will apply to everything that's below it. Now, as they call it here, a subtree, right? This, by the way, is directly from the Next.js documentation as well. Now, we can do more with the layout. For example, I can write layouts that are specific to specific pages or subtrees, right? I can go and say my blog actually should also have a layout.jsx right here. And then I'm just going to copy what I did or what Next.js gave us for the app folder. And on here, instead of the header, I'm going to go and say I have another H. Let's do this in H5 so it's smaller. And we're going to just call this blog page like that. Now, I get an error here because we're bringing in the header, which we don't actually need. But otherwise, this should already work. So if we go back to our page, on the blog, you see that the outer layout is wrapped around the inner layout, and then we have the actual content. Okay, so that's really important to realize that you have the ability to give certain subtrees, certain subsections of your website their own layouts by just putting in another layout.js file, right? So what you're seeing here with the blue lines, all of the elements here that are below dashboard would benefit or would show if you have a layout.js file in here. That the styles in here or the layout in layout.js will be applied to all the child elements or all the subsections of your route, which is really cool because it gives you a lot of flexibility. So now that we know that, how can we actually go from one page to another? We're going to see that in the next video. Okay, so we built different routes already, right? We have the blog page, we have the main page, and now we want to be able to link from one to another. Now, there's actually not much to it, but in terms of code, there's not a lot to it, but there's still something that you should conceptually understand when you're linking in Next.js, right? Because we're saying here we want to have the ability to make it as a single page application. We want to have this certain flow where if you click on something, there's no load time at all because everything has been already pre-rendered. Now, in order to show you what I mean, I'm just going to show you the launched website, and you see that here this is already hosted. I'm on the blog page, and if I click on read more, you're going to see there's absolutely no load time, right? It immediately jumps to the next page because we're not going to make a new request. We're actually just going to, we already have everything preloaded we need, and that's why it's so fast. We're going to now be linking from our blog to our homepage, and I'm just going to remove the layout.jsx here. Just take that out right there, just because I don't want to have that all the time. Right now we just have the header, and what we want to do is we want to add to the header the different links to the main page and to the blog page. So open up the header.jsx, and in here we're now going to say we want to use the link component from Next.js, right? If you're using an A tag like that, what what would be happening if you're referencing, for example, blog here, and let's actually try that out first, just to showcase to you what's happening. Just to showcase to you what's happening, if I click on blog now, it works, but maybe you realize this here at the top, it actually refreshes. We do not want that. We don't want to send another request to the server to deliver the link. Instead, what we want to do is we want to use the link component like that. I already brought it in there at the top. Now, if we say href to blog, and we just go blog like this, and we save it, and we refresh here, if I now click on blog, nothing happens, but also nothing here happens, so we're at least not sending a new request. Now, if I go to the main page and I click on blog, we should see nothing updates, and it just goes there directly, which is exactly what we want. And then we're going to create the same thing now as well for the home page, just like that. We're going to say it leads to the root directory. And now if we go back, we have both of those links. If I click on blog, nothing happens. If I click on homepage, I go to the homepage, and back and forth in lightning speed. In lightning speed. Okay, that is it for the linking. And now we can actually move on to the core, which will be the server and client components for us. Now we're getting to one of the core concepts in Next.js 13, which are the server and client-side components. If you're coming from a React background and you haven't checked with the newer versions of React in some time, you might actually only know the right-hand side here, the client-side components. On the other hand, though, in Next.js now, we are actually by default server first, meaning that all of our components, unless otherwise specified, are server-side components. So what are they? Well, compared to client-side components, they are completely built and rendered on the server. So they arrive ready on the client. Nothing else has to be input, no JavaScript has to be added. All of that is already within the component that gets sent from the server. On the other hand, the client-side components, and this is slightly different to how React used to do this, but in Next.js, the HTML of the client-side components is also built on the server, but the interactivity, so anything like forms, inputs, and so on, will then be hydrated. And that is also the only reason why you're using client-side components. So that's why we're having server-side components by default. But then when we need some interactivity, some state that needs to be tracked, we need to make it client-side because that has to be built on the client. Basically, whatever user is using your website, the functionality, the interactivity has to be added in the browser. But it's actually very, very easy to turn a server-side component to a client-side component if there is the need. And we'll see that in a second. So why do we have the differentiation? Why don't we decide for one of them? Well, the thing is that server-side components are a little bit faster, a little bit more performant. You can easier you send less JavaScript with it, which makes the whole bundle smaller. So server-side components are preferable when it comes to performance. They're also preferable if you have to read in some data because you can prefetch that data and then just send the rendered component to the front end or to the client rather. On the other hand, though, the client-side components, you sometimes have to use them, right? But that doesn't mean that they're incredibly slow or anything like that. They're still pretty fast. But server-side components are just preferable anytime you don't need interactivity. You just get a little extra boost. Now, how Next.js actually displays that is like this after version 13. Again, if you've used version 12, you might be familiar yet with server-side rendered pages. But now we have one whole page and we can have different elements. There will be server-side and other will be client components, okay? So in this case here, we actually have a search bar here at the top within a navbar. And the search bar is a client component, right? Because you have to keep track of what the user inputs. While on the other hand, you might have a navbar around it where, I don't know, you fetched already some information that you're displaying here. So that can be done server-side. In other words, we can just nest our components within each other. So that's really cool because now we can have component-specific data as well. And depending on where we want to display that component, we already have the data already fetched, okay? Now, how do we build this or how do we work with server-side and client-side components? So far, our header actually has been a server-side component or server component the whole time, right? Because we didn't specify it any differently. And like I said, originally it will be by default a server component. Now, if I do something where I say, okay, I want to now have my input, right? Remember, we want to build a search bar now inside of our header component. I can go and I can say, okay, I have an input here, which will be of type text, like that. And I can just create it like so. Now, if I go back to my site, I see there's an input. I can also type into it. But the problem is, right now, I'm not able to keep track of my data, right? I have to input some JavaScript, some React state to actually deal with my input data right here. So what I can do is I can just bring in use state like this, and I'm going to go and say search and then set search as my variables, right? Now one thing happens, and you can already see that here. We get an error, but it becomes more clear when we open the browser. It's telling me, hey, you're using a server component, but now it seems you need use state. So that only works in client components, and none of your parent elements is actually marked as a client component. So what do we have to do? And by the way, I misspelled use state here. So at the very first line, we have to go and say we want to use client right here. And now we're going to see everything works again. There's one problem though, compared to our original diagram here, which is right now our whole navbar is actually a client component, which we don't need, right? We can just create subcomponents here that will be the client component. So let me just finish writing this component, right? We're going to have a value on here that is going to be search. And we're also going to have an onChange attribute here that we're just going to say onChange. We want to take the event, right, like this. And we want to set the search now to e.target.value, just like that. And if we want to, we can even, for now, just to showcase that, display our search right here, okay? If I do that, and I now type something in here, you see we're getting it back, right? We're keeping track of what's being put in. That's what we're doing with use state. Only problem is, this whole thing, yes, needs the state, needs to update. I'm going to get rid of this now. The input needs to be connected to our state, and therefore we need that as a client component. But the rest of it, that can be a server component, right? So what can we do? Well, we can create a new component right in here, and I'm just going to say search bar, like that, JSX. Let's split that to the right, just like that. And now I can use that input, I can copy everything. I'm just going to make a new component on the right-hand side. I'll return the input from there. I do need the use state in here now as well, right? Bring in that input, copy also the search and set search. And now for this, I also need to move my use client string right here. I have to remove it from my header, and instead I'm adding it to my search bar. And now what happens? Well, if I bring in the search bar, which I have to export here. If I bring in the search bar like this, and I get rid of my use state import here, let's look back on our site. It works exactly the same way. I mean, I'm not displaying anything here, but we can add that. And my header is still a server-side component, a server component. On the other hand, my search bar is still a client component. And this way I have optimized my navbar here. Overall, server component doesn't need JavaScript, but then this little bit here, we're still going to server-side render the HTML, but we will additionally hydrate on the client side all the functionality for actually interacting with this form. So now that we talked about server and client components, we can start talking about data fetching in Next.js, because the ability to have data attached to a certain component actually makes it incredibly easy for us to now fetch data without having to create our own API routes or anything like that. We can now fetch data directly from the component, even if we are using API keys or other secrets or things like that. That's another huge advantage of server components. So let's say on our blog page, we want to have some kind of article displayed. And I'm going to use a free open API later on during the course. Obviously, we will be using our Strapi API. So let me bring this over here. This is the API that we're using, which is really cool because it just gives you some data to test your logic with. Now, we're going to be looking at the posts here. So this is going to be our URL, and I have a browser plugin here that makes it nicely formatted. Overall, there's 100 posts that we can fetch using this URL right here. So how can I write my code to get that kind of data onto my blog page? And this here is my blog page, just to remind you. I'm going to, by the way, take the search bar out of the header. I don't really need it anymore. There we go. Okay, so on the blog page now, I want to first show you how easy it is to fetch data. So let's go and say I want to have a response value, which will be awaited from a fetch function, right? So I'm just using the built-in fetch for now. Later on in the project, we're going to be using Axios, just because in some cases for me, it just is the nicer developer experience, but you can also continuously use fetch. Now, I just posted the URL into my component, and you see here that we're getting an error because of the awaiting. We do have to make our component an asynchronous function. And now I can actually log out the response that we're getting. And what you have to be aware of here now is this here, this terminal, right, shows what our server sees or what our server does. So if I save this, you see here in the terminal is actually where the response is coming in, right? It's not happening on the client side. Here, nothing is coming in. Nothing is being fetched or nothing's happening. So that means the data right now is actually all on our server. The only thing that will be displayed on the front end is the stuff here that is between the main tags. So if I now want to get the actual data, I can go again and say await response.json. That's what we got to do with our fetch method. And if I save that again and now look at the data like this, let me get rid of my output in the terminal. Here's our array. It's that easy. I could now, for example, go into my JSX and say, let's go and iterate through our map, through our data. And for each element, let's say this was a post, right? For each post, I want to return a paragraph that just has the post with the title, okay? Just like that. And now on my web page, I have 100 titles just like that. And one additional thing, you can check the network activity here in the network tab. So if I just refresh, we're going to see that there's no fetch request happening because everything has already happened on the server. And that's incredibly powerful. Now, this data here right now would be static, right? If we build the page once, it will always display the data it found at build time. However, there is, because Next.js developers have worked together with the fetch implementation here. However, there is the option to continuously update your data just like that. You can add a second object here to the fetch function. And in here, if you just go and say next, revalidate, and then set this to 30, every 30 seconds, the data will be updated. Or rather, if there's a request that is happening 30 seconds after the data has been fetched, then we will be revalidating the data. Now, as I was saying, I'm not going to be using fetch, I'm going to be using Axios, but that's no problem because we can just say export const revalidate and then set that to 30 and it will have the same effect even if we don't have this object in here. Awesome. Okay, so that's how I can get the data. Cool, so we're getting the data server side, but maybe you're still not 100% trusting me that this is actually happening server side. So let's do one thing here and let's make this a client component just like that. Now, if we do that, let's maybe get rid of the JSX here and just log out the data right here. So here you see we still have it in the terminal, but if I now go into the console, you see the data is here as well. And if I go into my network tab and I refresh, boom, we're now fetching the data from posts, right? So this is now happening also on the front end. So we don't want that usually. Usually you want to fetch the data on the server side. So just get rid of the use client. And from now on, every data fetching here is happening on the server. And that is, honestly, when I compare to like 2 or 3 years ago, it's such a nice way of being able to deal with data. You can literally read it inside of your component and then just use the data right in here. Earlier in React, you would have to fetch, you would have to set it to the state. When the state is there, you then show it on the screen. Now it's literally 2 lines of code here to get the data, and then you can just write your HTML from there. Beautiful. Okay, so we're going to be looking at dynamic routing now, which means we're going to be fetching even more data. And in the vein of that, one thing that I haven't mentioned before is that with the revalidation here, we might have the case where if we don't do it as an export, but instead something like this, right, where we have it in our fetch request. And let's say we don't just have one request, we might have in the same component, we might have another request where we set revalidate to 5 or something like that. In this case here, it will always be the lowest number that actually counts, and all of the requests will be made together. So it's pretty much overwritten then at that time. Okay, so just that. One other thing though is if I make the same request, right? If I also want to make the request to posts within the same component, requests across components are being deduped, meaning Next.js caches the data that is being read in, and you're not making unnecessarily multiple requests. Cool. So we've seen before that in Excalidraw here, I drew it up right here, right? That we might have something like this here. This gives us the ability to have dynamic routing. In other words, here, our blog articles could have different slugs, and depending on the slug, we're going to create server-side new pages. So let's first see how that would actually work. And the logic is pretty much the same, right? So in my blog, I'm just going to say here, I have a new folder, and I'm going to not call it slug. I'm going to call it ID, because that's what we get from the posts right here. And inside, now, if I want to create a page under this route, what do I have to do? Well, every time I want to create a new route, I have to have a page JSX that actually displays the data that I want on that route. Okay, so right here, I now have created my page. So if I go, for example, to blog/5, and let's say we put in here an H1 saying individual page, you see it already works. And I can even say, like, for any page that I make up here, it will work, right? For any kind of ID. Now, what if I want to have the ID value available to me within my page? Well, we can use the params prop right here, which we have access to for every Next.js page. So I could go now and say, well, I named this ID. Well, I'm going to destructure the ID from the params and then go and say individual page : I can use the ID now on my page. So let's go back to the browser right here. And you see this is individual page 1003. This is individual page 1. It's individual page 10. Just like that. That works great. So right now, the ID works, right? We can get the ID in, but the problem is that I only have this at runtime. In other words, when the client makes a request here, I'm sending it to the server plugs in the parameter. But if we now want to fetch some data with a given ID, it would also happen when the request happens, meaning this would take a little bit of time until we actually have the data. So the way we're going to be dealing with this is we're going to pre-build our pages. But let's first actually just build this one page for now, just so that we see how it works. So our URL, in order for us to fetch this data, is just the same URL we were using on the blog page itself with the ID attached to it here. So what can I do? Well, I can just bring in my request that I was doing over here and say, let me just make this whole thing asynchronous, right? We need an async function like this. And now, instead of fetching just from posts, where I want to be fetching from is my ID. So what we got to do here is make this a template string like that. And we move the ID above here, right? So what's happening now exactly again? Well, we're taking the ID from the params. We're then going to say, okay, for this ID, I want to fetch the post data. And then let's maybe just go and also get, oh, that was the problem here. Get the data from our response object back. And then I think, what do we want? Let's also display the title here. We can keep the ID, but we want to have a paragraph that we want to have a paragraph that displays the data title just like that. Okay, now let's look into our page. And right now, for page 10,003, there's nothing there. If we go to page 1, let's go to page 2, we get the title of the second element. Now this is pretty quick here, but it still needs to load the data in, and you can see that, right? It takes a moment until it's actually loaded. So right now, let's just check that it's the right title. There we go. Yeah, whatever. It's the same title right here. Perfect. So that works. But again, it works on the request. It only gets fetched when the request is made. How can we pre-build these pages? Well, we used to have get static paths, get static props in Next.js 12. But now, since we're not doing this necessarily for a page, we could also do this for a component. Instead, we're going to be using generate static params. It works very similarly to get static paths before, but I know a lot of you have not worked with Next.js before, so let's look at exactly how we are going to use this function. Well, generally what we're trying to do is now pre-generate all of the IDs that actually, or all of the pages for which we actually have a post. So from 1 to 100. And what we have to do is we just have to go in here and say we want to export the generate static params function like that. Now make sure that it's asynchronous because we're going to make a request. So we've defined the functions. Now what are we going to do in here? We're going to make a request to our posts endpoint. Okay. And what do we want to have from there? We just actually want to have the ID from every one of those elements. And we want to say for all of the IDs that exist on this post, we want to pre-render our page right here. So how can we do that? Well, like I said, we're going to take the URL. We're going to use fetch like this. And we're going to wait for the response. So very similar always. That's why also in the main project, we're going to write a utils function for that. So response equals await the posts. Then we need to get the data from the response object by running JSON. And now we have the data here on within our function. What do we want to do? Well, we want to provide the array of elements that now can be used as the slug within my blog route here, right? Blog / what kind of IDs should exist. In order for us to do that, we're going to return from our data, each one is a post, like that. And then what we want to return is for our ID property, we want to return post ID. So this will return an object. And let me just show you what kind of object we're going to get back. So what we want to have back is basically this. We need an array with an object of the ID that would be 1. And that's it. And now we're going to have of that all of the IDs that we have to cover, right? All of the elements. So this is going up until 100. Now, one problem with this, and this is what you see right now here in the terminal, is that we have to provide this as a string. Right now, from our data, the data actually comes back as a number. So we got to turn that around, but that's pretty easy. We can just say, okay, give me a string for this. And now when I save, we're going to have told our Next.js app that we're going to have 100 pages pre-rendered, and all of them will do the following thing. They will take the param that comes in here, the ID parameter, fetch the data, and then display it on the page. And right now, if I refresh my page here, the data should already be pre-rendered there. We still have the problem here that for 10,003 doesn't exist, no data comes in. We want to render something else, right? Because right now, all of our data is perfectly created for the different posts that actually exist, but we're not actually giving the user an error to tell them, hey, this data, we couldn't find it when we have an ID that is not within our range. So how can we do that? In order for us to create a 404 page, to basically say, okay, when there's nothing there, I want to tell the user, hey, we can't find anything. We have to, or we can at least here say that we want to have the dynamic params set to false. Oops, and you have to make it a const, right? So we have a parameter here that we can set, and we're basically saying you can't have any dynamic parameters. We have to know about all the parameters beforehand. That is one way. If I now go back and I say, and I use an ID that doesn't exist, we get a 404, which is beautiful, which is exactly what we want. So that fixes the problem with IDs that are actually outside of our current scope, right? But what happens, for example, if our API goes down? Like right now, if I have a problem here with my call for posts, right? And for example, say this is just posts like that, I'm just not getting any data back here. But what rather should happen is I want to have a certain other 404 page or anything like that, right? So I want to have a fallback for this as well. What can I do? Well, first of all, I can make my function here, or I can make my data call its own function outside of here. So I'm going to say I create a new function for fetching posts like that. I'm going to get an ID as an input. And what I want to do in here is generally say, okay, first of all, I'm going to have actually, we can just copy that, right? I want to do all of this in here, just like that. And this time I want to say I want to try making this call, right? So in case something goes wrong, like this. And then if it fails, if I have an error here, I want to run the not found function from Next.js. So this gives us the ability to say, if we have a problem here in our data fetching process, we're just going to call the not found function, which will automatically then navigate the user to the appropriate 404 page. Otherwise here, I'm going to return the data. Okay, so here I'm going to say return data so that we do have the data available if we need it. And then in here, we can just say data will be equal to fetch posts, just like that. And actually, we shouldn't call this fetch post, but fetch post. And then in here, we put in the ID. And now, I have to add the await keyword here. Now, when we go back to our page, we do see the data again displayed here. But if I have any problem with my API, so let's say here I'm just saying I'm removing the C, so I'm having problems here now fetching the data. If I now refresh here, you see this page could not be found for any of the IDs, which is beautiful. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to put the C back in here. Everything should work again. If we have an ID that is from 1 to 100, it should work. If I have 101, I'm getting a 404. Cool. So now we have it set up that if we put in an ID here that doesn't exist, we see this 404 page here, right? Because we said we only want to display anything for the kind of parameters that are coming in here. Now, the thing is, we can also create our own 404 page. So if I go into my app directory here and I just add a not found JSX right here, and I say this is a new page, and I'm just saying sorry in an H3, sorry, we couldn't find what you're looking for, like this. Now, if I go back, there we go. Sorry, we couldn't find what you're looking for. Now that would be happening on every route that is just wrong, right? Like here we see it, if we go to homepage, it wouldn't appear, but then on any route that we haven't actually defined, we will show this page. It could be though that you actually want to have a situation in which you want to have for specific route segments, different not found pages. So if we go back into Excalibur, this here, for example, would be a route segment, right? So for the dashboard, you might want to have a different not found page than for the general website. So how can we do that? Well, I could go in here and I could say for each one of my IDs, right? If there's some other route, I want to have another not found page here. This would be basically for any blog article that can't be found, right? And now this not found page is only responsible for anything that basically happens after the blog page. You could also put it in the blog folder. Doesn't really matter in this case because we don't have any more folders. So if I go in here and I just say, well, let me say, sorry, the blog article you were looking for can't be found. Okay. And we're also going to make that an H3 like this. Now, if we go back, we're going to see that this actually hasn't worked. So let's go for a route that doesn't exist. We still get, sorry, couldn't find what you're looking for. So it's not working as it was with the layout. It's not working here for the 404 page. Why is that? Well, because right here, when we're saying we don't expect any dynamic parameters, we're right now saying, okay, just lead it back to the root page, to the root 404 page if there's anything wrong. If I set this to false and we look at it again, we have the problem again that it tries to render the page. Why is that? Well, the problem here is that yes, we're catching the error and we're sending it to not found, but actually here, because of the API that we're using, we're actually getting back 200. So it's telling us, hey, everything has worked out perfectly. So if I go, for example, to this page right here, you see we just get back an empty object. So just for this, just to show you that, in Strapi it's going to be a lot nicer because it would return a 404 and we would get an error and everything would already be working. But here I can now say, if data.title does not exist, right? We want to also call the not found function like this. And now if we go back to our page, we see, sorry, the blog article you were looking for can't be found. So in a normal scenario, our API would find an error here, right? We can't fetch the data, so we're going to bring it to the not found section. And that's why here, we just have to remember to set this to true. But again, this is only if you want to have a route-specific 404 page. If you have the normal use case where you're okay with one 404 page, independent of in which route segment you are, what we had before already worked, right? Sorry, we couldn't find what you're looking for. And that is it. You already went through a lot and pretty much the most important features and all the features actually that you're going to be needing for the project we're going to be building, which is you understand routing in Next.js, you understand data fetching, you understand server components, client components, all of that, which means we can actually start looking into the project, which we're going to be doing by first looking at Figma and the Figma file itself. And then we'll get started with our Next.js app that we're going to be using for the project. In terms of Strapi, we're going to have the introduction to Strapi, what Strapi is, how it works, and so on, when we're actually starting to build our Strapi backend for our website. So basically, Strapi, you're going to be seeing while we're using it. So we're going to be learning by doing that. But in terms of Next.js, you're in a perfect position. And so now let's look at Figma. So when I introduced the freelance stack, I said there were two main pieces of technology we're going to be using to build this app. And that is true, which is Next.js and Strapi. That's going to be our focus. But I also want to take at least a few minutes just to talk about the design tool that we will be using, because I've been seeing it more and more in practice. Just to pre-emphasize this, right? It's not super important which design tool you're going to be using, but there's a very good chance that it will be Figma because it has been taking the design community by storm. And I'm not even a design guy, and even I know that. Before that, there were a lot of people providing designs in Adobe XD, in Sketch, as well as in Figma, but by now pretty much everybody that I know is actually using Figma. So let's take a moment to look into the different things we actually need to know to be, as a developer, as quick and efficient as we can with Figma and know exactly how we can transform the design given in Figma to our Next.js or CSS code rather later on. So how are we going to be working with Figma? Well, I'm trying to simulate it as exactly as I can how are we going to work with Figma? I'm trying to simulate it as close as I can to the actual flow that you would have as a freelancer. Now, what does it mean? We're going to have a Figma file here that I'm sharing with you in this video. You can click on it, you can view it, And it's going to look like this. Now, you're going to see here on the right-hand side, we have a bunch of pictures, we have icons, we have the logo that will be used, and then you have the individual pages of the website. And the way we're going to use this is actually just by inspecting all of this and then getting the values that we need from it. So right now, I'm actually not in dev mode. So because I'm the creator of this file, I could theoretically design everything in here. You're also going to see potentially that other people have access to this file here. This is one of the reasons why Figma became so popular, because it's also a collaboration tool. I can, for example, make a comment here, something like, oh, please update the background image or whatever. Right? Something like that. And others can just do or can work on this exactly the same way. Now, let me get rid of the comment. Perfect. Now, this is our website, which in my opinion is pretty beautiful. It's really nice. We had a friend build the design. Now, what we want to do with this is obviously build it one by one. And you should go into the development mode, because that, when you click on certain elements here, will already give you information about it. Like now, I can see how wide is this element, what font family was used, what is the font size, what's the line height, all of that. And additionally, you can also copy elements right out of this right out of this block as well, right? Just with one click. You can also see the colors. So for example, if I want to figure out this button here, what color should I make it? There we have it. And we also even have in CSS already the different styles we can use. So it's giving us a lot of stuff that we can reuse in our code. Now, when you look over this, like when I hover over this, you already see all those lines with numbers, and they're giving us the distances between certain elements. Now, sometimes it won't give you exactly what you need, and then you can press also, although in dev mode, most of the time it does, but I can click on this here and then press on my Mac the Option key, and it will automatically give me the distance to all of the other elements I'm now selecting, as you can see here, which is going to be really useful when creating the site. Now, that's generally how Figma works. There's not much more to it, but there's one very, very important thing we got to do when working with Figma. And this also makes it so much easier for us to potentially, in this case here, we basically don't even have to talk to the designer because everything is already here. We're sort of cutting out another communication we might have to do, because in this case, we don't have to go to the designer and say like, hey, can you give us the images? Can you send them by email or whatever? In this case here on Figma, if you click on an image, you're going to have the option, you're going to have the option here at the bottom to export it. And not even just exactly the image as you see it here, but you actually have multiple export choices. So if I take this image here and I say I want to have it as 4x exported, you're going to see that now I'm getting a 3.8 megabyte photo, which for a website is way too big. But instead, I can also go and say, well, give me the 0.5 times export. So this is about the quality of the image and therefore also the size of the image. And now you see 73.5 kilobytes, which is small, but it might also be quality-wise too low. And this way you can play around, and you can even say here, I want to have multiple exports. Right? You can say, okay, I want to have different quality elements here, and then just click on export rectangle, and you're going to get all of the items. And that's it. That's really it. That's all you need to know about Figma to get started as a developer. It's the starting point for us to create our designs, which means that we're actually now reaching the point where we can finally start with the main project, because the main project is what you see here. So next, we're going to set up our Next.js frontend, and then we're going to start with the home page, the very first page here, and code up all of the components exactly like you see them here in Figma.